Hello, everyone. Hello. All right, today, let me make sure everything's working well. There we go. All right. Happy Friday, everybody. My name is Catherine. I use she, they pronouns, and I am an artist who works in a school bus. This is art. Art is my schoolie. And we like to say around here that the bus's doors are always open and you're welcome on board the bus anytime. So today we are going to be doing a little bit of quilting, a little bit of clothing construction. We're still working on Little Sprout's goose coat. So if you are new here, welcome in. Come on, get cozy. I'm just about to open my coffee and then we're going to get started today. So I'm really excited to be streaming today. Like I always love to stream. It's always a lot of fun. You guys are a riot. Hi, Quidon. How's it going? Yeah, my name's Catherine, right? It's funny because like I'm gonna pretend that wasn't like either way. Like part of me is like, oh, my name's Catherine, everything. But no, like my name is Catherine. I know that like usernames don't always reflect our real true names, but oh, you thought my name was everything? No, just my personality and my ADHD is everything. There we go. Got my coffee open. How are you, Quidon? How is it going? That's good. I love bean juice. All right. I'm really just going to jump into it because I've got like a ton of not nervous energy, but just energy pent up because I wasn't able to stream yesterday. We had no internet, like at all. But, you know, it happens. It totally happens. And I'm just very happy to be here now. So moving on and living in the moment. There we go. There were some English words there. Quidon says, pretty good. Looks like I'm having a Star Wars Friday tonight. Nice. Are you doing Fallen Order or are you doing KOTOR tonight? What do you plan? So before I get too deeply into it, I am borrowing my mom's sewing machine. So shout out to Quilting Koala for coming in my moment of need. My beloved Elna needs my sewing machine. It needs some work. We were limping it along, and then we had a big moment on Sunday of listening to our materials, listening to our bodies, listening to our limits, and so I had to stop. But it's going to be taking it into the shop. So to get this quilt coat done, because I can't not work on this. Like Little Sprout has been so patient, working and waiting for this quilt coat. Plus, like our winter here's are kind of short, so like although it would be like on brand for me to not finish it, I'm trying to be better. So I want to get this done while it's still cold, like while it's still like cold, and it's been cold, and so we're really close. We're like, I mean, we've put in like 10-15 hours of work. Hey Jingles, how's it going? TGIF, that's right, I will catch up in chat in 2 seconds. My brain is very distractible today. But so I want to get this finished, so thank you to my mom for letting me borrow her FAF, PFAFF. I'm looking right at letters and can't even spell, because it's just, yeah, getting good things done striking while the iron's hot and all of that. So in chat, Quidon says, Fallen Order is currently beaten Kingdom Hearts in my last I checked. Correction, Kingdom Hearts has taken the lead. Well, both of those are excellent choices. Kingdom Hearts is one of those games that I will always... Oh, really quickly, Jingle says, I gotta head out to work soon, but I wanted to say hi first. Hi, Jingles! Kingdom Hearts is one of those games that... Thanks for stopping by, too. That will always have, like, a place in my heart. Like my friends loved it. Anyone that's been around on my channel knows that I am an enthusiastic gamer, but that doesn't mean I'm good at it. And Kingdom Hearts requires a lot of jumping, and apparently that is my like weakness, like absolute. If you just had to be like, all right, what is she bad at? Jumping. That's where my gaming skills. So like the good news about KOTOR is I don't have to jump. So if you all want to see me not jump in a pretty excellent Star Wars game, that's what we'll be doing tomorrow. But yeah, Kingdom Hearts, it's a good game. I mean, there's a lot of lore. Which like I love lore. Y'all know me. I love lore. But there's a lot in there. So mad kudos to anybody that like keeps up with it all. Like, obviously, like, geek's gonna geek. I respect that always. So, Quidon says the plan for Kingdom Hearts is a Kingdom Key only run. You know what? I will admit, I have not caught up with it enough to. I mean, obviously, that's one of the Keyblades, which is super cool. But cool. No, like, that's one of the things that's really fun, especially about like being on Twitch and gaming on Twitch, is I love all the like gloriously specific runs that y'all are doing. I got a couple friends doing a very specific Pokemon thing right now. Jingles and Smiter were doing the Undertale thing. So like, no, it's really cool. Like, I don't know, I love it. It's like, we're gonna make up our own rules and make this hard game even harder. It's like, yep, you do that. Meanwhile, I'm over here like, Pazak? Jingle says level 1 critical run of Kingdom Hearts 2, maybe? Question mark, right? Yeah, no, I really like seeing what you guys are doing with the games. Not that just like watching like casual gaming isn't fun, but yeah, no, just you know we love this on this channel when like people just get really hyper specific in their geekery. So go forth and nerd. It's good stuff. Okay, so I basted this, but it just decides it's going to be funny today. All right, so what we're doing, if you're joining here for like not me geeking about other people geeking about how they geek about video games, I am quilting a quilt coat. So there's like a couple different ways that you can make a quilt coat. One of the really cool ways, and I got super distracted this morning on Instagram watching some people do this, where people take like vintage coats and they cut them all up, and like what a way to just, I don't know, walk around in a hug all the time. I didn't have a quilt to cut up, and I figured this was the most sensible apparently words aren't going to happen today. Sorry, welcome to my channel. We don't have words here. I could have made a quilt and then cut it up, but obviously for like fabric efficiency, I figured I would make each piece and then quilt each piece, essentially making 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different little quilts, like tiny quilts, and then sew them together. So we've got a sleeve-shaped quilt right here. Spoiler alert, it's one of the sleeves. And we're going to be quilting that. So, like, you know, y'all know by now, but I'm happy to teach always. If you didn't know, a quilt is, like, traditionally, and we always say here, too, that, like, we like to learn the rules so we can break the rules, but I always like to dive in and just give, like, the basics or, like, the tradition. And so, like, tradition is a quilt is a layer of backing and then batting and then your top. So like I said, this here is one of the sleeves, and then quilting is the act of tying, stitching, buttoning, machine or hand stitching those 3 layers together. And that both improves the structural integrity so that like the batting doesn't shift around, and it also gives it that like glorious quilted puff, that certain texture, that really lovely like, ooh, it's quilted. So if you've ever had a nice quilted jacket or a quilt, you'll know that feeling, that really nice feeling. Jingle says in chat, we will stream the Kingdom Hearts games eventually. Cool. I kind of want to go back and play them. I had it on my PS2. I mean, we all had it on our PS2. And like the Tarzan level was like my favorite, but it handed my booty to me multiple times. I think everyone in my family knew that whole cutscene by heart, the Clayton Heartless fight, because I had a really hard time getting past that. So that's probably like, if you ask my mom, what does she know about Kingdom Hearts? It's going to be not Clayton. Ooh. So, you know, memories. So I have one sleeve all the way quilted. I'm working on the second sleeve right now, and then I'm going to baste up. And basting is essentially just like holding everything in place before you can like have it in place permanently. I'm going to baste up the 2 fronts of the coat. I already have the hood quilted, and then we're going to do something cool with the back. We're going to like inset a really cute block that we gloriously struggled through a couple streams ago. Like, look at how stinking cute this block turned out. Like, this was so much work, but it turned out so cute. So that's going to be like the center medallion on the back of the coat. Think like, you know, cottagecore denim jacket, like really cool art on the back, and a lot of floral and a lot of love. But yeah, my goal is, like, I'm not at the point where I want to like rush it, but like I said, I really want to get this done while it is still cold, while Little Sprout is still this size, while it like is perfect, instead of like, you know, letting things get away from myself, which I tend to do a lot. So Yeah, I'm getting caught up in chat. Yeah, quite on Jingle streams. Y'all should check each other out. And then Jingle says, as my sister said, Phil Collins did not need to go that hard in Tarzan, but he did, and it was a glorious thing. Although Quidon says Phil Collins gave us the gift of Tarzan soundtrack, and now they don't even have the rights to it. I have not heard that. If somebody wants to let me in on that drama, let me in. And then, yeah, Jingles does a G-Route run in Undertale, and they're streaming tomorrow, so check it out. I'm sad now, like, about the Phil Collins thing. Not that I don't believe you, but I don't want that to be true. That is, like, the best soundtrack. Alright, this is Catherine actually getting to work. Let me know what you guys are working on today. Like, obviously, we can chat. We can talk. Oh, yeah, well, Jingles, you go to work. Jingle says, must run. Have a great stream. We'll see you tomorrow when you stream. Talk to you later. Thanks for dropping in. We will see you online tomorrow. But yeah, let me know what you guys are working on. Like, if you've got a project, I'm definitely here for those really nice, like, co-working vibes. We get chatty and gloriously distracted. But, you know, we're here to make good things. And if you have something you're working on, I'd love to see it. Also, if you exclamation point Discord or exclamation point socials in chat, you can join my Discord and share pictures. It's the one thing that's hard on stream is I can't see what you're working on. So if you're working on something and want to drop some pictures in there, kind of have our little nerd web look at it, you're welcome to share. We like to spread the love. So Quidon says Disney lost the rights to Tarzan, so I don't think they can make a live-action remake. If not the general public would take kindly to it. At least that's what I read. You know what? It's one of those where it's like, yeah, we don't need another live action. Like, it's hard with Disney because in some ways, like, they know that we'll watch whatever they crank out. So, like, the stakes aren't that high. But on the other hand, like, they're Disney. They could do whatever they want. They should take chances, make mistakes, get messy. They should go Miss Frizzle with it. They should do cool things because, like, they can. But I also get it. Like, if I could just... I don't know, there's times in my life where I'm like, well, if I could just phone it in, well, then obviously I'm gonna, you know, be kind to myself and I'm just gonna phone it in. I'm not gonna, like, go crazy 24/7. But on the other hand, like, if I had full financial stability and, like, a devoted audience that was like, yeah, whatever you do, we'll be there, I would take chances. So, Disney, take chances. Like, I really liked Encanto, and I know that was not everyone's cup of tea, but I'm glad they took some chances with that. That and the sound, speaking of soundtracks, that soundtrack, absolutely banging. Okay. So right now I'm sewing vertical lines 1.5 inches apart, and then, you ready for this really cool trick? I'm gonna go halfway in between and do 3/4 inch. So I'll bring up the finished sleeve since I've got it laying right here. It in the end with the like 3/4 inch spacing, it just makes this a really, really lovely, like, it looks like a quilted jacket in the best way. I don't know how intensely y'all look at like costume design, but just anytime I have something that's quilted like this, it doesn't even matter if it's like a totally different color, a totally different style. I always get like Princess Leia on Hoth vibes, especially if I'm doing like a grid. Like when I was working on the hood, let me reach here. It didn't matter that it was like blue and purple. It was like, oh, quilted grid, Princess Leia. Which, you know, I've never wanted, not that I've never wanted to, but every time I think about making that cosplay, because I love that visual texture so much, I remember that I live in like the desert in Southern California, and I'd get to wear it like once a year, and that's not as conducive to, you know, other costumes. So I digress. It's just one of those where it's like, oh man, it's hot here. It's very hot here. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I've got this little kind of Allen key looking thing, which if you were here like a week ago, I was struggling because I wanted to put mine on my machine, and normally it's just not an issue. But then I put my walking foot on, and I couldn't put this silly little thing in the right place because the walking foot didn't have an attachment for it. So, like, it's kind of nice to just be, like, using this on my mom's machine, like, as it's intended. which is hard because like I love this machine. This Pfaff. Some people pronounce it Pfaff, some people pronounce it Pfaff. Is the machine that I like grew up learning on. So obviously it's like always gonna be my favorite machine. But I really want to love my machine just because like it's a good machine. Like there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. It's definitely a me problem. But when like this machine just has features that I like know how to use and they just like work, it's hard not to get like frustrated, you know? So like I said, essentially these were 1.5 inch, so you can see the kind of gap here. I'm just splitting the difference. Now I did freehand them on the other one, but because I've got the little key thing here, I am gonna measure on these ones, but really it's just for that extra quilted detailing. And at any point, if you have questions about just how I do, what I do, why I do, where I do, let me know, because I'm happy to share and teach. And I know that we all can't be online every second of every day. So if you missed a part, just let me know and I will be happy to explain. All right. Oh, that looks so good. There's something just really satisfying visual texture wise about quilting, which I think is why I like to quilt. Sometimes the process can be a lot, like actually making a quilt. It's a lot of work. Like it's a lot of work. But I don't know, it's got these really satisfying like texture moments that I live for. So. Yeah, this whole project has given me like big fiber artist that like forgets they like to sew vibes, because I do that. Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna split the difference on this one. I really do like to sew. I like to hand sew, I like to machine sew, I like to just do things, but sometimes, I don't know, I think we all do this. Sometimes we forget what we like. It's like, you know, picking up an old video game and just being like, oh man, why haven't I played this in years? This was like my favorite. But, you know, sometimes you're jumping around, you're trying different things, you forget. And it's nice to have the reminder. So this is my reminder to be like, hey, guess what? I actually really like this. Hey, Ink Rabbit, how's it going? Ink Rabbit says, I think Tarzan is open domain. I'm going to correct that to public domain. Like Jungle Book, and therefore a live action. There's a live action before Disney did their live action. There definitely was live action. Now, what's interesting about that is also, too, the live action could have owned the rights and then Disney could have purchased the rights. So, like, you are correct on multiple levels, and also open for maybe a history deep dive into our Tarzan cinematic universe. How's it going today? Ink Rabbit, you and Little Sprout doing anything exciting right now? This is fun. I know it's just sewing straight lines on fabric, but it took a lot to get to this stage. Like just patterning and then effort and everything. She declared a Lego day. But you're having her do her homework. Well, she can co-work with me. We're living up to that co-work tag that's on the stream. So Little Sprout's doing homework. Mama's doing her quilt coat. Like, you know, let me know what y'all are working on. It's good to just have company, you know? Good coffee, good company. Yeah. I built the tiger, might do Luigi next. So Ink Rabbit just got that. What is it? Is it a 3-in-1? Is the tiger a 3-in-1? Or am I just completely... It's one of those Lego sets, like one of the big box, just really fun. I think it's a 3-in-1. He'll correct me if I'm wrong. But it's got this big tiger that, like, is jointed, and it's hilarious because, like, the entire Lego community kind of, like, simultaneously, like, geeked out and, like, freaked out because the tiger has a anatomically correct booty hole. Which is just funny. I think it's a little flower too. Okay, it is a 3-in-1, which is cool. Like, although I have a hard time with the 3-in-1 Lego sets because it's like they're all neat and you can't build them all at the same time. So how do you choose? But oh no, more playability. Like, what a nightmare. This is me actually working today. And then, of course, if you've hung around the channel at all, you know that Little Sprout loves the Lego Mario, and they came out with the Lego Luigi's Mansion sets. So I think they have one of the little ones with the, what is it, the Poltergust, the ghost fighting vacuum. So that's the little expansion packs. Which my brain just like put together. I'm like, hey, it's like physical DLC. I don't know why that, yep. Incredible says, I chose my favorite animal. Cool. What other animals did the set make? I just paid attention to the tiger. Oh, to the Luigi's Mansion, I'm assuming Incredible says, and I have no self-control and didn't want to miss out. Yeah, it's always hard when, like, cool sets come out. Like, not that everything should revolve around any sort of, like, holiday or whatever, but it's like, oh, well, for Christmas, Little Sprout got the, ooh, a red panda. Okay, I'm getting distracted. Got a lot of the Lego Mario sets, and so, like, Santa brought her the starter, and then family brought her expansions, and then it's like, then they come out with Luigi's Mansion, like, right after the holidays, and it's like, oh, no. But she's good right now. But yeah, like, you know, she's got like a summer birthday. If you like sleep on it, it could be totally gone. And then, you know, like, I don't agree with scalping. Like, if you happen to buy something and then it turns out to be valuable later and you feel like selling your version or your object, that's fine. But like, people that, you know, go out and buy 12 of the Lego sets just to sit on them because they're in short supply, not good. But yeah, it's like, you don't want to have to like rely on scalpers 6 months from now. So I feel that. Well, Incredible, I'm gonna have to look up that set because I didn't know it made a red panda. That's really cool. And I bet the koi fish is gorgeous too. A Lego pond would be really cute. But that tiger is amazing, so I do not blame you for picking the tiger. It's a cool set. Okay, so this is, like I said, I had done the 1.5 inch, it's really easy to see here on the white side. I had done the 1.5 inch quilt marks, and then I'm coming back in to do the 3/4. Now, the reason I didn't just go like 3/4, 3/4, 3/4, 3/4 over was just in case it like wanted to shift around. A lot of times with these, because what I'm doing is I am technically like over quilting. I'm making this very dense, and that's just because that's how I want it to be. But quilting, even if you based it really, really well, it can still shift. And then I'm switching machines in the middle of quilting, which is like very grateful that I have the opportunity to borrow equipment to continue the project. But it's, you know, it's like you're painting with, or you're doing calligraphy with a certain nib, and then halfway through like an essay, you have to switch to a different nib. Like, regardless of your skill, it's still going to look slightly different, and it might handle slightly different. And so I didn't want to just like start on one end and then have it like skew off horribly. Like, my rationale with a lot of things in life, it's better to just kind of come in and do that like scaffolding, that framework, and then go back and add that detail. Because like, also, welcome to having ADHD. If I had started and just done like 3/4, 3/4, 3/4, I might get to here and then be like, I'm bored, and then never touch this again. So at least by spreading out the work and doing the 1.5 over the whole thing, if I decided to mix it up at that point, at least it would be like integral, like structurally enough, instead of just being like, hey, look, I put 100% of the detail into like 25% of the surface area, and now too bad. Also, I'm running out of thread because of course I am. I picked this gorgeous thread, absolutely gorgeous thread, and we have one spool of it, and I don't know where it came from. So I'm trying to also spread out that workload too, to where, like, if I have to get creative in my stitching, in my like, whoops, we're out of thread, or whoops, we're out of like a tension, that I can cover for it, instead of having like perfectly detailed work in one spot and then nothing, which is something that's taken me a long time to learn. Like, I will be the first to admit that I used to, and still will occasionally, jump in and put all of the detail work into one spot, and then the brain will be like, hey, you know what? Why is this being weird? Hold on, give me 2 seconds. Are we? Oh, okay. No, we're good. It looked funny. I also have to sneeze. As soon as I like unmuted, I was gonna be like, no sneeze. So I tried out some new lotion today, and I think I might be mildly allergic to it because I've been sneezing like crazy. But it made my hands so soft. So it's like, yes, let's solve one problem and cause another. Which, I don't know, big ol' hashtag relatable there. But anyway, like I was saying, it's hard to, not to say to do the good work or to do projects properly, but like, I fully understand the siren call of like jumping in on a project and being like, I want to get to the last step, I want to put the details in, and then like not having the proper framework. And that's something I've definitely, like, okay, it's a maturity thing. It's also like realizing I have ADHD. It's also just like, it's a lot of things. It's not like something I'm like, demonizing. But it's like, oh, look, I can see that I'm getting better at that. So like giving myself a pat on the back for like character growth. But that doesn't mean it's not still a temptation, so. So I'm just going to whiz through this really fast, especially because this machine is a champion and handles stuff like this really, really well. So. This machine is one of those where it's like, it's a good machine. And it's always been a good machine, but it's just become like completely irreplaceable to both like my mom and I. And it's like, dang it, they don't make this one anymore. Like, not even they don't make things like they used to. Because like, I love my machine, but there's just, like I said, it's kind of like your first car. Like, it's the thing you learn to drive in. It's always gonna have a special place in your heart. So we've got 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 more lines to go, and then that's actually the sleeves done, which is really exciting, because then, well, it's slightly exciting and slightly terrifying, because then I have to figure out how I'm going to quilt the front of this, and I haven't gotten there yet. So if anyone wants to like big brain in chat, let me really quickly show you, not my problem, because there's no problems, but the hood was quilted on a 1.5-inch grid. The sleeves are on a 3/4 stripe, but I have the big, let me zoom out, manual zoom, come on, there we go. The absolute professional camera person here. The front of the coat is this piece here, so you can see, like, maybe you can see, that's worse. Here's where the arm, I think it's the arm scythe, there's where the collar's gonna be, or the hood, and then this is like the whole panel of the coat. There will be a pocket, because of course there has to be a pocket. 1, girls deserve pockets, and 2, how else is this supposed to be like the perfect coat to go pick up, foraged rocks and cool twigs if it doesn't have a pocket? Although she does have her matching goose foraging basket, which is super fun that Little Sprouts kind of, whether intentional or not, we've kind of put all of these together in a coordinating theme, and so she has her goose basket and now her goose coat. So she does have her basket, but I don't know. Pockets are important. So because of that, I can't decide like how much detailed quilting to do, because I don't know how big the pockets are going to be yet, because we haven't made them yet. And so I don't want to, like, let's just assume the pockets are about as big as my hand. I could do a diagonal grid and it would be fine. I could do a straight grid, but then if I do a straight up and down grid, then if the pockets need to be at an angle, then the quilting's going to look kind of dumb. So you could do the pockets first and then quilt around them, but that's a pain. That's why I like doing a diagonal grid would be better, because then just everything's purposely like askew. Yeah, so that's where I am with that. So if anyone has any ideas for how to quilt a very large piece of this, again, this is the front of the, hold on one second. Here. It's this piece, so like if I kind of stand up, it goes all the way down. Again, this is for a 5.5-year-old, so it looks ginormous because we've got a lot of work to do. But like, all right, Ingrabbit says, I was thinking can't I do a flower pattern? Well, that is an option. Luckily, and like part of me is glaring at you, sir, because I'm like, oh, can't you just do the more difficult thing? But I know that you mean well. Pushing me to my creative limits. making me do better work. At least because this is a darker fabric, as in not white. I do have a chalk pen, so I could draw something out. You want to ask Little Sprout what she's feeling? Because, I mean, like, I do have a decent machine. I could take a chance. Here I was, calling out Disney for being lazy and taking the easy route. And I'm probably going to have to, like, eat my words now. So, good thing I'm hungry. I do this to myself, don't I? I'm gonna keep quilting on this while y'all think, aka while, like, Ink Rabbit, like, asks Little Sprout if she wants flowers, and, like, of course she's probably not gonna say no, because this whole thing is flowers. No worries, he says. I'll ask her a bit after this next page of homework. No, you baby, you focus. I've got time. Now, if I had a long arm quilting machine or more expertise with quilting, a nice stipple quilt would be, a nice stipple pattern would be really lovely. Again, because it's what I do, the stipple quilting is the quilting that's on Queen Amidala's dress, the red palace dress with the, like, glowy olives on it. It's like squiggles that don't overlap each other is stipple quilting, and that'd be lovely. That would be absolutely lovely on this. But that's hard. Not just, like, technically hard. It's hard on the machine that I have, and, like, no equipment isn't an excuse. It's more just, it's easier when you have, like, a long arm machine, because it's kind of like a sewing machine that you can be like and get more freeform with, where I've got, like, the short throat here, and I'm also not good at it. Like, no lie. Like, I can make excuses, but my biggest excuse is just, yeah, I'm not good at that. So I don't want to, like, dork it up on the front of the coat. Like, the hood would have been the chance to try that. You know, because obviously, like, the only way I'm going to get better is by practicing. If I don't practice, I will always be bad. So. Alright. So, I'm just going to kind of keep whizzing through this. Not that I don't enjoy it, it's just that it's long lines, and it doesn't take too much thinking to get through these, which is nice. Like, not gonna lie, sometimes I don't want to have to think. Hopefully you can see how pretty that is, though. Like, just the quilting's nice. There we go. And speaking of Disney, I brought up Encanto earlier, but man, that soundtrack is, like, living absolutely rent-free in my brain. Like, just straight up rent-free. I'd like some rent. Okay, so you'll notice that I am quilting really close to this edge, and it's kind of in that this might be pointless, but it's probably better that I just do it, because if you remember, if you've been here, and if you don't, no worries, we did cut these pieces bigger than I needed to, because sometimes when you quilt, you get a little bit of shrinkage, you get a bit of slippage, sometimes just things are like, it's like, you know, making a sandwich and you kind of just blurb it together. Like, sometimes things just aren't, it's not a perfect square. So I am quilting really close to the edge, and I'm probably going to cut it right off, which does kill me a little bit, because, you know, I am running out of this thread. I'll be okay. You know what? I might stop. If I need to go back in, I'll do it. We're gonna be smart about this. Okay, so Little Sprout says, pretty flower pattern. And then Ink Rabbit says, well, what if? And Little Sprout's like, nope, I already said pretty flower pattern. No, love, I am very happy that you know what you want. Okay, so really quickly before I forget, I don't know if the camera's going to pick it up, but right when my machine was breaking, it'll get fixed. It was doing awful loopy things with my threads, so I still do need to pick these out before I make them into sleeves. But I'm kind of at that point where I feel like I need to quilt the rest of it just to make sure I have the thread, because I can save this, like by going in with a hand needle. I'd rather just unpick it. I'd rather just unpick it and then do it again. But like if I get to the point where I'm like out of thread, it is the kind of like, well, it's easier to fix what I have. So we're gonna move on to what needs to be like quilted, which is this piece. So I'm gonna zoom way out here because we're gonna get the chalk pen. So like I said, here's the sleeve, and oops, and hood, and sleeve, and sounded like I dropped the other. Oh, here's the other hood. So that's all gonna go sit over here for a little bit. And then that beautiful block that'll go on the back. Haven't made the back yet. And then the two fronts. So like obviously if y'all can use your imagination, there's one, and then excuse me, coffee. Here's the other. Obviously I need to make the sandwiches right, and then ta-da, it opens, it's a coat, you can wear it. So what I'm gonna do is take the opportunity to baste these properly and then draw a pretty flower pattern. Because yeah, why not? Why not take the chance? Why not do good work? You know, push my boundaries and expertise. So I'm going to find us a chalk pen is what's going to happen. So I'm going to step up for 1 second. That was way easier than I thought. I thought I was gonna have to be away for a second there. I didn't, so whoops. Cool, at least that means I know what I'm doing, sort of. Don't tell anybody. Okay, so first things first, we're gonna turn off the machine, unplug the foot pedal, and gracefully push it out of the way because we need some space. Especially when you're basting, you need like all the room you can get because you really want these to be like flat. So we'll do one at a time. Let me just make sure I didn't like dork this up too badly and that I've got a proper sandwich. I do. Okay. So when I'm talking about sandwiches, I'm talking again about that backing, the batting, and then your like, excuse me, your front layer. Obviously on this, I need to make sure that like I have, like they're not symmetrical, like this way. So I need to make sure that I have all the right pieces facing the right direction with the right side of the fabric showing, which like arguably to me is one of the hardest parts of clothing construction. Like with this pattern, the sleeves are not symmetrical on the vertical. So there's a right sleeve and a left sleeve. And that's hard when you're trying to like cut them out in bulk because it's just kind of like, because of course, if you were just making this like normally, you'd need an outer facing and an inner lining. But I had to go in and then add like, you know, batting and make it harder because it's what I do. Welcome to my channel. I take already, you know, advanced things and then overcomplicate them because it's fun for my brain. Because why not make, like, why just make a coat when you can make a quilt coat and then you have to make like a whole quilt? Increpit says, we know you can do it, and she has confidence in you. You know, Little Sprout has no problem calling people out. Like, can you really do that? And she didn't even. It didn't even phase her. Well, I appreciate that, babe. Little Sprout believes in me, which means, heck yeah, we're getting a pretty pattern today. So with this, again, backing, batting, front facing, and then I have some kind of wrinkly corduroy. Corduroy, why I did this, again, welcome to my I Make Things Complicated. Corduroy is really hard to iron because it's kind of like the fussy, well, it's like the not as fussy cousin of velvet, but still you can't just slap it on an ironing board because it's got ridges. It's like trying to iron a ruffle. What makes it fantastic are these ridges, and you can't iron those out. So, but it's lovely, and it's one of my favorite materials to work with, and I thought it would make a really lovely coat. And so far, I don't feel like so far I've been right, but you know, like in the way that it's like, so far this like looks legit and feels legit, and I'm very happy about that. Ow, that's a pin. Because I want this to be good and worth it. Okay, so that's one basted. I'm gonna do this other one. Again, making sure that I don't have two lefts or two rights. That's why I gotta do them together, because knowing me, I'd be like, hey, these are perfect, and there's now two lefts. So, doing them concurrently means two. We kind of, we talked about that, just keeping the neurodivergent brain happy. I don't want to do one and then have my brain be like, and we're bored. I don't want to start all over and do a second one. So, you know, like Neurodivergent Squad, shout out. I got to do them both at the same time. So at least I can get them to the same level at the same time. Because that way, then if something happens and I run out of thread or run out of motivation, at least they're like at the same point instead of 100% of detail on one and nothing on the other. So, you know, character growth. Okay, so these are now basted. And then, okay. Why? Oh, no, that's... I'm just looking at these because I might want to flip them. Yeah. All right, so that's why we check these things. Oh, no, that means my pins are upside down. They look slightly different colors, and I know the camera's not picking that up, of course. No, that's fine. That's fine. Everything's fine. Great. And then it's, you know, there's going to be like so much. Why do they look like different colors? All right, it's cool. This is me just questioning the very nature of my reality. It's all good. Okay, so I'm just rolling up my sleeves because it's time to get serious. That, and I'm going to be using chalk, and I have a slightly baggy shirt on, and I know that if I don't roll up my sleeves, I'll undo all my work. So what I'm using is, actually I'll hold it up here. This is a chalk pen. It's loose chalk in this chamber here. Actually, it's already open. And then there's kind of like just a little wheel, and you use it to draw. Now, it's mostly used for straight lines because it does have that like wheel, so kind of like a rotary cutter, but you can get curves. So we're just gonna play. Little Sprout's kind of giving me permission to just make pretty flowers. So I'm gonna pull up, you know, some of the designs. Also, this is what like the back of the coat's gonna look like, and won't that be lovely? So I'm excited. Haven't done that yet, but we'll get there. So I'm going to look at the flowers because my initial instinct is just to be like, meep, 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 and that's fine. But there's also some really pretty flowers on this fabric, and I don't want to miss out. So I'm just gonna do some sketches, and I know it might be hard. Let's zoom in since y'all know what I'm doing now. Now, if I let's pretend I hated that. Oh, it's chalk. It just comes out, which is great, except, you know, you saw how easily that comes off. So hopefully we can draw something and have it, like, stay for a second. I really like this I'm pointing to something y'all can't see. I really like this flower here. It's kind of like a daisy, and I think that's just really, really pretty. So I'm going to try and kind of sketch one of those out. It's got 4 petals, so, like, kind of here are our center lines. Now I can already tell I'm going to need to baste this more because if even my like chalk pen's getting kind of caught on it, that means my machine's going to drag. But, oh, that's going to be pretty. What do you think about that, Little Sprout? Come on, chalk. I have to be careful, just in the way where I don't want too many like starts and stops, and I don't want it to be like, oh, she says, wow. Okay, perfect. All right, motivation. Okay, so like, yeah. Not that a grid wouldn't have been fine, but now I'm feeling I needed this. Okay, so I won't over quilt where I know the pocket's gonna be. It might just get some like swirls. Because, you know, like when in doubt, just add like some really pretty swirls, right? Like that's pretty. And then if the pocket's just kind of over that, I know that at least like the quilt like is structurally quilted enough, but you know, that way I'm not like doing all this work and then just, you know, covering it, because I'm really good at that too. You know, just effort squad, and then having it come out and just not have been worth it. It's really hard. Okay, so let's do this other tulip. I like tulips. I'm also just worried about like, okay, and this is like where you play to your strengths. So obviously like this is pushing me outside my comfort zone already in like the best way. But it's like, well, if I keep it to where they're like a decent curve and then like points, I know I can do that. But if I'm like trying too much to do like that kind of curve, that might be hard. Now, I know this machine can handle it, which in some ways it's probably the best thing that like this that I'm borrowing a machine that I'm way more comfortable quilting on. Oh, which is funny because normally when I like have the opportunity to quilt, I choose my Elna, not the Pfaff. The Pfaff I use mostly for piecing. I don't know. My brain's in a weird place right now. I'm just gonna run with it because like why not? Because if I overthink it, well then congratulations, I'll have overthought it, and that won't get me anything. So we're just gonna go with, hey, this feels right. Let's do. So I think up here along the collar, now I have to remember that these pieces are already cut bigger than they need to be, and then this has at least a quarter. I feel like it was smaller than a 5/8 seam allowance. Most clothing has a 5/8 seam allowance because that allows you to tailor it and still have like play. So I don't want to like do a whole bunch of detail work like right here because it's probably going to get cut right off. So like right here, right above this flower, kind of along the collar line, I am going to take the chance and do a couple leaves and hopefully not cut them right off. But, you know, it'll still look organic and pretty, like even if they end up being partially cut into. Oh, I like that. That's pretty. You know, we'll just... Aw. And Gravit said, I asked Little Sprout if she had any ideas. And Little Sprout says, I like what she's doing. Well, I'm going to take that like massive confidence boost and keep running with it. So I'm going to do one more big flower here. I know I'm kind of zoomed. And this is actually a pretty big piece because it goes all the way down to here. But like I said, I know that a lot of this is getting cut off. So I don't want to, and then the pocket's going to be here. So if the pocket, I'll use my handy brush, probably about that square. So like that down is probably going to be the pocket. So I still have room for a big flower. And I think making these also asymmetrical means that, and this is great for my ADHD brain, it means I don't have to replicate it. And then if I do asymmetrical, it definitely means I can pull out several different flowers. Like I might try and do a big rose on the other side if I like gain some confidence on this side. So yeah, I like that tulip. Where'd it go? Oh, okay. It's got 4 points as well. I'm gonna do it with 3. Not that this fabric designer didn't do a beautiful tulip, but there we go. I just feel like that's more my style. I'll do a little flamey bit. Okay, so this chalk pen like definitely wants to do what I want it to do, but it also is just like, whoa, can you calm down? I'm for like straight lines. So I have to fight it a little bit, and also I put a pin like right where I needed it. Which is what's hard about having to have this basted and then still like quilt it, because I don't want to have to move these pins too much either. But like, not to be like all excuses aside, because that's like not my point. More just, yeah, it's, you know, sometimes it's hard to fit it all. And let's do a decorative swirl. Oops, that was too close. All right, if you wanted to see what it looked like when you make a mistake. That's funny because it's got one of those little like metal wheels in it, and I always low-key feel like it's going to cut my fabric. It's not going to. I mean, like, maybe if this was really delicate silk or something, I might have to be worried about it, but it's corduroy. Corduroy is tough. I really like corduroy, like, a lot. Like, this coat is a love letter to corduroy. Actually, this year is going to be a love letter to corduroy. Like, I have some plans to make myself some clothes. Guess what? They're all corduroy. Okay, so that's actually really pretty. I'm going to take a picture of this because I can pretend that I also run a social media accounts and know how to post like a responsible person. But nah, actually, I just really like capturing the process. So thanks for bearing with me on that one. Now, what we're going to do is set this to the side where I don't mess it up, but I can still see it because I want them to like play off of each other because like obviously Little Sprout's going to wear this like as a coat. I want them to be harmonious, but not exact because yeah, they're like totally different colors today. That's so weird. Camera's like, no, they're not. But you know, at least I'm the only one seeing it. Let's do a rose. A whole rose. I'm like like not in the, like only in the like self-deprecating way because that's how my brain works, but like I don't know how to draw a rose on the best day. So yeah, let's just freehand a rose. I'll pull this one out. I am like living for this rose right here. Also, just look at how cute this fabric is. This fabric and this fabric are actually the same, just in different colorways, which is fun. It's just the background color is different. But I love how different they, like how totally different they look. It's like, wow. Or a love letter to Cora, right? Right? My mom gets it. You know what? We might do this kind of sakura blossom instead. I'm just worried that the rose is going to end up looking like a spiral. And not that that's bad. I just think I can use that to my benefit somewhere else. So if we kind of imagine the pockets here-ish, right here, let's do a big flower. Also, I can't draw a circle with this, so I'm just kind of realizing like trying to do a spirally rose might not have, I don't want anything that looks like a nipple. I'm getting there. This is the thought process. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. That's about even. It is nice having the overhead cams because I'm at a weird perspective right now. So it's like, wow, look at that. Okay, so these are kind of not quite a dogwood shaped petal, but not quite a sakura petal either. Kind of a, duck foot shaped, like a cartoon duck, which works really well because this collection again is called Goose Creek Garden. Is that too big? Nah, that's good. See, it's nice to have a stream because otherwise, like, in the best ways, otherwise I just talk to myself. And, like, now I can talk to you guys. I'm not sure if the mic is picking up on this delightful sound, so I'm going to be awkward and move my mic in because I want you guys to hear it, if you can. That's what it sounds like the whole time. And it's just satisfying. All right. It's okay, Mike. Hey, Mama Jewel, how is it going? It's been delightful to see you, like, in the wild. We've definitely kind of run into each other on a couple streams lately, and it's been absolutely delightful. I was trying to mix, like, 3 adjectives there in my brain, and but they all were very positive adjectives. So how are you doing today? How is Little Sprout? She is good. We are definitely living that co-working tag, which is like my favorite tag on Twitch right now. I didn't totally Christopher Columbusing this. Like I did not know about it. I did not discover it. It's just more like I found out the co-working tag is for people like when you're just like vibing on a project and people just like work alongside you, and it's delightful. And so it makes my heart really happy that she's with her dad right now doing homework. So she's co-working. She's able to put in input on this. But not distracting each other in like the best way. So she's getting work done. I'm getting work done. Everybody's just feeling good. So we are drafting out the quilting pattern for the front of the coat. And I was spouting some pretty big words earlier today, all in like good fun, about how a friend had brought up just like the Disney live action remakes, and just I was kind of getting on Disney for just the interesting thing where if I was financially stable and had like legions of adoring fans, I would want to like push the envelope and do more. I wouldn't want to just be content with the fact that everyone would like happily enjoy whatever I put out. And so then I was about to quilt this, and I was about to just take the easy route and just do a grid. And Ink Rabbit called me out in the best way and was like, well, shouldn't you do something better and push the envelope? And I was like, yeah, well, like I said, good thing I'm hungry because I'm going to be eating my words. So no, it's good. It's good to have friends and people around you that like push you in the best ways. Like I'm not pushing myself to anything that I like can't do or am uncomfortable. This is more like, you know what? You're right. I can do, I can do pretty things. And plus now Little Sprout gets to like be involved, and I'm really loving this, and I wouldn't have done this without like that's what's really, really rewarding about Twitch and everything. Is I was kind of joking that otherwise I'd be sitting here talking to myself, and it's so nice to be able to instead, talk to you guys. But like, I really mean it because, you guys are so much fun to bounce ideas off of. So I'm very, very happy to see all y'all. So I hope you are doing very well. Mama Jewel. Okay, I'm in love with this flower. Like, it's so delicate. I really hope that this comes out in the quilting. Part of me, the like reckless part, is like, oh, I should switch to a white thread so that it shows up like these sketches. But then I'm like, nah, this quilt already has this jacket already has a lot going on. I think I'm going to do it in the same pink thread, so that it's just as subtle, like impression. So go with the like etched plate quilted impression instead of the sketch impression. But I hope it reads. I'm really excited about this. Like, go figure. I'm doing good work and I'm like thrilled about it. Okay, this one's going to get a vine. So you can really see how that sometimes moves it a little more than I'm wanting it to. Which is why I gotta base the heck out of this. So what I'm probably gonna do, actually what I am gonna do, I'm gonna be confident. I'm going to sew this one first because I've got like all my pins in it. And then I'll move some more pins to this one and really see like how it's feeling. Because I don't know how basted this wants to be. Because these are very much alive. Very, very organic. Oops, that is not how I want it. Come on, there we go. There's a lot that like, it's not just me talking to the quilt, but there's a lot of like feeling that goes into that. And so it needs to tell me what it needs. Mama Jewel says, yes, I made my first ATCs this week. I had a lot of fun at the Match Bonfire multi-stream last night. That's cool. You want to talk more about that? That sounds heckin' cool. ATCs. I actually don't know that acronym. So if you want to elaborate, let me get even more excited for you. But that's really cool. That's really cool. Oops, I almost totally opened this and that would have dumped chalk everywhere. And that would have been not fun. Okay, so getting excited, getting distracted in the bed. Artist trading card. You know what? Thank you. Probably could have gotten there, but I definitely artist trading. That's awesome. Those are so much fun. I have a pack of the little like Bristol ones kicking around that oh man, if intentions paid the bills and if intentions got my work done. That's super cool. If you would like, if you're on Discord, you are welcome to drop those in the like arts and chats group and we can give you some love if you're ready to share those. If not, I understand that. But yeah, no, Ink Rabbit, I was just about to say, hey, if you didn't already hear that, I remember we were going to try and do some. So like, that's what's cool too, is like, there's the things that I've forgotten about, not because they aren't like the coolest, because they totally are, but it's more just like, wow, I'm glad people are out there really doing these cool things, because there's so many cool things to do that like sometimes I forget and I get overwhelmed. And so just like, I get really excited when people are out there doing really cool things. It just reminds me of like all the best reasons like why we make things and why we create. So heck yeah. Okay, making some squeak noise. So I'm gonna try and do a similar flourish. Again, I don't want them to be completely symmetrical. They're already not. But just, have similar vibes. I'm just trying to not cover this pocket, but I'm inevitably, whatever it's going to be the most interesting here is going to get covered. It's just going to happen. Oh yeah, the post-it show is really cool. There's a gallery. So I'm in Southern California. I'm real close to Los Angeles. There is a really cool gallery called Giant Robot, which just on its own, y'all need to check out if you're ever in Southern California. But the curator there, Eric Nakamura, he does a post-it show every year. And so like people just draw on post-it notes, which like, okay, now I have to like go grab mine because they're freaking cool. But yeah, it reminds me of like all the great vibes of like artist trading cards, and just like my favorite thing about like ATCs and like the post-it show is like, obviously I love to collect art. I love to support artists, but it's hard sometimes to like want to like to be able to like afford originals. Cause like I love prints, and prints are great. Prints are affordable, prints are accessible, but like you get to a certain point where you're like, oh man, I'd love to own an original of, like these big artists. And so like the post show is super cool because like you can get pieces of art from like, Gary Baseman and David Horvath and because they're small, like what's super cool too is the curator prices them all the same. Like, so that there isn't an elitism. It's not like, well, the famous artists are this much. No, like everyone's the same. He does this really cool, like you get to come in and you get to pick one and then you go back in line. You know, like it's a really neat system. So it's super fair. Just really awesome, super heckin' wholesome vibes. Like the whole thing is set up super well. Mama Jewel says, Match is an online space for artists and crafters to connect and collaborate as we share inspiration and growth in our creative endeavors. We have a website and our Discord and all of our socials. Our goal is to create a central hub for artists and crafters to connect so we can unite all different and amazing communities together. We have lots of goals as well. That is awesome, super awesome. I'm gonna have to like check that out as soon as I get off stream. That is super cool. We're doing 2 multi-streams, bonfires, nice Match and bonfire. I love that. A month, and we have our first event for the Match community members, which is our secret Sweeties gift exchange. Well, look at you just out there like uniting the world. Oh, that's so cool. That's really cool. Like that just takes like all of the excellent like I don't know, like the Twitch community has been amazing thus far. And just like to know that people are out there just like continuously pushing that envelope. Like you are pushing that envelope, you are wax sealed in that envelope. That is beautiful. Yes, I thank you. Mama Jewel says I have info in my about panels, and so I will go lovingly stalk all that and find out all the cool stuff you're doing because that's super cool. So everyone, everyone check that out. That's so cool. Like I'm at a loss for words. Goodness gracious, because that is so cool. Yes, what I will do, that works too. I was about to say if Mama Jewel wants to join our Discord and post links, awesome. If not, I am happy to do that work. And as soon as I get off stream, or if anyone wants to jump on right now and grab the info, we can team effort this. So I will make sure that regardless, by the end of the stream when I sign off, if it hasn't happened, I'll make sure it happens. That's super cool. But yeah, no, I have a couple post-it pieces here in the box that I kind of want to just geek out about because this is the cool stuff, and like I love just people getting excited about things, and like just even though it was like tangentially related and like absolutely not to steal like the energy, but more so to evolve the energy. Like you're out there doing ATCs that reminds me like, oh, that's cool. I wanted to do stuff like that. I love sharing art. I love art accessibility. I like art affordability. If you want to drop them in the Discord, I know how to use my chat. That's going to be !Discord. I don't have my full mod team today, which is totally fine. Discord. And then you're welcome to put them in either, thank you, and grab it. Either the arts and chats, I didn't even do it right. Arts and chats is a great place. You can put it in the promote yourself chat. Kind of honestly, wherever you feel that belongs. I do love how Discord allows me to be slightly more organized than I am IRL. But yeah, I'm gonna grab those while we just geek because Mama Schoolie's bringing up the best stuff. Sweet, thank you. I know how to get set back up. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mama Jewel. 1, for sharing, and 2, for just getting us all jazzed. So yeah, if you are lurking or just coming in, we are talking about ATCs, or artist trading cards. Thanks again, Mama Jewel, for bringing that up and then reminding me of the acronyms. I love a good TLA. But yeah, then we started talking about just art and the post-it show, and what is really cool and why I love the artist trading cards is that it is really just a way to like get a piece of art from somebody, and in the best way. It's like the biggest deal, but it's not like, you know, it's not like it's a crazy burden on the artist or on like someone being able to afford it. I know some people sell their cards, I know people trade their cards, I know people gift their cards, but there's something about, and this is also just something that like I love to geek about, anytime that something like, I'm a big scale geek, so like I like my things to be like true 1-to-1 scale. But then like if they're in a miniature scale or in a like ridiculously large scale, the brain is like, oh, that's the good stuff. And so like with the artist trading cards and like the post-it note show and like that kind of work, it's like you're owning these originals, but they're small. And it's charming. It's like so extra charming. So I can't wait to see Mama Jewel's ATCs. I just wanted to show off two of my post-it note pieces just because these are just really cool to me. But like just being able to have art be accessible, especially from like big name artists. This is Mari Inukai, this is Jas. Like these are cool. And then people, what also is fun is when you have creativity with limits, and we've talked about this a lot. Like when you have the artist trading card size, it's a little bit. It's a trading card. Like I was trying to figure out how to describe the size. It's a Pokemon card size. It's a trading card. So like you have that canvas, and so you can do anything you want, but you have that canvas, and so it's neat to see how people push that. I really like this one because it is like layered off of the post-it note. So like these are just in the best way, gloriously just from Staples post-it notes, and people have elevated them to miniature pieces of fine art. And then they were accessibly affordable, and it's like just I don't know, it's good energy, it's good stuff. So like these are two of my favorite pieces. But yeah, there's an artist, and her name is Flat Bonnie, and she sews on her post-it. She works in vinyl, like in the vinyl fabric, like the pleathers. Has a really cool like plush line that she makes all by herself. But like her post-it, she sewed onto them, and like that blew my mind. So like yeah, I can't wait to see what people are doing in your match group there, Mama Jules. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for like the whirlwind of inspiration. Now I am so pumped. So pumped. Okay, I'm gonna focus in the best way, just because like I said, I get excited. So I'm gonna put in some more swirls, because we gotta kind of, in the best way, wrap this up. I'm just trying to like I said, I don't want to overwork where I know the pockets are gonna be. I just want enough that it's, quilted. Because really, quilting is simultaneously a place to express, to enhance, to highlight what you're working on. And it's also just a big ole, like, hey, we need these to stick together. So there is a little bit of math involved. I've talked about this. I talk about it every time I'm quilting because it's important. You have to know, mostly you need to know what the parameters are for your batting. For them, there'll be a square inch limit. So like it needs to be quilted every 2 square inches, 4, 6, 8, 10, etc., etc. So for the most part, you want to make sure that you don't have any like giant, 6x6 areas that like aren't quilted, because the batting could start to pull apart. If you've seen a really old quilt that may not have been as densely quilted, the batting will start to, I don't have a scrap piece with me, do I? It'll just start to pull apart, and so it'll get less fluffy. And it's not a huge problem. It's just one of those where like if we know better, then we can like do better from the beginning, because this will eventually break apart. And so you can get areas that are like thinner, and essentially, and especially because this is a coat, I don't want any areas where it's like worn thin, because the point is to keep my little sprout warm. So gotta make sure it like does its thing. So I'm just making sure that, like here for example, so this is my hand. My hand happens to be about 6-7 inches long, just for rough scale. So like if there's anywhere where I could put my hand and have there like not be quilting underneath it, that would be a problem. I'm using a warm and natural cotton batting, and that's true. Quilting Koala says you don't want it to get clumpy. The point that I was saying was that it can wear out, and yeah, it can absolutely wear out. It can also like if you've ever worn a swimsuit that has any sort of like lining in it and it like migrates, yeah, that's why we quilt, because you don't want clumps. You're absolutely right. Thank you, Quilting Koala. So we don't want clumps, and we don't want it to wear out. We don't want it to get patchy. We want it to like, we're putting this much effort in. We want it to be good. So that's what quilting, like I'll talk about density. That's what I'm talking about, is just making sure that we like follow that magic number. And then also like it's, again, yeah, if you've ever had like a swimsuit that has that piece in it, like it would be amazing if it just had a couple stitches, because then it wouldn't shift. So we've got the structural integrity, we've got the density, and then we get to make it gorgeous. And like I'm so excited for how this is turning out. Like one, I just love a good challenge, and this is really absolutely just giving me life right now. So I'm gonna very carefully, because you saw how easy that chalk came right off. And I'm gonna kind of delicately flump that one over there, and then do the same, and then we will Bring the sewing machine back. Come back to me. Yep, quality content right here. Okay, so we are going to quilt. So I gotta plug this back in because I loosed the mainsail. I've been kind of in a piratey mood lately, which is weird for me. It's just not my normal aesthetic, but I don't know. Maybe there's something about the cold that just calls for sea shanties. So it's been nothing but pirate metaphors in my head. Okay. All right. Moment of truth here. Okay. So you can see the chalk lines. In a perfect world, I would know what angle to start from to be efficient, but efficient. I don't know that. I don't know them. It's not a name we've heard around these parts. We are trying our best here. Effort, yes. Efficient, not so much. We try. All right, so I'm just gonna kind of jump in. I want to see if this is basted well enough. I want to see if it's quilted densely enough. I want to see how this handles. I want to see if I can lose my pin cushion 27 times. Make sure my walking foot is engaged. Okay, so we had this problem on my machine. Thank you so much, Mama Jewel, for posting that. Yay! In the arts and chat section. Okay, so the walking foot, we've talked about like feed differentials. So on a regular, on all machines, there are little metal, we're learning. Okay, so there are little metal kind of, they look like gears, but they're flat. Those feed from the bottom to keep everything going nice and even. Now, most machines will have an auxiliary walking foot, which looks like this. And so you can see kind of those same gear looking bobbers here, and that helps just feed from the top. These go through here. When you've got imagine trying to like shove a sandwich under a steamroller. Like you don't want to put it under your steamroller and have like the bottom layer come out first, but that's what's going to happen if you're just trying to jam it into the steamroller. What the feed dogs do all day from here, you don't want to do there. The feed dogs and making sure that you have even pressure with your walking foot is that it goes under the steamroller. Feed dogs, thank you. Under the steamroller, the same direction and the same speed, and they feed evenly so that you don't end up doing this. Big tectonic plate energy. We want this all to go under as evenly as possible because there's enough things that can go wrong in this. We don't need it shifting. So I say that from a lot of personal experience. My quilt coat, my glorious linen quilt coat, we had a big old learning experience on that, and I didn't know totally that my machine didn't have a walking foot. This one has one built in, which is why this will always be, this machine will always be like my favorite, because it just has that built in, but it's rare that it has that built in. So yeah, that's what happens when you learn on the when you learn on the not industry standard, then you have a weird crutch that you have to develop for the rest of your life. So it's good. It's good stuff. All right, so we are gonna sew. Okay, so normally if I was quilting a quilt, I would roll this because that gives me something to hold on to. But we are doing, perfect. I just saw that Discord notification come through. Because of this chalk, I don't want to roll it up because I know that's going to mess it up. So I'm trying to find places to hold, which is why my hands are doing this weird, awkward dance. Because, one, I'm just awkward. Welcome to my channel. And two, we're figuring it out. Because I want enough. You never want to pull on your machine. You never want to you jerk your fabric through. It's like a dance. And this is coming from somebody awkward that, I can dance, but I wouldn't write home about my dancing or anything. So you're trying to find a balance. But yeah, no, right now I'm just struggling in that way where it's like, hey, I'm trying something new, so I'm going to be awkward for a little bit. But by the time we're done, we'll have a great balance. Because knowing me, I'll wipe all the chalk off just trying to get a handhold here. And then I don't want it to fold on top of each other either because it'll wipe the chalk off. So I'm making sure that let me zoom in here, keeping my needle down. This allows me when I lift up my presser foot, see, up, down, that I can pivot like very nicely. Like obviously at this point you don't want to jerk around because you could break your needle. But that ability to pivot like on the needle point is crucial for doing stuff like this. So good. Okay. Now I am trying to conserve thread, so I'm being very there we go. So okay, camera's kind of picking that up. I'm gonna wipe away the chalk. And you can see there's a leaf. There's a leaf. There's a leaf. We only have like 27 flowers and 6,000 leaves to go. But hey, we made a leaf. And I love it. Oh, it's so cool. Okay. What I can't decide, and this is, what's nice about like this is, really getting into it and just kind of figuring out my own rules. In a perfect world, well, okay, there's no perfect world. A lot of times, there we go, better caveat, when you're quilting, you do what's called continuous line quilting. So like, imagine you're drawing and you can't lift your pencil up. Obviously that's much more efficient because starting and stopping means knots. It means, just awkward starts and stops. No, like really big words there. So like the more that you can do it in one continuous line, the better. Now, rules are meant to be broken and obviously do whatever you want. Really, as far as quilting, as long as it's like, quilted dense enough for your batting, you're golden. There's no real rules. That said, it's kind of like, yes, you can struggle, but if you can develop a technique that makes it easier for yourself, well, then everybody wins. So that's why I'm starting at this top here with this like vine, is I'm trying to decide if I can do it in one pass, if I start and stop from one point, if I like go back in and add like extra thickness by bringing in another line. So this is my brain just like trying to think this one out on the fly, for better or for worse. So that's what we are doing, and trying not to, because now I've got this like all in the throat of the machine over here, which is just a thing. Try not to get all this chalk off because I need this chalk. So let's see if we can go this way. Yeah, that's better. And fighting that knowledge that we don't have very much thread left. So make it pretty, but not too detailed, but also like worth doing, because otherwise what's the point? Now we'll do one more. Okay, so yeah, welcome to my brain trying to figure this one out. Which one of my really good friends here on Twitch, Erin, pointed out to me the other day, and this just lives in my brain because it's beautiful. Sometimes I worry, like, how much should I pre-plan before Twitch? Like, is it better to do all the thinking off camera and then just be like, wow, look, this was perfect. And it's like, no, that's kind of like, not like even to pit the companies against each other. It's not even about the companies, but like, that's kind of what YouTube is for. Like, if I do a project for 20 hours on Twitch, I already know it's going to get distilled down to 20 minutes for YouTube and then 20 seconds for Instagram. So it's like, this is the chance to show, like, here's all my dorky thought. This is what went into it. And so Erin, she's like, yeah, no, you're on the right track. Like, Twitch is your sketchbook. Twitch is going to have mistakes. Twitch is going to have that raw thought energy where you talk these things out and show what you can only show when you have 20 hours to put into it. And then like YouTube is more like the finished project. Like, yeah, obviously, you show your like, steps and process, but it's very curated. And so like, you're coming to Twitch for that, like that peek into the sketchbook that you don't get anywhere else. And that to me is really important. But I just love that Erin, and she's E.E. Dobbins here on Twitch. Check out her channel. She does really cool stuff. But I loved that thought process behind it, because sometimes I'm like, oh no, like I'm making this up on the fly. Is that weird? But no, it's organic. It's something that like, like I said before, it could just be me sitting in my studio talking to myself. But I think there's something about watching people do all the steps and it not being so polished and perfect that, like, I don't know, that's why I come to Twitch. And in everything too, like if I'm watching a speedrunner, they're gonna they're going to hit reset like 27 times. They're just always looking for a different way to try something. They're always they're trying things, you know. Obviously, yeah, when they get it down to their 30-second speed run, they'll post that somewhere, and like sometimes it's fun just to watch the finished project. But there's also something about being like on the journey, like really on the journey, like with every stitch. That I'm grateful to be able to see in other people, and I'm really grateful that like y'all are interested in it as well, because I don't know, it's cool. I don't get the opportunity to share at this level like very often, you know. So I'm also gonna drink some coffee because I love bean juice. And I open this and I need to finish it before it gets too much later. Otherwise, I'll be up all night because I don't know, caffeine just hits differently after like 30. Okay. Leaf time. Bonk. Okay, and now we're gonna deja vu. I have been to space before. Yeah, sure, that's still kind of leaf-shaped. It's like I probably should have started on the flower first because that's like the most delicate chalk work. But like, you know, I wanted to make sure I knew what I was doing. Okay. So let's take a look. Let's see what we did. So you can see that like once this chalk comes off, it does look really differently. So we have chalk here and quilted there. So it totally changes the way that this feels. I need some more pins because this flower is going to be a lot. And I'd rather navigate around pins than have it bunch, especially with this much detail quilting. Like that would just be tragic. Now, it is smarter. Oh, I'm like sitting here with a treasure trove. I was about to talk about safety pins and be like, but I didn't bring any, as I'm sitting here with like a literal treasure trove of them. Good job, brain. If you're doing like a big quilt, I would recommend safety pins because then, you know how I said like I like to roll these up and I like to smoosh them. Safety pins are for safety. Don't stab yourself. When I'm working on smaller pieces, I tend to just go with straight pins because I'm probably going to be, you know, moving them a lot, if that makes sense. Like with a straight pin, I can be up under the machine and then like move it. Whereas with the safety pins, sometimes they get a little stuck. They get a little tricky. So obviously just, you know your tools and use whatever combination works best for you. Like that's kind of my big thing is like, obviously, you know, learn from whom you can, learn what you can, but like also at the end of the day, like as long as you're not hurting anybody, including yourself, however you do things is fine. Like make it work for your body, for your brain. There's no right or wrong way in that respect. So yeah, I like to do a little bit of make it work, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. You know, stab yourself with the straight pins. Okay. So we're coming in on this big flower here. Let me, you know, bring the camera so it shows something. So we're coming in and we're going to do this big flower here. So I'm really trying to have this not dust itself off. I wonder if rolling would do it. We're going to take a side trip and do this leaf. See now the safety pin, like totally in my way. Totally in my way. Which is my own problem. I do this to myself. But that's why I don't always use them when I'm doing fiddly things. The grids, you know that you're gonna come up on it, but fiddly things. Yep, this is perfect. Okay, there we go. Okay, now we're gonna pivot. And then I'm going to do a little vein on this leaf because apparently I just want to put in a lot of detail today. And I'm actually going to tie a knot there. Okay, so I do have to cut my threads because I like stopped, but I'm going to leave enough so that I can pull all my knots to the underside. One, it just looks neater in the end, and two, then I can just make sure that like everything's good. So where was I? Okay, back. And this kind of goes back to the just like, hey, guess what? I'm making this up as I go along. I'm just going to start back at this end here. Because I figure the stems, if they get sewn 2 or 3 times instead of just once, then they look thicker and they look more intentional. So it's like I planned it. Which is always nice. It's always nice when like sure, I have an idea of what I'm doing, but it's always nice when things just like work out, and it like really looks like I know what I'm doing. Like just big brain time here. But seeing as I'm going for kind of this sketchy, stitched, you know, like I'm not too like worried that it's like, oh no, I'm slightly off from the lines I was working on or anything. Like it's all good, right? You know, it's funny. No, even though, okay, so I was a little too young for Friends when it came out, in the fact that I grew up overseas, so like everything that was like in the American zeitgeist at the time, we were a couple years behind. So like I don't know when I grew up, just because, you know, the anachronisms there. So no, Mama Jewel says, is it bad that when I heard you say the word pivot, my mind immediately went to the Friends episode where Ross, Joey, and Rachel were trying to move the couch and Ross was directing with his pivot? No, I understand the reference, and no, like same brainwave. And I don't know, there's something delightful just about all of those like things that are so permeated into the zeitgeist that like even though I didn't watch it, I still know it and I still think about it too. So no, like we're on the same page there. Same page. And I picture that, especially too, like I think also like it obviously existed as the show, right? And so like you watched it live, it made sense, but then like it sticks with you, and then like once that they were available on like DVD or streaming, then of course people made GIFs, and then the more that like the GIFs hang around and the more the references there and the more the nostalgia's there, then it's like, you know, my brain pictures the pivot GIF before I even like technically picture the show, if that makes sense. It's just become a meme on its own. Like obviously I understand the roots, but it's funny that these things that like they're so transformative, that yeah, it's funny like where your brain is going to hit there. Mama Jewel says, yep, gotta love the AFN, the Armed Forces Network for Delayed TV Programming. Absolutely. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to try and do flowers. I'm going to reach around and do this way. I know it's hard to see where I've got the camera, but like the machine throat, which like, okay, if you've got like, let's try and, you've only got like this much area to sew in, and so like it's easier to swing, to pivot, if you will, on this outside part. So anytime you can swing out instead of having to swing in, you know, just makes it a little easier. So, you know, work smarter, not harder, which I tell myself, and then I don't always do, but we're trying here. Like, I love you, Yoda. I love you, Master Yoda, but I don't know if I believe in do or do not, there is no try. I'm trying. Here, I'm not always going to be 100% at everything. I'm gonna try my best. Okay. I mean, technically, you could argue that in doing my best, or in doing an action with that intention, there is no try, but, you know. I digress. Alright, so I am pulling my knot to the back on this little leaf here, because I don't know if y'all saw that, but then the threads just disappear like magic. And just trying to figure out where to go, because we are making this up from, you know, from scratch, so I'm just trying to kind of get the best angle on this flower, and, you know, Quilting Koala points out, and this is Moments from my childhood. We were not able to use AFN. We were 800 miles from the closest American base. This is, yes, from my childhood in Scotland. So I am a military brat and grew up all over. But it's good stuff. You know, mildly traumatizing stuff, but good stuff. Uh-oh. Okay, sorry, this is bunching, and I'm trying to focus. So all fabric's going to behave differently, and then when you start to quilt it and you start to stretch it and pull it, which is why you try not to stretch and pull, but it's gonna make bumps, and this happens. I mean, honestly, part of why I love quilting and like quilted things is that they get lumpy and bumpy. I'm looking around because I had a quilt here, but like it's bad when it gets lumpy and bumpy where you don't want it to. It's good when it like does. Yeah, big brain right there. So it's getting a little lumpy here, so I'm just gonna try and like split the difference. Because, you know, we do our best. Yeah, we do our best. And it's a flower. And you know what? I'm not perfect. Nature's not perfect. We are perfectly imperfect. And worst case, we pick it out. So, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Also, for another like bonus round of fun, you don't always want to cross over your own threads because sometimes when you sew over your own threads, they can break. So I'm trying to like have some points match up, but also like not so many that it breaks because again, there's only so much fun I can handle having. I guess I gotta take this pin out. There we go. So again, kind of smooshing, kind of doing the best we can here. That's all we can do is the best that we can. And sometimes we forget what we're doing. Also, what's interesting about this is knowing that it's going to end up on a 3D form, like a quote. It's never going to lay flat. So like you're quilting it flat, but then you know it's going to go in a 3D form. So like, I don't know, some of these things that I might be worried about might not end up even being problems because by the time you put it on a body, it might look totally different. And it might rumple in an unexpected and totally different way. So, you know, we do what we can. And at the end of the day, I'm just putting love into this and hoping that little Sprout loves it and that it keeps her warm and it's all good. So, oh, it's really pretty. So I'm just kind of coming out the other side of the stem here for extra thickness. Could not think of words there for a second. So, all right, look at that. Let's, okay. So you can see, maybe you can see. Okay, so it got a little bumpy, and it's kind of where more quilting might make it better, more quilting might make it worse. See right here, that happens, but I also know that that's going to be stretched a little bit because it'll be on a body. So we're gonna keep going because I know that if I like hyperfixate on what might be like imperfect, I'll never get anything done. So you can also see that like the corduroy didn't really love being quilted there. Then the wales, the ridges in the corduroy just decided to be a little funky because of course they did. So sometimes, you know, even when we like plan these things, they don't turn out, and sometimes you get unexpected like awesome results, and sometimes you get kind of results, and it just depends on the day. So I gotta definitely go in and re-chalk some of this because it came way off, which I shouldn't be surprised. It just happens. So I'm gonna really quickly do that just so that I have more references to go by, and I might add in a couple more pins just so hopefully it doesn't do any more of that pulling, but again, it's inevitable, and you just gotta learn to roll with it, which is hard. It's hard for me to let go. It's, you know, not that it's weird. I'm not a perfectionist in the way that, like, I'm not good enough in the best way. This is very self-deprecating, but very like, I'm not good enough to be the perfectionist that my brain wants me to be. So I need to learn to, like, let go of a lot of these things because I'm not a machine, and it's very easy to get caught up in things not being perfect. You know, we talked about that, like, bell curve of just, like, you get into something because you have good taste, and then you learn faster than your skill progresses. And then it's easy to get discouraged because, like, your like taste level's up here, but your skill level's here. And so you gotta, you know, find that balance, that in between. And so, yeah, if you just let yourself get discouraged, and be like, well, I'm not good enough, and I'm like, why am I not good enough? It's easy to stop. That's where a lot of people stop, just with these things, is because it's very easy to just be like, well, cool, I guess I just stink at this. And it's not that, it's just that your taste level progresses way faster. You know, your good taste and then your skill level. And so it's a hard balance. And so I get it. I'm looking back at this because I just had to freehand some squeals. All right, we're going for it. Okay, so now the part that I have quilted already, now I can roll. So hopefully this allows me a little bit better control. If it doesn't, it doesn't, but we're also just freehanding, and it's fine. Whee. Ow, that's a pin. Oops, that's a block. Oh, surprise. Okay, this one I can't. Okay, so remember how when I drew the tulip, I was like, I want it to be 3 points because I've already done a 4-pointed one, and then it looked cool, and then I drew it, and then I drew it again, and I accidentally drew it with 4 points because symmetry, and now I'm not sure if 3 looks good. That's fine. So now we're freehanding it on the go, because what better than to just question everything all the time. I love getting to the top of these points and then just pivoting. I live for that. Why is that so satisfying? Who knows? It's like, I earned another one. And spin. Okay, take out that. That out. Just my camera. Look, a tulip. I mean, it's coming out. It's doing a thing. Just kind of dusting that chalk off so we can see. Of course, around my favorite flowers where it got, you know, me, but we're gonna live with it. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. There's that, you know, valley of uncertainty as well, where you're working on something and you're like, you jump in first and you climb that first hill and you're like, heck yeah, everything's great, I'm excited about this project, I love this project. And then, like, not to say at the first sign of something going wrong, but, you know, like, you get to that point where it, like, is in its awkward stage and you're like, oh no, what have I done? And that's where a lot of projects, you know, go to perish. But you just gotta keep going. So I'm just gonna keep going. I And that is not even sewing. What the heck? Did I run out of bobbin thread? Uh-oh. Alright, well, welcome to... Oh, I did. I'm completely out. Wow. That was a full bobbin. Okay. See how it is. I was going for this beautiful, long, uninterrupted curve, too. Which, you know, big picture, I'm glad it didn't happen on one of the flowers, because those are fussy, but it's like you're skiing, and you're going down this nice slalom, and then you just snap. Okay, so we're going to tie from the back, which is what I'm doing here, just little knots. There we go. Little tiny knot. Okay, there we go. And like big picture, I'll be fine. It's just annoying because it's like, hey, look, I stopped. Like right there. So we'll make a bobbin. So let's make a bobbin, everybody. You can see all my cables. I'm in that weird, awkward stage of streaming where, when in doubt, whenever I want to try something new, I just add more cables. It's all good though. It also happens with being a variety streamer is I've got my game set up, I have my craft set up, and then sometimes like everything then changes. Okay, so we got a lot of cables in this business. So, all right, so we're gonna wind a bobbin. Let me get my hand out of the way so y'all can see what I'm doing. So the bobbin is the bottom and the spool is on the top. What I'm doing is from the top spool, I am making a bobbin thread here. So we're just gonna make sure that, oops, hello, catches. It doesn't always catch. And like there's no pressure like doing this live either, where it's like I've done this a million times, but watch me do it. Come on, you gotta catch. There we go. So it's gonna take off of this one and then wind through, hold the tension, and go to this little one. It's good stuff. So you can see how low on thread I am on this one, which is like why I'm terrified. Oh boy. All right, so then we bring it out of bobbin making mode, take a snip, and then we put it back. So on this machine, the bobbin goes on the bottom. I have a top loader, so this is always a slight shift for me, but it goes down here, and then I rethread the top to be properly for sewing. If you've never seen exactly how all machines work, like sewing machines, how they do the like dolphin, I'm like making a camera angle, I'm not even on screen. They like, a thread comes from the top, a thread comes from the bottom, and they like dolphin, and that was not a great demonstration. You should look it up. There's a GIF floating around the internet that is just beautiful and like synchronizedly repetitive, and it's good stuff. So yeah, it's the top thread and the bottom thread do a little dolphin dance, and that's how sewing is, which is really cool. So I should test this instead of jumping right into the middle of my project, but fortune favors the bold. Yeah, watch it. Like if you're watching, Mom, I'm sorry. You should always test it if you're unfamiliar. Now, like I'm gonna trust you, machine, because we've been sewing on you all day, and I didn't do anything but unthread and rethread. That it's just gonna sew right. So we'll do a little bit, and then I'll take a little peek, and we seem to be okay. Obviously, you don't want to do too much stitching before you like know, but you know, sometimes you live dangerously. Yeah, we're good. We're good. And there's our nice, uninterrupted, you know, ski down the mountain that we were going for last time. So we're going to go back and try and line up that piece as much as we can. We're going to do our best. I'm just going to fiddle around, kind of manually drop the needle, and then there we go. Did you tie a knot? Okay. I really like this flower. then because I just did this line, zoom out a little bit, this line, I'm going to come right down and do this one. I'm not even going to like leave my fabric because I don't want to like, you know, waste the thread. So, plus this I know for sure will be cut off because it's right here on this edge. We're just gonna continue. This is still terrifying. I don't know how freehand quilters do it. I mean, like, obviously each technique has a learning curve, and, you know, you have to be comfortable and familiar with and know your equipment and all of that. So from an output side perspective, I get that it would be scary, but I don't know, there's still some things that I just don't understand. I also can't see my own lines, so. Nope, hold on. So again, just kind of freehanding this on the go because sometimes you need to. There we go. That's okay. I don't like that. Hold on. We're gonna take it off the machine. I said I wasn't going to, but we're going to. Gotta lay this flat. Gotta look at it again. Brush all my lines off. So this is just a natural rubber brush. Sometimes I use it for things like this because it gets chalk off really nicely, like really, really nicely. So I want this one to come this way. That just gets weird, doesn't it? It's not curving right. Swirls are hard because they always want to curve like the way you don't want them to. So, and maybe we'll just have it over quilted over there. So now we gotta just do that. That and a big leaf, and that'll be good. That'd be good. It's all good. Maybe 2 leaves. Still gotta remember that I gotta put the pocket in here, and so like half of this doesn't matter in the best way because sewing on the pocket will also count as quilting. But you know, this way it looks like I had a plan. Now, what's always kind of tricky is when you're crossing over areas that you've quilted, it can kind of ripple. So you like don't want to come in it too fast because it can push the fabric over and it can look really bad. So I'll go really fast and then I'll like slow down right at these points and then I'm good to go. And it's just learning your machine and learning how to do, oops. My scissors are magnetized, so sometimes when I have pins, they yeet pins in my direction. Okay. Yeah, if I had $1 for every time I lost my pin cushion, I would be quite wealthy. Which always makes me think of that Dr. Doofenshmirtz quote where he's like, if I had a nickel for every time this happened, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's still weird that it's happened twice. There we go. And just, see, magnetized, which is great, except, surprise, I didn't need that. Okay. We're actually making pretty good progress on this one. Quite excited. We just actually have the 2 leaves to it, which is good because like I'm still afraid I'm gonna run out of thread. So I'm doing the decorative bare minimum. They're not phoning it in, but the cautiously optimistic, but still pretty. And around. Oh, this leaf's gonna be gorgeous, which means it's gonna be covered by something. One leaf left, and then that is the front of this quilted. Which, especially after, okay, so like after my machine, you know, kind of, and then the internet kind of, it was like, man, I'm not going to make any progress on this, like, at all. And, like, I'll admit I was feeling kind of down about it. Because, like, things just weren't working. So to be really chunking through good progress like this, not only is, like, great for the project itself, but, oh, it feels good. It's like, oh god, that's right, we can do things. Okay. And then I'm just gonna sew the stem on this, or the vein center of this leaf. So pretty. That turned out really nice. That turned out really nice. All right, so let's take a look. That's quite pretty. You can really, like, oh, I love quilting. In the way that, like I said, I need more practice. I know how to use my cameras. I am a professional. Sorry. Well, that's what we're getting. Okay. Here, let me get my face out of the way just so we can see this quilting. Look at that. Look at that. So we take all these pins out because we don't need them. It's quilted. I see areas where, like, in this flower here, I definitely could go back and add more detail. I might run into the problem, like up here where the corduroy didn't like it. So I'm going to keep a couple safety pins just where it needs to be, like, reminded to stay. But I can always go back in and add a little bit more quilting if it needs it. But, like, if I end up, like, cutting it, because remember that I did cut this too big, so if I end up cutting it, like, there, I don't need to waste the thread right now in quilting that. But once I cut them out, like, nicely, I might decide that it needs a little bit more detail. But look at that. I wish the camera picked up the right color. This is a very warm pink. I don't know why it shows up such a cool purple on camera. Yeah, because, like, this is a red, like a brick maroon, and this is a rich dusty purple, but a very red dusty purple. So camera colors are hard. Plus, I know that blue and red show up on screen funny. So 'tis what it is. So what I'm going to do really quick before I get to the other one is, this is the front, this is the back. I'm going to pull those last couple stitches. See how I have a thread, just me. We don't want that. I'm going to pull it to the back so I can tie a knot and then snip that thread properly. So you kind of just pull on your thread until you kind of get a clue what is going to pull back, and then see here, have that little loop, pull, and then ta-da, nothing on the front. Like, ooh, so nice. And then you can just do a little, like, square knot back here, which of course is right over left and through, left over right and through, and then ta-da, square. So right over left and left over right. Now it is a little fiddly. I like to try and leave myself with enough thread. It doesn't always happen, but yeah, we learn. So I'll do the same thing over here. This is the back. Gotta remind myself, just kind of meet. And then you'll get your other thread, ta-da, and then no threads on the front. Now I did a needle tack, which is the built-in knot that your sewing machine does, where it, like, kind of closely sews over itself and then back and forth. So that probably is sufficient, but because I have these because I have these thread tails anyway, it feels neater and like one of those like, aha, now I'm a big brain professional if I like pull them to the back, you know? So there we go. And then snip really close. And then I know there's 2 knots there, so it's like, that's not going anywhere. So there, that came out really pretty. So again, there will be a big pocket right here-ish. Top of the coat's going this way. I know we're a little horizontal, but you know, it's quite pretty. Okay, I'll bring my face back. There we go. So now we got to do the other side. So now I can roll this up all I want, which is kind of nice, kind of cathartic after not being able to touch it. And we've got the second piece. So this is that big flower, which I probably should just jump into, but I am, like I said, I am going to baste this some more just because I found that the corduroy pulled a little bit more than I wanted it to. So I'm just going to throw in a bunch more straight pins here. As always, you can use safety pins. I just know that I'm going to be moving these. Ow. Doesn't mean I won't accidentally poke myself, but that's life. That is life. So just throw in some more, kind of make sure. And see, like even just patting that to smush my fabric down, like I already have to retrace that. Uh-oh. Okay. Also, I have kind of discovered that it likes to go one way and not the other, which, you know, this makes sense. I just didn't know that. Okay, put some more pins. Try not to erase all my hard work. And like, if that doesn't feel like such an adult thing where it's like, I was trying to make this better and I made it worse, I don't know what does. I'm trying. There we go. And, you know, I'll move this around as we get to quilting. Some of my pins are having a hard time going through 2 layers of corduroy and a layer of batting, which means it might be time to retire them. Retired pins go into like a jar, and I'll use them to like unclog paint and stuff where like I would, you know, they're like just not sharp enough for fabric anymore, so they get a second life. Because if you have dull pins, you can like snag your fabric, and that's just, again, it's one of those where it's like, nah, you put in good work. You don't want to have it like ruined because of like faulty equipment. There we go. Okay. So we're gonna just kind of follow our curves. Keeping an eye on this thread too, because I still have to quilt the back. But I want the front to be really pretty. Maybe I should launch into this flower. Now that I've got like a little bit. Oh man, this flower scares me. Like, no lie. It's just because it's big and a lot. Okay. Here goes nothing. Here goes absolutely nothing. I'm gonna like zoom in. I'll take my face off here for a bit, just because. This way I can lean in and make all my weird faces, and hopefully y'all can just see what I'm doing. So lifting up the presser foot every couple stitches helps me make a better curve. It's just one of those, like, because you don't want to lift up your presser foot like while you're sewing, or you can skip a stitch. So it's just kind of my reminder to not be sewing when I move that. You know. we'll do our best, because that's all we can do. Now, there are lots of different ways to quilt. Some people will freehand, kind of like I'm doing here, where I've got like the chalk and just going for it. You can use templates. You can actually have like pre-programmed, and you know, you as an artist can develop, or you can purchase from other developers, like embroidery patterns, and then have your machine stitch them out, which is super cool. I like seeing like the mediums mix, you know. I've done a little bit of machine embroidery. It's fun stuff. I definitely want to try some more, especially as a, like, I guess predominantly as a digital artist, even though I mix a lot of mediums in my work, but it's fun to be able to, you know, cross my different streams, as it were. Yeah, I'm gonna bring myself back. Okay, so I'm doing the petal here. I'm gonna take this nice and slow, you know? There's no rush. I'm gonna tie a knot just in case. Okay, and then we're gonna do another petal. Now I'm totally like manhandled this. So I'm probably gonna, well, you know, not even probably, there's no probably. I'm gonna have to redraw this like on the fly. So bear with me. It's just gonna be one of those kind of projects. Oh, now you don't want to draw at all? That's cool. Which way do you like to turn? Work with me here. There we go. Okay. Plus remembering that, you know, it's nature and nothing's perfectly symmetrical. We do our best. I can get about 3/4 of the way through the curve and then I still have to like stop, which is kind of funny. It's my limit. Put that center in the flower. Take that off the machine anyway. You can really see like the texture that gives. So that's 2 petals. I've got a lot of threads that I just really need to quickly take care of because they're in my way. So we're gonna do that knotting thing at the back again. And just get this out of the way, and then I'll probably redraw because I've smeared my chalk. Come on, little tiny pieces of thread, little tiny fingers. Let's do this. Let's come on, you can do it. There we go. Whew. I'm just glad my fingers don't hurt today. It's always nice. Right over left and through. Left over right and through. That's how you tie a square knot. Whoops. This wants to be a square knot. Come on, you can do it. I believe in you, little knot. Okay, there we go. It's a square knot. Alright, so now with those pulled through, looks a lot nicer. That's looking really pretty. So you can kind of see just how many times. I've got some weird lighting coming in right now. this color doesn't want to pick up, and then the lighting is like, ha, contrast. Okay, so I mean, luckily it's trying. Let's get the big picture. It's this one I'm worried about. Okay. All right, Little Sprout, if you are available, what do you think? Oops. Goodness. It's like a giant eraser, which is funny because it is rubber. There we go. Yeah, it's pretty. So, yeah. There's just something so nice about quilting. It's like the same part of the brain that loves. Oh, hey, and grab it. I was just asking Little Sprout what she thought. We're working on this big flower right now, and I just want to make sure it's still to her liking. I know she's probably doing homework. But it's coming along. It's coming along. But yeah, it's like the part of my brain that like loves letterpress because there's something just so delightful about like, wow, it's indented, and it like wasn't indented before. Ah, she's eating. Ah, well, lucky bean. Lucky bean. I need to do that soon too. It's still got another, hour or two here on stream, but doesn't mean I can't fantasize about dinner. Oh, but wow, I love it. Thanks, Bug. I'm hoping you do. It's really like, ooh, you can see with the light where we get that like light and shadow contrast. It's like, hey, it's doing the thing. It's doing the thing. It's just fun too, because like, it's nice that the client can see this. Like, yeah, she's my kid, but I really want to make sure that like this is to her liking. Let's do more petals. It's like always right where I need to grab is right where my like next chalk line is. It's like, ah, perfect. I'm just gonna smear that real good. Just get in there and oh well. Oops, I think I might have skipped a stitch there. Come on, still look okay. You can do it, I believe in you. And it's fine. Okay. Cool. I swear, when I can see the end of the like spool, I'm gonna. But hey, we're getting there. We're gonna have enough thread. I'm gonna call it. We're gonna have enough thread. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be great. Better than fine. It's gonna be perfect. Okay, snip. Now I can't manage to do these petals in a like the entire flower continuous line, so each petal and inside is continuous, which like honestly that's pretty good. I'm happy with that. I just gotta kind of mark those two here. Let's start with this one because this one's fiddly. Is there that much space? Okay. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It was too close before, and then I made it too far. Which just sounds, like when you're like projecting for something, and you're like, oh no, it's too close. I'll just swing way out, and you're like, oh cool, I made it worse, but different worse. Is that better? I think that's good. I think it's fine. And if it's not 100% perfect, it's because it's a flower and things happen in nature. Honestly, I think quilting too is a big exercise in greater than the sum of its parts. And I have to remember that because, yes, details are very important. Details are great. Details are fun. But, you know, like, big picture, especially, like, once this is put on a 3D human form and cut into a little coat, one stitch out of place is one stitch out of place. Like, but all together, it's going to be flowers and geese and just cool things. So I have to remind myself, it's like, I never want to get complacent or sloppy. I'm not saying that's the point. But it's more so that, like, finished, not perfect, is a big mantra around here. Because I can get upset and frustrated over a stitch being out of place, or I could finish it and realize that it's perfectly imperfect, and that's okay. Because it can't keep my kid warm. Hey, Erin, how's it going? We are goose coating it up, except now we're getting extra fancy. Little Sprout and her dad challenged me. Hey, welcome to everybody. And at this point, I just want to say, hey, thank you. I love all you chatters. I love all you workers. You guys, lurkers. You guys are my everythings. Instead of just doing a grid, we're getting fancy with it. You see these flowers? See these flowers? We're getting, like, this flower right here that we've got on the machine is probably the most complicated thing I've ever quilted. So, welcome to that. We were talking about getting complacent with our work, and then I had a wonderful lunch of eating my own words, and I got a challenge to do something outside my comfort zone, which is where we grow. So, very excited about it. So that's what we're doing today. I like messy. There's the flower. I moved my camera around, and then I made everything awful. Okay. So this is the front of the coat. So like the button-up jackety bits. And so to match all the gorgeous florals in this collection, I was just gonna quilt this on a grid, but Little Sprout wanted flowers, so Little Sprout gets flowers. Which, you know, it's that like really nice intersection of like, I want to push myself, and I also want to like give my kid what yeah, thank you. I want to give my kid what she wants. So E. Dobbins says, beautiful quilting, and you don't have a free motion foot. That's right. Oh, I love all levels of like just knowledge, but it's always really fun when somebody comes in and they're like, hey, I know what's up. And I'm like, yeah. Yeah, no, I am doing this just on a regular machine. I'm not using my regular machine. My Elna is taking a break because she needs one. So I'm borrowing my mom's Faff. Oh, are you backpedaling there, Ingrabbit, and saying you were just going to suggest something simple, but then we suggested flowers? And see how it is. So I'm going to tie all those little knots while I talk. That's what I'm doing here. No, I'm happy. I'm happy to have the challenge. So no, this is just a in all the best ways. This is just a regular machine. She's a good machine. This Faff has been with my mom for a long time. But no, it does not have a free motion foot, which is one of those things where it's like, I wouldn't know totally how to use it even if it did, but that's okay. Like, we learn. We try things. I'm just picking these to the back. Sorry, it's not very interesting right now. But this is all I know. So we took some chalk and oh, you weren't. We took some chalk and drew out some flowers. And Little Sprout loves them, and that makes me very happy. And now I am quilting them. So that's what we've been catching up on. The sleeves are all quilted, which just makes me really happy too, because that's like another part done. And now we are on the second part of the jacket front being quilted. So like, look at that flower. I know it's hard to see because the sun is coming in funny. If I make a shadow, nope, that's worse. Cool. But yeah, we get to do some more chalk right now because I smeared it. Quilting Koala says yes, it does. I am assuming that's about her machine. I know with the chat delay, sometimes I'll be like 37 tangents to the left by the time. Does your machine do free motion? Is that what you're saying? Oh, it doesn't work with the walking foot and the feet. That's right. You know what? You're right. Some people hate free motion feet. I've had a professor who quilted in creative shapes and refused to use them. And I think that's what's fun about creatives is we're like, yes, 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 yes. I know your rules, but what if I broke them? And then you just do what works best for you. It's like I really say that a lot around here is like, as long as it's yours to use and you're not hurting anybody in the way that you use it, like, go forth, my friend, and make however your like delightfully weird little heart needs you to make. But yeah, all right. Well, that's what happens also when I just kind of talk out of my own. I did forget that this machine actually did do free motion quilting, but I think I've used it once, so that's why I don't remember. In the very I reject your reality and substitute my own, this machine doesn't need to do free motion quilting because I don't do free motion quilting. So there we go. That's why. Okay, so we're just we're putting the chalk back in. This is my handy dandy thing. Big words. So I'm just putting my lines back in because I erased them because of course I did. Wouldn't be any fun if this was easy and I didn't make a giant mess of it. No, would it? Oh, I'm sorry to hear you had a migraine. Those are not fun. I'm glad you are feeling better though. Okay. Yeah, thanks for being so friendly in chat too. Everyone's awesome here. There we go. Okay. So we're now and again, I'm putting a pocket right here. So if you're wondering like why it's not densely quilted in that one particular tri-state area, it's because I'm going to put a pocket there. Because we are putting pockets in this. Because girls deserve pockets. All right. Ultimate camera skills go. There we go. Yeah, chat people are the best. I mean, I love my lurkers too, and I totally get it. Like, much love to the lurkers. And some days I'm a lurker, some days I'm a chatter. At least on other streams. I don't really get to lurk in my own stream. Okay, so we're just putting in some more stitching. Now, what's interesting, and one thing I really love and also dislike about this chalk is the walking foot picks it right off, like it cleans it. It's like a little vacuum, but then it gets all over the top of the foot for some reason. One of those like, ooh, neat. It is messy. And it stole my chalk, but it's also nice because it gets it off my fabric, so, I'm sure there's some static-based, physics-based reason it all jumps from the bottom of the fabric to the top of the walking foot there, but I'll have to go to the science part of the internet to figure that one out. Alright, everyone's being super friendly in the chat. Everyone's just checking in with each other. I love to see that. Lurkers are the best. Ink Rabbit's off and on, feeding Little Sprout and doing some homeschool. Because it is Friday. I don't know what day it is at all whatsoever because I did not stream yesterday. We had no internet. Oh, Ink Rabbit redeemed Hydrate. I will also do that. And I will drink something that's not coffee. Just for you, sir. It's going to be sparkle water because... how am I today? I'm good. Like I was saying, time means absolutely nothing to me. The flower challenge is treating me very well. I'm gonna put it where you can see while I take a drink of my beverage. Right now it's like thread mess, but it'll get there. I didn't stream yesterday because the internet went down. Like down. Like there were no cables. So I had, and then mobile data is not great where I live either. So it was like, I couldn't even post memes to my Discord. And I'm like, wow, first world problems here. So I didn't get to stream yesterday. So like, I kind of feel a day behind on this coat, which is hard because like I said, I'm trying to get it. Actually, let me drink some more. There we go. I want it to be done in the ways that like, I want it to be done because I want it to be a useful object. I want it to be on Little Sprout. I want her to love it. Like, winter only lasts so long. I don't want her to outgrow it. But on the other hand, like, I'm having a blast, and then it's like, oh no, when I finish this, I'm gonna have to, like, think of something else to do, which normally isn't a problem for me. Normally my brain is like, yeah, we got like 47,000 projects. Like, you ready? Except this is the year that I'm like challenging myself to take on bigger projects, which is great, super great. I finally like have a nice workspace, and like not like okay, like I've done really cool things in like half of a dorm room, and I've done really small things with a giant studio. So it's like it's not about the equipment, it's not about the workspace, it's more about this space. So like I finally kind of am getting my life together, ish. I don't even want to say it because it's like I'll challenge the universe. It's more so that I'm finally getting off my own butt and doing some of these things that I've backburnered for so long that I'm like, if I don't do them now, then when? Like, if we haven't learned anything over these collective, like, last 2 years, that, like, nothing is, in the best way, nothing is guaranteed. In the worst way, nothing is guaranteed. Like, if you want to dress up like a pony, you just gotta do it. So, like, I'm kind of scared to finish this project because even though this project is big, like it's outerwear, it's quilted, it's probably one of the smaller things I've got planned as far as textile goes for the year. It only gets bigger from here, which should be exciting. And my brain is definitely like, yes, 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 yes. But it's also like, oh no, are we ready? And I am. It's just the logistics of big projects are always hard. And then like, I'm finding, and Erin, I was talking about your like lovely metaphor about Twitch being the sketchbook and just, you know, like kind of juggling projects between the different platforms. Gores and cuffs. It's quilted. That coat could grow forever. That's right. I've already extended the sleeve by 2 extra inches, and it already had a like grow with me cuff. So yeah, exactly. Like Erin knows this coat's gonna last forever. But like in the best way, I'm not letting myself think like that because it's gotta go now. I want it to work now because obviously I want her to wear it. You know. But yeah, it's that weird fear of like I want to do all the things, but that like involves doing the things, which like I know how silly that sounds. But like, I don't know, it's a good energy, but it's also like a weird energy, you know? So it's like, oh, once I finish this, I gotta do more, and I gotta like show people that I know how to do things. But it also goes back to that, like, I'm still really, one of the things I'm struggling with the most, is just how to like balance the content for Twitch versus YouTube. And again, that's not as like a competition between them as entities or anything. It's more just that what's worth doing for 20 hours on Twitch or 2 hours on Twitch or 20 minutes on Twitch versus, you know, time lapsing for YouTube or versus just doing like on a weekend for YouTube. And so like I'm switching up my schedule. If you're in my Discord, I did post it in the schedule channel. There we go. I know how to use things. But just, I don't know, just for the sake of housekeeping, I used to stream Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I am cutting Sundays off the stream schedule for now. Kind of a semi-permanent thing. I'm going to try and make more YouTube content on Sundays and just kind of see where that takes us. Like, I never want to get caught up by the numbers, but, like, Sunday was the weaker of the streams, and then also, like, Saturday night is Catherine's Unapologetic Nerd Hour, aka Star Wars Saturday, and I was staying up way too late, and so Sundays were always kind of a drag, even though I did good stuff, and I got stuff done, and, like, when y'all came in and chatted, I would lose all the sleep for that, but then I'm like, Catherine, you promised yourself you'd work on boundaries and you'd work on healthy habits, so I'm like, oh no, I did, so, like, I'm trying to figure that all out, like, this whole, like, self-care thing is weird. So I'm taking Sundays off the stream schedule just to kind of balance everything. Because I was also always like watching my clock, because Sundays I go pick up Little Sprout, and so it's like, well, if I'm just filming for YouTube, I can drop things a lot easier than I can if I'm live. So I hope that works out. Thank you all for kind of just like rolling with the changes. I appreciate you so very much. And you know, we try things. I think that's what's really fun about Twitch is people just get to try things. But yeah, I've got a lot of things planned for 2022. After we finish Little Sprout's coat, I've dubbed uh I've dubbed just I was talking earlier in the stream about how like I'm just gonna write a love letter to corduroy this year. We found some pieces that are big enough to make me like a pinafore dress, and I want to make some clothes, and then it like evolves very quickly into cosplay. Getting back into cosplay this year, which is a big thing for me. Aaron says, I cut my streams at about 4 hours because of tech ethics, which I'd love to hear you elaborate on. I can kind of take my own brain trek and figure out what that would mean to me. But I also you have a very interesting brain that I always love to pick. So if you'd like to elaborate, you're more than welcome to. But no, I feel that too. It's always hard because like, you know, some streams are quite short. Like, what was it, last Sunday when my machine broke? I streamed for an hour because then my machine was like, we're done here. And that was hard. And then, yeah, Star Wars streams always go a little late into the night. But, you know, it's finding balance both for yourself as a content creator, as for your audience. Like, no one wants to be fatigued. We're here for fun. Like, even when we're working, we're here for fun. So I'm glad to hear, you know, we all need sleep and to do real world things. I know. Some days, of course, especially just big executive dysfunction days, I'm like, but like, what if I didn't have to eat? You know, but no, I'm working on that. You know, I'm working on conquering a lot of things. Like, we all have our things, and you know, I would absolutely, I want you guys to be healthy, and I definitely need to take my own advice. And be healthy as well. So I'm trying to be better in all ways. And like, it's great because Twitch has gotten me healthier on a lot of things as far as like setting out personal schedules and sticking to goals. And so it's one of those where it's like, yeah, it's a scale. You know, I can't lean too heavily on any one thing. There's gotta be balance. So, but I do love just how much I've been able to do like in my studio because of Twitch. You know, just the platform, you guys, like, you know, it's important. But yeah, Aaron's saying our conversations are fantastic and can be hard to walk away from. As a streamer, I feel a responsibility to create boundaries. Yeah, no, it's good stuff. It's important. Very, very important. And then also, you know, like, in the best ways, you know, I find too, like with my favorite streamers, like, I know they'll be back. Like, you know, like, they'll be back. It's all good. It's all good. And then it just builds anticipation for next time. So, all right, so we just did a leaf, which I really like little leaves. Or actually, this is quite a big leaf. Can't even fit on camera, like, big leaf. So we just got one more swirl here. And then I think I can lay these out. Man, I'm gonna have to make that back. This is me trying to figure out what I'm doing. You know, but yeah, Aaron says, last night I firmly encouraged a viewer to go take a shower and promised we'd be there when they returned. Which is so, like, that's really sweet, but also so important. Like, the community knows that, like, we have your back, you know? Like, nothing's gonna happen that's so much more important than self-care. I really respect that. You know, like, yeah, we have fun here. But like, you know, like, especially too, like, the way I see it, it's like, I make VODs. If you really miss something, like, you can catch up later. And if not, just, yeah, rewind the party back to where we were when you come back. It's all good. Mostly because they hit the, oh, I should, and that's often my only opportunity to jump on it. No, it's true. And we all learn our own, like, this is my this is my point, and I need someone to say something, or this is, you know, like, so I'm really happy that you recognize that, and we're able to help them out there. That's important. And then hopefully too, more importantly, they'll learn for themselves and for the best way that, like, hey, you know what, like, I can take care of myself. I'm allowed to take breaks. I'm allowed to, you know, take care of my hygiene. I'm allowed to take care of things, because that's, you know, that's hard. I totally get that. I very much get in, like, steamroller mode, especially, like, when I'm in mom mode. It's like, no, gotta, you know, like, the brain is like, nope, we gotta take this, and it's like, hey, I gotta fit in there somewhere. So yeah, learning those healthy habits, and then having people that you look up to or care about, you know, have you remind them, helps then build healthy habits. That's what we're talking about. And we paused for meds break because someone remembered they hadn't taken them, right? Nice. Like, also just normalizing this stuff, man, you know, like, we're not alone. No one is alone in this, and that's amazing too. Like, we get it, and how amazing is it that we can share that as a community. Very nice. All right, and Quilting Koala says that she posted her pictures in the Discord of her latch hook, I believe, if I'm caught up with my own chat, which is cool. Little Sprout has been learning how to latch hook from her Oma, and it's good stuff. It's good stuff. I have to say I enjoy cross stitch more than latch hook, which is interesting because I just picked up cross stitch. But Quilting Koala, my mom has always been into cross stitch. I'm very late to the party, so that's okay. I've been working on a little, like, it's so cottagecore it almost like hurts. It's this little like cottage with a fox and some grapes, and it's very cute. I've been working on that just for funsies. Sometimes, you know, like, not to say it wouldn't be interesting for me to stream because, like, the amount of cross stitchers I follow on Twitch, but more so, like, it's just for me, and that's kind of fun too. Not that I'm like keeping content from y'all, but more just like, when you're creative as your job, sometimes you definitely have to have like, this is just for me. And like, that's where my banjo is for. And then sometimes, yeah, I do things that are like, nope, I'm not filming this. Like, I'll post on my Instagram, but this one's just for me. Because you know, it's hard to be on all the time. Sometimes it's fun just to sneak away and be like, heh, secret cross stitch. All right, so I'm brushing off the last of the chalk that didn't come off. This is just fun. And then I'll deal with my threads at some point, but look at that flower. Like, I'm trying to get contrast here. It's huge. Like, my hand, we measured my hand, it was like 6.5 inches. So like, this is like an 8-inch diameter flower here. That's pretty. That's really pretty. So let's actually back it way up. We now have the two sides of the jacket. You can kind of see them here. But the best part is when I move these, like, do you see that scrunch, that quilted scrunch? Oh, it's good stuff. And then when it's flat, you can see les fleurs. Yeah, cross stitch is fun. I like totally am late to that party. I don't think I like, not to be like, oh, I didn't understand it as a kid, because like I did. It just wasn't. It wasn't fun to my brain until it was. And then my brain is like, hey, this is great. And it's like, yes, this probably would have been good for you at some point, but hey, whatever. Like, you know, better late than never, but more so just stay. If it hits right at a certain time, let it just hit right, you know? Yeah, and feel free, that reminds me, Quilting Koala, feel free to drop your links in the, promote to thyself channel. I don't think you've posted all your links there, Mom, so you're welcome to do that in the promote yourself, because it's fun to have good people on our timelines. So here's the front. Oh, that's so pretty. I'm just geeking. So like, here's what the grid looks like, and it would have been pretty, like all over would have been pretty as a grid. This is the hood, which I just love that peekaboo lining like so much. But yeah, no, I think the flowers are nice. So I need to locate, here we go. So like, here's the pattern for the hood, so you can see how much extra we have. And I talked about this a little bit. Let me switch over actually. There we go. I talked about this a little bit when I was putting this together, where I would rather have extra than like have it shrink up and then be like unusable. So Erin asked in chat, how am I finishing my seams? So because this pattern originally was a pattern for like a wool coat with a proper lining, so like, you know, a satiny type lining, it was lined properly and then pulled out through the sleeve. Because I've gone ahead and quilted it, I've essentially attached my lining to my outer fabric, and so I can't do that anymore. So I can't follow the pattern anymore, which, I don't know, kind of cracks me up actually, where it's like, hey, thanks for the pattern. I like made it to where I can't use it. Now I'm on my own. Why am I like this? But I'm going to be doing binding. So this really is going to feel a lot like a quilt. So like, for example, for the hood, normally, big ol' air quotes, normally, you would sew the outers together, so like the two corduroys together, and then you would sew your linings together, and then you would put them, you know, like if any of you were watching me make face masks, we talk a lot about like right sides together and that kind of stuff. And then you would chuck them in, and there's some pretty cool magic, honestly, in finishing seams. But because I have gone and attached my linings, I'm going, like I said, I'm going to have to do binding. Yeah, and then Erin says, I really love the idea of binding, especially for a coat that's going to grow. And that's absolutely a fantastic point. It means at any point I could take off the binding and extend it. I've just pinned this down, but I was going to read how much seam allowance this pattern had. No, it's okay. So now I'm going to do something kind of terrifying, and I'm going to cut. I'm going to cut this right along my beautiful pattern here. This has seam allowance built in, which is important. And the reason, again, that I did the extra is so that if it shrank or shifted during the quilting process, I would have enough to compensate for that, because otherwise, if it shrank or shifted, I might end up like losing and wasting the whole piece. And so again, a little bit of waste here is better than like this whole thing being wasted, especially when I don't have very much fabric. I only have a fat quarter bundle of most of these prints. And like, yes, if it was really important, I could go get more fabric, but the point was to use what I had. You know, so I'm cutting it directly up to that edge, which just feels so nice. It just feels like, you know, like, not that there's anything wrong with this, but, you know, these edges are messy. Like, I've got the raw edge of the fabric here. I've got, you know, all sorts, hello, surprise bonus pin. You know, all sorts of things just hanging out, and then to like clip it clean. It's like shearing a sheep. All nice and fresh and everything. Says the person who's never sheared a sheep. I would love to shear a sheep one day. I follow a lot of sheep shearers on like TikTok and Instagram. I raise goats, and the type of goats that we have don't need to be sheared. So it's not part of my ranching repertoire. I don't know, I've been low-key looking into sheep. It's something that, you know, every once in a while is like, I should do this. And I'm like, I don't know, brain. I don't know. Don't you do enough? We'll see. We'll see what kind of weird, eccentric farm hermit I end up becoming. Okay, so like, oh, this is so satisfying. I hope this is half as satisfying for y'all as it is for me, because then it's good stuff. But look at that pixie hood. Okay, so from your perspective, this is the bottom, this is the little pixie hood, and then face. So like face. And like the little pixie hood, it gets me. And they are, like, animals under all their fluff, they're so little. They are so little. Okay, so we've done this one. And now we're going to do the second one. And I have all these great quilted scraps, which I'm going to give to Little Sprout and see what she does with them, because they're fun. And look at the inside. Oh, I love this. Like, it's just quilted so nice. It's so crisp. It's so clean after... Again, not that it was messy before, but, you know, it's a process. So just each stage has its own... Oh, there we go. I lost the other hood piece. Each stage has definitely these, like, big moments of, like, oh, that's good. Okay, so we're gonna do this now. Okay, I had to make sure I had, like, a right and a left. Okay, so this is a 3/8 inch seam allowance, so just in case you were curious and or following along at home. I was mentioning that, like, a lot of adult clothing will have a 5/8 inch seam allowance, and that allows for, like, tailoring opportunities. But 3/8 makes sense. Which, for all you in metric, that's 1 centimeter. So, which in moments like this, I'm like, that is so much easier. Like, just 1 centimeter instead of 3/8. But, you know, this is what I know. Okay, so I am trying to line up my quilting kind of straight-ish because I took the opportunity to put this on a grid, and I do have some flexibility, which is like another reason that this is real nice to have it. You know, that extra is that you really can line this up straight. So I'm just taking a second, unpinning and repinning a couple times, you know, good stuff. Aaron says that hood shape has Mad Ezra Jack Keats Snow Day vibes. Oh my gosh, I love Snow Day. And then yes, also check to see if they match. That is another thing that's important. I was kind of aligning myself with this little bit here along the front. And yeah, we're going for as much symmetry as possible. And then yes, the quilting lines on my two edges, which would be, you know, big brain. Hey, look at that. Actually, that's pretty dang perfect. I could pretend that I lined that up, but I was eyeballing that, so that's always kind of an added, like, bonus when you, like, do it right and then actually get to, like, check yourself and it works out. Also, thank you for the suggestion there, Aaron, because that is big braining, that they should match up, because they are going to be, they're going to be visible. That's what's going to be fun about the way that this is constructed. Is they're gonna show up. So yeah, having those line up is just extra nice. It's extra good stuff. So. Yeah, big brain. It just feels good too. And like, you know, we do our best. Like I guesstimated on my 1.5 inches, so like there's no guarantee this is gonna line up perfectly when I go to sew the 2 halves. But like, you know, it's working. We'll take what we have. We'll take the victories as they happen. It's good stuff. Okay, so we're just gonna get that cut out. But yeah, no, I love this pixie hood. Aaron says, remember, I make clothes. I don't quilt, so it's not big brain for me. We're just brain sharing. You know what? Hey, like, I'll take that energy. Hive mind, go. Can you imagine if you could, like, fuse with other creatives? It would be unstoppable. I mean, humans already make some pretty cool stuff. Alright, so we're gonna get this all cut out. This is so satisfying. And we might even put this hood together tonight just to see what it looks like, because I'm not like, oh, I'm impatient. It's more just like, I want a different form of progress after so much quilting. You know, like underneath, you know, what, 12 hours of quilting, I'd have to remember this is a coat, and it'd be nice to see it start to, like, literally take shape, you know? Like that'd be nice. That'd be some good stuff. Alright, putting the pins back in the tomato. Oh yeah. Look at that. So now if we were to put these together. Now what's going to be really interesting about sewing this is normally I would put my outsides, my outsides together, stitch this, and then turn it. But I'm going to go for visible binding, like on the outside, because one, then just sensory wise, I personally wouldn't want all that binding on the inside of my hood. And second, I want to preserve like this peak, and so by binding it on the top, we get a nice ridge. And I'm kind of thinking about bringing in, right, dopamine. That's right, progress. Yes, exactly. It's that big dopamine hit. I'm thinking about bringing in one of these like yellows, or one of the other soft pinks, and then doing the binding, which would end up, you know, just being like, I'll hide it from the back, but it ended up being just that little like boop, and like, I don't know, I love that, right? Like, I love that. So if we know that we're gonna do this at 3/8 inch seam allowance, I still got to do that. Let's see, what machine am I working on? Right. And then, like, also just way to introduce another color, which to me is just extra fun, because we have this whole collection, and I love this whole collection. And like, if you see the block that we did, which, you know, most of you guys were here for, it's got all these great colors. Proprioception there. Okay, it's got all these great colors in it, but then like the majority of the coat is this really pretty dusty rose, which is great, but all the colors. So I think too, because one, I only have fat quarters of everything, and then two, because we've got this really great eclectic color scheme, like I might bind the hood in the yellow, but I might bind down the center fronts in blue, and I might do the bottom in one of the maroons, really just to bring it in. And then that way, if I know that I like can't get the mileage out of one particular color, it was a plan all along to do it differently. So all right, let's sew this hood, because it's so cute. All right, so I'm gonna clip it. Get those corners all nice and smashed up. I can't wait to bind this either. Like, I think it just happens when I do a lot of machine work that I then like crave handwork. And so binding this is going to be by hand. And so that's like, haha, if I do my, oh man, this line up near perfectly in some spots. Look at that. If I, you know, can get through this and then get some handwork, then my brain's like extra happy. And we're just like rolling in dopamine here. That is true too. Erin brings up an excellent point. If I decide to let this coat out in any one direction and it's bound in all different colors, I won't feel like I have to match the rest. And then that's extra fun too. Did anyone watch what was it on Netflix? I think it was on Netflix. The show Sweet Tooth. It's the one with the little deer boy. I haven't finished it, and like, you know, we don't do spoilers, but one of the things, it's like episode 1. One of the things that was really cool costume design wise is, and if you haven't seen this, there's like a little boy living out in the woods with his dad, and the dad's like a hardcore survivalist. But like every time you saw like the baby little deer boy appear in like clothes, later when he grew up a little bit, there'd be pieces and patches of that, and you could tell that the sweater then had like a new sleeve. And it was one of those things where it was like a blink and you miss it in some of this, but you can like tell the character designer cared. And they're like, no, we're gonna take the baby clothes and we're gonna like stretch them and patch them and piece them, and it was good stuff, really good stuff. I'm thinking about math. Aaron says, yes, it was lovely. I'm excited to finish it. It was one of those where, like, I don't know why I stopped, other than, like, welcome to my brain hole. But I enjoyed what I was seeing. I'm getting up and getting a ruler, is what I'm doing. Do I have a metric ruler in here? I used to. Oh, I do. Look at that. Okay, so 3/8 isn't an uncommon, seam allowance, but I just wanted to see if a centimeter centimeter, can I get any more American? Goodness. If a centimeter was an easier, it's almost the edge of the foot. Okay, I can do that. Okay, let's put this hood together. Can we talk about the ram in the bed? See, I was still thinking Sweet Tooth, so I'm like, there wasn't a ram character. Are you talking about my Tauntaun? Is this who you're talking about? You're talking about my buddy? This is my Tauntaun. Yeah. So we big nerds around here. This is a hobby horse that is a Tauntaun. Right? Makes complete sense now. Which I love that it's like the perfect intersection of like my like ranch core and like my Star Wars. And those are very, very disparate aesthetics. And so when they and then it's like a charming vintage toy, which is also like something I love aesthetically. And I love them so much. But yes, no, it's we like Tauntauns a lot around here. So it's been a kind of Tauntaun-y kind of season, I guess. It's winter, I think, of Hoth. But now the Tauntaun joined us out here. And that's true. Luke grew up on a farm. You heard it here, folks. Star Wars is cottagecore. Oh man, I love your way of thinking. But yeah, no, like it's good stuff, right? Accurate. Sometimes I like to. I knew you were gonna come in with that. Like Ink Rabbit just has the uncanny ability, like, to just pop in there with the lukewarm joke. Like, what's the internal temperature of a Tauntaun? Lukewarm. It's the worst. But I can't not laugh at it, and so I get mad every time I hear that joke. And he knows it, and that's the worst part. But I love how he wasn't even paying attention, but he came in just for that. I do this to myself. This is the community I harbor. Oh, I'm stitching with the wrong thread. Crud. Okay, I'm going to get to this point and I'm going to stop. Because I don't want to use up all my pink thread. you familiar with that TikTok sound? It's also on Instagram Shorts where it's like, "Thanks for checking in. I'm still a piece of garbage." It's been like living in my brain rent free. But anytime I like make a silly mistake, like again, it's that like loving self-deprecating humor. It's just like, that's right. I had one thing to remember, and it was don't use the pink thread. So yeah, thanks for checking in. I'm still a piece of garbage. Most people use it to like bash their plants that like refuse to grow properly. But you know. There we go. All right, so I am putting in, looping things in the wrong direction. Erin says, no, how are we not on the same TikTok? Because I'm the kind of person that only watches my TikTok on YouTube. Because I didn't want TikTok on my normal phone, and then I had like, you know how like you kind of save a phone that, you know, because the whole like security thing, I was all paranoid because every once in a while something will just, you know, get me. But I had it on a different phone that was just for TikTok, but it doesn't always work, and so I stopped using it. Like my TikTok account is so dead, like hilariously dead. Like it's got like 2 videos. So I watch all my TikTok on YouTube, or on like reposted on Instagram Shorts. So my TikTok algorithm is so like third party broken that I don't even know what I watch. But that's one of my goals too. If not TikTok, but you know, Instagram Shorts and Facebook Shorts. Oh, which reminds me. Oh, and I do not blame you, Erin. TikTok is such an addiction, and like I said, I get it third party, but I get it. I now have a YouTube Shorts only channel. So if you were following me on my main YouTube, you may have noticed that I've added a VOD channel just for like Twitch VODs, because I know they can get a little long and I didn't want to clutter my regular YouTube feed with them. But I've also made a YouTube Shorts channel. Again, I love making shorts, like a lot. But they're messy on my main YouTube, and it just didn't sit right with me. Like I'm not even that like organized, but it just So I made a second account, I guess in this case a third account, so that I could keep all that separate. So if you enjoy shorts, I do have a separate YouTube channel just for my shorts, which hopefully I'll be putting more up, because like I said, it's like 20 hours on Twitch, 20 minutes on YouTube, and then like 20 seconds on the shorts. So I gotta finish things so that I can make shorts about them. You know, but it's a goal. It's a goal. I figured also making the other channel would, like, you know, give me that headspace and be like, hey, you've got a space for these. It's okay, you can do them. So I might make some funny ones. You know what, did it not link? You know, it's interesting because it was so new. I could link from it back to the others, but not from the big channels back to it. So I might have to post it separately. One of those, if you can find it, it'll link back. But yeah, I will definitely post that. I got some homework to do, which is good. I need it. And that's kind of another reason why I'm not streaming on Sundays, is just the kind of catch up. Like I'll take notes as I'm streaming, and I'm like, link back to here, especially when I had to do the rebrand and like all my links were broken, and I was like, oh no. But everything seems to be holding okay for now. But yes, I will definitely post that because I love shorts, and I want to make some silly ones too. Like there's definitely some funny sounds. Yeah, Catherine, everything shorts. Like there's some fun sounds out there that I just, you know, want to do some fun shorts too, because they're funny, and I don't know, keeping on the trends and everything. Like it's a lot of work. Like mad kudos to those who can do it. My naming scheme is consistent. I like, in the best ways, I'm trying, and it feels good. Okay, so like obviously I'm not a 5-year-old, but look at this. I gotta like crouch. Look at it. Look at it. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Ah, this is the best. Oh, this should fit her perfectly. Oh, it's so cute because it looks kind of funny flat, but this is where the whole like, you know, patterning around the 3D form thing gets like real. But look at it. It's so cute. Oh, I feel like a little gnome. I feel like a little pixie. I mean, the pattern's just called Pixie Hood, but, and like obviously it's not quite big enough for me mama head, but it's cute. Ah, I hope she loves it. Yeah, ink rabbit, like the green Lego pieces falling out of a Lego shark. Yeah, exactly. We've talked about this before, but when Lego made a bigger shark that could eat a minifig, like the first thing I had to do with it was make a stop motion, because that's what I like. Cute, looks like a waffle. Yeah, no, I can vibe. It does look like a waffle. Isn't it cute though? I we're gonna talk about, right. I am an Ezra Jack Keats character. I am Snow Day. We have the little doll, the little kid in the like star shaped costume in the red. It's a velveteen. It's so pretty. Yeah, it's just talk about cottagecore, man. I kind of want to make a big hood for myself now. I think this pattern developer, which is, I give them credit, Twig and Tail. I think they have a grown-up pattern, so we can all live out our like pixie hood dreams. I also love that this was an option, so it's funny to me because it's like pixie hood optional. I'm like, was it though? Essential. But no, they had a collar and they had a classic hood, which is awesome. Like I love the ability to customize even within a pattern. It's like, wow, you put a lot of work in that. Right? No, never. Not optional. And I'm glad that again that Little Sprout was cool with it, because I'm like, I needed this. This is so cute. And then bound like in the yellow flowers. And then also what's gonna be really cute is it's gonna be bound around the face as well. Let me put this back on. So they'll be binding, which is funny because right now it's got that kind of like fun Sherpa look to it, but it'll be bound around the top, but then I'll get to put binding around the face. So we can pick something like really, really cute and then frame her sweet little face, and then it'll go down the little jackets, and oh, it's going to be really, I mean, it's already looking really cute. And then we got the sleeve, and then the sleeve has one of my favorite details where it's got the little peekaboo cuff. So like, man, I am not fitting on camera today. There we go. So cute. So like, sleeve, and then it's got the same cuff as the inside of the hood, and then so like as she grows it just gets like it starts off like you can see how much cuff I've built into that, and then as she grows you just do less cuff so that it still fits, and then yeah, right. But yeah, that's the thing too, is it's like, especially like even if not with this pattern or with this particular coat, but yeah, I could make a collar. Or what I'm hoping too is to get kind of like a really good stock of patterns that I just like. And what was amazing about this pattern, like just major shout out, it went from like infant sizes to like size 14. So like if we like this coat, and then we, you know, like if she needs a hoodie or a secondary coat, or this one, we wear it to the point where it's, you know, unmendable because it's just, you know, but yeah, she may want a big kid upgrade before she totally outgrows it. Totally. And then we could put the little like Peter Pan collar instead, or we could put, you know, we could round out the hood or take the hood off. Like we could just bind it at the neck, which a lot of like the quilt coats are just bound at the neck, and they're very, very classy, very pretty. But yeah, this whole hood, this pixie hood is like my Ren Fair reawakening. Like last time when I was working on this, we got on like such a tangent. Wow, big surprise, a tangent on my channel. It's more likely than you think. We got on a giant tangent, and it like reawoken the ancient like monster that slept, about how like much I want to do Ren Fair costumes. And you know, by the end of the day, I had like bought a pattern, and Little Sprout and I are going to be centaurs. So you know, sometimes you got to work on things to figure out what you're doing, what you're working on. So I got distracted by seeing my own self in camera, and I was wondering what all my junk was over here. It's just junk. It's linen that I didn't put away yet. It's funny because like I have this really cute like aesthetic space behind me, and then normally my camera points a little farther up, so you see all the cute stuff. But I'm switching around my setup because would it be me if I didn't change my my camera setup like every other stream? And so like where I normally stash my like tea and my coffee and all my stuff is now in view. So whoopsies, you know, I'm a real person. It's not a production studio. I try. Erin says, "Oh, please save Little Sprout's handmade clothes. My mom gave mine to friends as hand-me-downs, and I wish I had them." I will save. What I've limited myself to one box, and most of it is like the handmade stuff. It's hard because like it's hard because I struggle with keeping too much. So like I get both sides. It's hard to have nothing. It's hard to have everything. So I definitely want to save the things that like I made. But also like, you know, I've got a couple friends that would like to have kids in the next couple years. And so like with Little Sprout being, I mean, like she's 5.5 now. So let's just say being 7 years older, at least there'll be a good cycle. And then, you know, like these would be friends that I would trust to be like, yeah, just if it survives your child, hand it back to me. But I also like, I can't wait to make them stuff either too. So it's like, I could probably just, you know, like this quilt coat is going to be one of the things that Little Sprout like lives in. And, you know, if there's not snails in the pockets and that kind of stuff, like it'll probably be hers and hers alone. But, you know, hopefully, like that's what's cool about this pattern being like infant all the way to size 14 is I really hope to make it 3 or 4 times. I'd love to make it twice for Little Sprout. I'd love to make it for my friends' kids. You know, like it's one of those where I'm never going to sell them. One, because like it's not my pattern. I purchased the rights and I can use it and I can talk about it. But like I have to fight that urge in me every time to be like, Etsy shop because it happens. But like, I mean, I think we're on like, I think we've definitely passed the 24-hour mark on this project. And so far, this is all that's wearable. So not something that I could like crank out for business. And that's valid, you know, like learn to put in your effort where you want to put it in. So this is really cute. I really like this. I am unsure of what to do now because you know what? I need to look and see if I have the back, because I was feeling really lazy and didn't want to switch thread, which, like, you saw that took 2 seconds. I don't know what my oh, here it is. Hey, I'm not a disorganized mess. I'm really happy with that, too. Thank you for noticing that, and also thank you for, like, having me check myself. But yes, look at how well those quilting lines match up, especially here on the top. Like, that's good stuff. That's really good stuff. Okay, come on, contrast. Come on, camera. And then once that's bound, oh, it's gonna be good. Okay, you know what? Let's do the back. I've got, like, not the time, but I've got at least, you know, an hour until I have to go adult. So, look, there's the hood. The hood's done. We can, like, cross that piece off our, like, list. We'll just shove it there in my organization system. Okay, so we do have to clean up for a second. So let's push things out of the way. Now the back is where it gets really interesting because we haven't made the back yet, which is kind of funny because it's like, hey, we've got the sleeves done and the like front's done and the hood done. The back isn't even cut out yet, like at all. And this is because I made it difficult and wanted to inlay this block in. So if I hadn't wanted to do that, we obviously would have just cut it out of solid corduroy and called it a night. And then we would have quilted it, and I'd still be quilting. I'd be quilting forever. Erin says, I think making a coat for your kiddo equals adulting, but I know what you mean, right? If only this could sustain me in a way that, you know, sustenance, unfortunately, has to. Because I got it, you know, cook dinner and do laundry, stuff like that. All right, we also gotta push everything out of the way. So I'm making a big space because we gotta lay out the back, which, like I said, I'm really excited about this because kind of the whole point, not the whole point, but like a big chunk of this, there we go, was to have this quilt coat with this patchwork block in, because, you know, again, it was in my brain, it wasn't enough to just have it be quilted. It also needed to be patchworked. And then that was also like my excuse to like talk about the differences. Just look at how cute this goose is. It's honking cute. And then yeah, so quilting, obviously, like you know, by this point you've heard me ramble on enough. Quilting is the act of stitching the layers together, and then patchwork is stuff like this. Now often you get patchworked quilts, so there's where like the association, but okay. Yoink, yoink. There we go. Okay, so what I've grabbed is a couple options. I do still need to square up that block. You are absolutely right, Quilting Koala. And good thing I do have a square. And, hold on, watch this. Maybe. Alright, don't look too closely. Haha! Rotary cutter. I found my good one. Remember when I lost that? I was having definitely one of those, like, just big object permanence days the other day. Okay, so what we're doing is, here is... This camera's not even going to move up high enough. Here is my handle. Okay, here is the back. So much like the front, this is like the arm side. This is the little, like, back of the neck. You're supposed to cut this on a fold, which is great. I mean, this saves a lot of paper. It makes sense. You're just making one big piece. My problem is that I want this to be like there. So I need to cut it, but I don't want to waste the fabric. So, like, my thought is, and obviously if anyone has any suggestions, my thought was that I would cut, you know, pieces about here, and then do the strip at the top and then do the strip at the bottom. So we're gonna piece this, but yes, I absolutely do need to square this up first, which is probably my least favorite part of quilting, or sewing, or patchworking. This whole venture, this thing called life, because this is scary. And what you do is you take a big square ruler. Let me zoom in, and I'll put this way for y'all. You essentially decide, okay, this is going to be a, I don't know, 9-inch block. Is it a 9-inch block? I think it's a 9-inch block. And then you center this, and then you just start lopping off parts until you get a magic 9 inches. And oh boy, like, I'm good at things. Very good at some things. Kind of average at other things. I'm very bad at this. And it's obviously something I need to practice. But that doesn't make it any less terrifying, you know? You know? Yeah, talk about things my mom's really good at, and I'm just, like, petrified. Terrified with fear. So, I think it's a 9. So, like, you can see here, we're like, why is there all this extra fabric? Well, that's because that's where it needs to be cut. So, like, 9.5. Uh-oh. Is it really supposed to be a 9.5-inch block? Guess what it is? 9-inch finished. Uh-oh. Okay. So this is a 9.5-inch ruler, so there isn't anything to cut off. Now I can, with a scissor, like, take this dog ear off, just visually. That helps. But this block was a charming, lovely pain in the tush. So it might be slightly off, and that might just be something I have to live with. So, but also, it's my quilt, and there aren't any hard, fast rules. So, like, if we need to square it off, to square off that part up there, we square it off, you know? Like, that's how we do. So I might just make that a straight line, and then we get as close to 9.5 inches as possible. Because obviously, like, I can't sew past that part, because there just won't be seam allowance. Just make the side straight. Just make the side straight. I can do that. We're gonna go as straight as possible. So we're gonna use our handy dandy rotary. So this, obviously, lock it, unlock it, up on your fingers. This is always scary. And, you know, lops them off. There we go. So that just helps. Because really then, when we go to put this in, we're not just, you know, cattywampus. I don't know. There are words in my brain hole sometimes. Okay, so you can see too that I'm kind of using the ruler, the mat underneath as well to help keep this straight. And again, we do the best we can. And this is where, like, this would be scary if I had to make like 75 of these, and then they all had to be next to each other, and they all had to be straight and perfect, like little uniformed soldiers. But, you know, the kind of fun thing is I had to make one. And now it goes in a coat, and it'll just live its happy little life, doing the best it can. So, yeah. Yeah, this couldn't be a 9.5. Yep. When we both struggled with this block, so I'm unsurprised that it's this ridiculous. But on the other hand, like, even if you know something's gonna be a pain in the tushy, it's still like, wow, thanks for being a pain, you know. But it will look better once it's at least trimmed up a little bit. So that's the best we can do. And that will help me get a slightly more accurate measure when I go to piece this into the thingy. The thingy, of course, being scientific talk for the coat. All right, there. It's pretty. I mean, this is a pretty block. Pretty pain in the tush, but very pretty. So yeah, once we take our 1/4 inch all the way around, it's gonna look like we knew what we're doing. Like I said, our secrets are in the seam allowance. So now let's zoom back out. Zoom. Put this up for the top for a second and get out the corduroy. I also have to get out the iron. That's why I was putting this off, is that I also have to iron, and that's always hard with the corduroy, but I did this to myself, so I deserve this. I enjoy ironing. A lot, actually. You wouldn't know it, but it's more that, okay, so like, no excuses. But my excuse is, I work in a school bus, and, oops, hello thread. It's, you know, like 100 square feet, and so I don't always have, space to have everything out. I can have anything I want out, I just can't have everything I want out. Where do I want to put this? Okay, so Erin says, my grandmother was raised Mennonite. Oh, wow. She taught my mom to sew, and my mom taught me to sew. My grandmother was taught that the only thing that is perfect is God, so you always leave one mistake in your work. I'm not Christian, but that always brings me peace when I sew. I like that. I've heard a lot of different, like that you have to leave one mistake because you put your soul into your work, and so you have to have one place for it to escape, so you don't get trapped. So I love hearing different, like, not to say rationales, but different, you know, reasonings why we are humans. We are not infallible. We make mistakes, and it's also celebrated. I really like that. That's cool. Quilting says, is the corduroy the lining? Yes. So I'm going to cut one of this as well for the lining. You can cut the lining out and lay the block on top to get rough measurement. You are absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct. All right, let's do that. And then it's kind of fun because we get to like cut it as intended. Like, not that it's just one of those weird like brain things where I was like, ah, cool, I get to follow the pattern. It's like, yes, I didn't have to make it this hard all the time. Okay. Also, yes, I think that this is going to be long enough. So like you can already see like just the way that this pattern's written. There's the size 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's going to have lots already, which is nice. But it can always be added to, taken away. Erin says, when I started making my own clothes, Mom said if they get close enough to notice, kick them. No kidding, right? That's big energy. I feel that, especially because this is like for my kid. I'm like, if anyone gets close enough to her to like notice anything wrong in my seams, yeah, you're way too close to my kid. So big energy there. Oh, yes. Okay, so because corduroy has a like direction, I'm really glad that this piece, I know I can't zoom out far enough. There we go. It fits, which is nice because I don't want to like waste fabric. So we're gonna fold this in half and we're gonna do it properly. I'm also not gonna slice that quilt block because, yep, mama bear mood, right? It's funny because I definitely have some friends that are mama bears. And it's not that I've like never identified with that, but I definitely feel like I'm more of a like mama llama where people like don't take me as seriously, but yes, if you get close enough, I'll kick you. Like I don't have very threatening vibes most of the time. So yes, mama llama. Okay, there we go. So we're gonna cut this nicely on the fold. So we're just kind of straightening this up and trying to keep it, you know, straight-ish. Remember the nap. Yes, I'm trying to get that. Luckily this isn't too bad. So the nap is that like my metaphor is always the like if you're sitting in a chair and you can like write your name in it, then that's a problem. I'll do it this way then. This way. Good old proprioception, man. Comes to just... So that's why sometimes you'll see me flip things around a bunch of times, because I gotta make sure that things are going the right way. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna pin that. So thank you, Quilting Koala, for pointing out. That's the fun thing, and the like the hard thing about this is like I can do this 1,000 times and still like still probably forget something, because there's a lot of steps, which is one of those where it's like frightening to me. I could be more efficient. I don't want to be more efficient. Just that like, wow, there's 27 steps, and if I forget one, things go wrong. But it's also just my brain doesn't like to do the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. So like that's partially why I can't just like manufacture things, because I'll forget a step and then get really flustered. Luckily the like masks, like the face masks, were small enough amount of steps that I could figure out very quickly if I had forgotten something. Whereas something like this, I would hate to cut out a bunch and then realize I'd cut them wrong on the nap, or, cut 7 left sleeves and only 3 right sleeves or something, But like one-offs I can do. I'm good at doing it once, which is why, like, if I had a superpower that, like, wasn't good for crime fighting necessarily, but was just good for, like, quality of life, it'd be the ability to replicate things. Like, I'd have to do it once, prove to the universe and the powers that be that I can... that I could do it, and then I could have the power to replicate anything that I've made. Because then I feel like, no power comes from nothing, so I couldn't just, like, snap my fingers and make whatever I wanted. I'd still have to make at least one. But then, like, I could make a sleeve, and then just, like, snap and have, like, the other sleeve. Yeah, Aaron says, I lose my mind when I try to make things over and over. I can't make things to sell. Yeah, it's hard. Like, major props to people that can. In one of those ways where it's like all of our brains work so differently that like you never know what's just gonna hit or not. But yeah, it can be really hard and really frustrating. I think that's a big like welcome to the ADHD experience type moment where it's like, yep, that's part of this now. This is like a grab your welcome kit. This is part of it. There we go. So like that's the back. And it's really, really cute. I'm gonna unpin this. Now I did add extra because of course we need the little bit of extra for our thing, but we're gonna see what this looks like with the block. And then also, no, I don't want to applicate. This is, like I said, this is me trying to figure this out. So ta-da, a back. This big coat. Well, the good news is it'll be plenty big for plenty long. Okay, so like I'm thinking right there, like a denim jacket. Although my worry is like too high and the hood will cover it. Too low and with the hood up it'll look stupid. Because we do have the hood. This is like why cool denim jackets with like paintings on them don't have hoods. Because like the hood's gonna hang down, But like then it's like peekaboo. But yeah, I wouldn't want it like so low that you can see it even with the hood, because that's like here, right? And then when that's up, split the difference, kind of medium. I wish I could hold it on her, but she's not here today. Aaron says, I wrote one of the first posts in 2020 about cloth face coverings for a specific journalist blog. I was cranking them out before people were wearing masks. The hood should be stiff enough not to flow down that much. That is also a good point. Says Ink Rabbit. And then E. Dobbins says, that was one of the few times in my life that making the same thing over and over and over felt good. No, I totally get that. I'm not a big cranker outer of things, but there was something about the, communal and community necessary production. And then it just turned that like, for me, it turned like that anxious energy into something So no, I felt that. But yeah, my brain was not ready to process more at that point. No, I feel that. Yeah, right when, in about early April, so like everything was going into lockdown 2020, we were making masks, like content warning, animal loss, but we lost one of our goats right at that time too, and I just wasn't ready to feel anything other than 300 masks. Just, yeah, no, I totally feel that. I totally feel that, Aaron. Wow, and it's weird that it's been almost like 2 years, but I don't know, time. So, yeah, it's Crowley Goat. I'm gonna think for a second. Now, his name was, I'm gonna talk about my goat. That's what was my channel. I'm gonna talk about my goat here for a second. One, you're right about the hood. But, so if anyone knows me, they know I'm a huge fan of Neil Gaiman and Sir Terry Pratchett's work, Good Omens. Well, Little Sprout and I, hold on, I just totally lost my train of thought. Little Sprout and I were working on a ranch, and it was a rescue ranch. And so we were volunteering, and, we were like mucking fields and that kind of stuff for these rescue ponies, and they also had some goats, and they had a goat have I should know what a group, I want to say a litter, but I don't think that's right. You'd think I know this. I raise goats. Have a group of kids, and one of them was the runt, and the mom abandoned it. And it happens. It's sad. It happens. The reason though that the mama goat abandoned the baby was the little baby, who I'll get you to his name in a second. The little baby couldn't stand on one of his back legs, and so he couldn't reach to nurse. And so the mom was like, all right, well, if you can't get milk, you can't, so peace. And like that's the animal world. It happens. So like the owners of the ranch stepped in, obviously, rescued him, was bottle feeding him, but they had to travel and take their horses to something. And so they were looking for somebody to foster, to adopt this little goat, and I can't say no. Especially because we were already volunteering there, and like my parents have goats out on their land. That's where I'm living now. And it was like, we're gonna do the goat. So like he was a bottle baby, like newborn baby goat. We're talking 8 to 12 feedings a day plus. But because he kept falling, and it was a little black goat, little tiny black goat, and he had an angel wing shape on his flank, and then he kept falling. I thought it was cruelly ironic, but also just so freaking perfect and so literary symbolic. Not cruel, it's the wrong word, but we named him Anthony J. Crowley, the demon, the fallen angel from Good Omens. Which, I love Crowley. So his name was Anthony J. Crowley, so that's why I can grab it in chat. It's like, what's the J for? Because, of course, Crowley says it's just the J, really. And it was just absolutely perfect for this little goat. And he was a Spitfire. He didn't fall, you're right. He sauntered vaguely downward. And it worked so well. Plus, it was just sweet to call this little goat Anthony. No lie, I love people names for my goats. Also, all of our goats right now are named after fictional characters. It's just how we do. So we have a Rupert Giles, and we have a Victor Crumb. So we had Rupert, Victor, and Anthony. All of course, we've got Buffy, Harry Potter, and then Good Omens. Anthony, unfortunately, didn't make it. And it was right at the start of lockdown, and it was right around Easter, and that Easter was hard enough anyway. And it was hard because we did all the hard part, all the bottle raising, all the everything. He was on solid food. He was out with the big boys. He was living like goat paradise. And unfortunately, we actually think a neighbor snuck something over the fence. And people do that out in ranch land. They think that it's okay to just feed things to animals, and they can choke very easily. They can get poisoned very easily. And it's just not okay. So it's hard. It's really hard because it shouldn't have happened. And that makes it all the more cruel. But I miss Anthony. I miss little Crowley goat. And so that was extra hard too. So yeah, especially after that, I was just like, let's just make masks and do what I can. Kind of turn all of that grieving into action. Right. Yeah, so Aaron says I was making "See You in 2022" jokes in May of 2020, and nobody else thought that was funny. But I knew too much about public health, and that's true. We're still in it. Like, it's frustrating that we're still in it, but it's also just like these things don't blow over that quickly. We still got to be careful. Like, that's why we get boosters. That's why we believe in science. That's why we do what we need to do. And then Aaron says all my pets were named after literary characters when I was a kid because it's just fun. But yeah, so that's the story of Curly Goat. Maybe I'll post some pictures on the Discord. I miss them. We take in a lot of male goats because unless you're breeding male goats, I don't want to say they're worthless because I love them and we raise a lot of male goats, but they aren't like, most people want the dairy females or they want breeding studs, and so just like, especially like once they're weathered, once they're like, there's like they're pets, but they're also like, it's dry up here. If anyone's familiar with Southern California, like all that you'll hear about us is like earthquakes and fires and floods, and so like things catch on fire, so we use goats as fire abatement, and it's like, it's cool. Like, who needs a lawnmower when you have a goat? Yeah, no, little Curly Goat looked like a fancy dog. He was very cute. Also, Aaron says, thanks for sharing. Well, thanks for listening, because it's kind of stuff that, like, y'all understand, and, like, hopefully everyone's in an okay place to hear these stories and share these stories. So thank y'all for listening. It means a lot. It really does. But yeah, I'll share some pictures of Curly Goat. I miss him. Right? I've always thought I should have a goat instead of a lawnmower, right? Like, work harder, or I mean, work smarter, not harder, right? Just absolute big braining. I also, that's right, we were in the suburbs at the time, and not that I didn't want him to go up to my parents, but I was like, if he's just a dog, then I can keep him in the suburbs, right? I mean, he would have been cool, but now it was also really great to see him frolic around in all the acreage and play with Rupert and Victor. Rupert, don't tell Victor, but like Rupert's like my favorite because he's a ginormous goat. His type of goat is bred specifically to be meat and dairy goats. So the boys are often young. And so Rupert is a big boy. He's a really big boy. But he's kind of like he's bigger than a Great Dane. He's a big goat. And he loves kisses. And so he's just my big boy. Rupert is, he's the big one. Victor is the smaller one. He's cool. Cool. But he doesn't really like affection. So of course, like, not to be like my favorite, it's going to be the one that like lets me love them. But I'm the kind of person that just goes into the pen and I'm like, let me love you. So, Aaron says, yeah, I definitely need a fancy dog, not a goat, also in the burbs. And yes, and Kravitz says, I loved his baby goat jumps. Baby goat jumps, if that could be, I was going to say weaponized. I'm like, what is wrong with my brain? If that could be bottled, that would be all the endorphins that we needed. All the endorphins we needed. So, hey, look at that. All right, Blue Merle Crafts rated. Hey, thank you for putting that out, Aaron, too, because sometimes I was getting distracted by talking about goats. But we have raiders. Welcome, raiders. I promise we're working on something. How is your evening going? We were talking about goats. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I'm going to lay out an actual like pattern and prove I'm doing something. But also, yes, thank you so much for the shout out. Thank you so much, Blue Merle Crafts. I hope your evening is going well. Judging by the username, not to make any assumptions, but it sounds like you're also in the Makers and Crafting, and I would love to know what you were doing. Gaming, talking, just chatting, whatever you were working on. I want to know. In that like delightfully like, yay, and they love goats, so like perfect. Everyone's just finding their way to the place that they need to be. Right? Making resin tumblers. Those are cool. That's really, really fun. You're welcome to stay and tell us about yourself. Tell us about your work if you want to. Stream Elements, I was about to say my bot is probably not going to like be chill on the links, but I do have a Discord if you want to like throw your links, but also just feel free to stay, hang out, tell me about yourself, but also totally get it if you got to raid and run. I wish you the best. So wherever the evening's taking you, Blue Merle, thanks for being here. And thanks for bringing your raiding party. We are making a quilt coat for my daughter, Little Sprout. So it's quilted up. We can see kind of the hood here that we've been working on. But in addition to being quilted, it's also got a thank you. I do have a hashtag social. I mean, sorry, hashtag. I'm such an Instagram. Exclamation point socials, exclamation point Discord will get you right to where you can drop some links. Thank you, Aaron. You're the best at Twitch. I am still learning. Yeah. So yeah, we're making a patchwork quilt coat. So if you feel like sticking around, thanks for being here. And just because I'm in like Twitch hosting mode and not goat mode, just a big shout out to everyone that's here chatting, and a shout out to everyone that's here lurking. And also shout out to my raiders. Thank you so much for being here. You guys are my everything. As if you are new here, my name is Catherine. This is Catherine Everything. I use she they pronouns, and I'm just a awkward little artist working in a school bus. That's where we are right now. And today we're sewing. So variety streamer, do a bit of everything. So we also talk about goats. I got goats. Goats are cool. I love goats. So we are trying, or I'm doing math right now. And by math, I mean kind of trying to figure out this pattern. I am working in a school bus, so I definitely, I need a better way to show it. I am in a schoolie. His name is Art. Art's my boy. I'm in a shorty. So I'm in I should know these things. 1, 2, 3. I'm a 6-window short school bus. It's about 100 square feet in here. Art and I, this is my studio. Like I said, it's good. It's really fun. This is where I do my whole practice, my streaming, my YouTube, my everything. It's also where I homeschool my daughter. So like, it's like a third homeschool, 2/3 just creative chaos. And it's just fun times. It was really, in a lot of ways, Art, the bus was like my biggest DIY project. He was retired from his fleet, and so picked him up at an auction and just made him into like my dream studio, and it's really cool. It's definitely one of those things where it's like, you know, if you're playing like Never Have I Ever or like Who Has a Weird Fact, you don't get to very often come across somebody else working in a school bus. So like, shout out to the schoolie community. Like, now art, I don't like travel in art. There's a lot of schoolie people who like live on the road. And oh, I'm missing stuff in chat. I'm so sorry. What do I do when Little Sprout hides a workbook? Uh-oh. Yeah, right. As a game, or does she just not want to do the homework? Because just give her a break. She can have a break. Little Sprout is my daughter. Welcome to everybody that's new. She's hanging with her dad today. That's in Grab It in chat. This is her coat, but we're also, you know, homeschooling and co-parenting and a little bit of both. Yeah, just let her have a break. You've been working hard. We've been earning that co-working tag today here on Twitch. It's all good, and you know, you got a couple days. Okay, so like I said, I'm thinking. I got so excited. There's new people here. Talk about goats. So what we're trying to do, let me like reopen this, and then maybe the tabs in my brain will reopen. No promises. Is we're putting this patchwork block on the back of our jacket. So if I turn that so y'all can see the right way. There we go. So we've got the arms, the back of the neck, block. So what I'm trying to do is figure out how to piece this in. So like I need to obviously cut like, you know, 2 little blocks about yay big, stitch them on, and then stitch that on, and then stitch the bottom on. But for some reason I wasn't measuring and I was just talking. A big surprise, right? Also, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, Blue Merle Crafts, for the follow. I appreciate that. So, mathing is good. Okay, so I'm gonna take this clear ruler here because, one, like numbers, not to be like numbers are hard enough, but I like that I can really see through this. So my block is approximately 9.5 inches. So like if I'm looking out here, let me see if I can bring this down. Ta-da! Looking at cutting a piece that's, you know, what, 6 by 9.5, and then I can stitch that. And like, obviously I'll have to cut out a little bit for the arm there, but we'll do 2 of those and then get them stitched on. I'll bring out the iron. That was another reason, excuse me, that was another reason I like had no problem getting distracted, because then I didn't have to get out the iron that second. Thanks, brain. Like, there was the hype cup. Okay, so I'm like watching my notifications on 2 different screens. I like the little hype cup thing. It's so cute. There we go. So I didn't want to have to get out the iron, even though I love ironing. It's just, and this goes back to the schooly thing, like, I love art. He's a great space. But when you're kind of crafting on top of yourself, sometimes, like, having to switch equipment is like, oh no. Oh no. So everyone let me get distracted in the best ways and talk about my goats for a second. So I'm not complaining. That's just my excuse. So we're going to do two 6x9.5-inch rectangles. Now this is going to be tricky because I need to make sure that the wale of the corduroy, so again, there are like stripes, like, you know, if you've ever seen like really 70s pants and they've got like really wide wales, you'll know what I'm talking about. This is pretty small wale. I don't even think it's showing up on camera, but there's lines that go like parallel to each other. So I just want to make sure that like I'm cutting in the right way, because I don't want like two panels going, you know, this way and then one going, like, I want them all. I want to make it look like I know what I'm doing. All right. So Blue Merle says, oh man, you have goats. I want goats, right? So I am, I've always been pretty lucky that my parents have land. We're in like SoCal, so we're a little bit above Los Angeles, which is cool because it's like, it's Hollywood and then like it's desert. And so like they've always had land and it's cool to be like back there. You know, I got my bus, I got my goats. It's all good. So yeah, we take in rescues. We use them to control the weeds because, like, if you know anything about Southern California, we like to have earthquakes, we like to catch on fire, and we like to flood. So the goats help with the fire. So best lawnmowers ever. Okay, Ink Rabbit says, got the book, but she's cleaning her room and doesn't need help. You know, you don't know where things go, she says. So I'm going to follow her, a good example, and clean. I'll be lurking. All right, enjoy your lurk, enjoy your clean, I get that. Shout out if you need her input. I absolutely will. Thank you so much. Yeah, have a good clean. I totally did that last night. So I was talking about how the internet went down and I couldn't stream last night. And like, it's hard because sometimes time off is nice, but on the other hand, it's like, you know, like if you drive all the way to like college and then your class is canceled and you're like, oh, couldn't you have told me before I like got out of bed? Kind of felt like that yesterday, where like I was ready to stream, but I couldn't. So then I just had a bunch of weird energy, which, like, speaking of weird energy, like, not that it's a problem. I just like to talk about it, and I'll bring it up a lot. So like, I like to let everybody know that I do have ADHD. I try my best to stay on target. But you know, sometimes we talk about goats. So like last night I just had all this energy and I couldn't figure out what I wanted to do. Yeah, you have like the worst, sorry, and Gravis interrupting me in the best way. It's like the worst story about being late for class, getting 2 tickets on the way there. Like, I think it was like, not to like throw you under the bus, but it was like 2, like a driving ticket and then a parking ticket. And then you get all the way to campus and your class was canceled and it's like table flipping, right? So yeah, I had that kind of energy, luckily with no tickets involved. So I just like put on Encanto for like the gajillionth time. I say a gajillion time, I've only seen it twice, but I've listened to that soundtrack like so much and just cleaned. And I didn't get as much done as I wanted to, because that's just a weird energy, but it did feel nice to clean. So I totally get that, like, you and Little Sprout, just sometimes you just need to clean. Sometimes I just need to like pretend I have my life together. And that means cleaning my room. So I get that. I get that. Okay, so 6 by 9.5. Going vertically. Okay, so I'm going to line up. I've got like a weird edge here that I need to straighten up anyway. I'm going to be using my rotary cutter and I'm just going to straighten this up just for funsies first. Cut off the selvage, straighten that up, and then just like then measure, because we want our fabric to be nice. So as always, this is a like razor blade on a circle, kind of spinny wheel of sharp. So I'm gonna be really careful with it. And then just kind of cut off that selvage here. Fingers up and go. And then I'm going to lock it so that it's not sharp anymore, and then measure. Because if I set that down with the blade out, you're just asking for trouble. And I'm good at finding trouble even without sharp objects being like left around. So then for good measure, we'll proprioceptively spin this around a bunch of times and figure out where I need to cut it. So, okay. So what's nice about these, and I know that my camera's, there we go, so like that's facing a slightly different way. What's nice about these is, with these clear rulers, is I can very quickly and very easily see, like where I need to be. So I'm going to cut 6. So I'm actually going to flip my ruler so that it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the fabric, not off the fabric. And then, yeah, we'll spin this around. I don't know if anybody else has this problem. Okay, so, and Quilting Koala is my mom, so hi, Mom. She says to remember the nap. We were talking about that a little bit earlier before, where, like, you know, if you can sit in a chair and, like, write your name, that's because the fibers are, like, predispositioned to going one way and they, like, have a slightly different when they go the other way. So sometimes that is an issue. Luckily, the nap on this isn't too bad, but you still kind of want it to go down so that, like, say you wipe your hands on your coat, you want it to lay nicely so that you don't look like you just, like, mangled yourself. That is going to be your new catchphrase, right? At least for this project. And then I'll switch it up with the next project, because that's how we do around here. So I'm just spinning this around a bunch of times so that I can cut safely, which, like, always throws my brain for a loop because I have it all nicely laid out and then I got to switch it around. There's a model maker YouTube who I'll have to post his links in my Discord. But he has an expression that's only an idiot cuts towards your digits. So, like, only an idiot cuts towards their fingers, their fingies, which just sticks in my head. Which, you know, whatever helps you be safe. So, you know, be safe. But I gotta spin it around so that I can, you know, cut safely. Because you want to be in control every time you're using something like this. You don't want to cut towards your body. You don't want to cut over your body. You just gotta be safe, you know? Good tools demand respect, you know? Okay, so Ingravit says that she needs to cross-stitch that for my boss, right? I'd have all sorts of sayings. All sorts of ridiculousness if she started cross-stitching all the things I need to remember. They'd be plastered everywhere. There'd be no room if we cross-stitched all the things I need to remember. Which is what we were kind of talking about earlier, where it's like, when we were kind of talking about, like, production, and just, you know, making the same thing over and over, it's like, it's hard to remember 27 steps in. And that's where E.E. Dobbins, Aaron, and I were talking about, like, the masks, at least, not that they weren't hard, because, you know, good things take effort, but it's more like they luckily were, like, a small enough set of steps or a disparate amount of, like, techniques for each step that I felt like I could produce them. Whereas, like, this coat, I think we've hit over the day mark. Like, we put 24 hours or so into this coat. I wouldn't want to have to do this all the time. Now, obviously, I would batch these. If this was something that I was going to make for production, I wouldn't be doing this, like, one weird step at a time. You'd cut out 27 arms and 27 backs and that kind of thing. Like, obviously, I am using someone else's pattern. I bought the rights to the pattern. It's not like I'm talking about actually mass producing this or anything. Like, check your pattern rights. So this is all hypothetical. But in the hypothetical situation that I was selling these, like, I wouldn't be doing it, you know, as kind of piecemeal as I am now. I would definitely want to be more efficient with it. But it's still hard because there's just so many different steps, and then, like, remembering to check which direction the nap is going. Which obviously, yeah, you'd either, if you were producing these, I don't want to say you wouldn't care, because people can produce things with great intent. You'd either want to pick a fabric where you didn't have to care, or that would be the thing you did for the day, where you just laid out the fabric, checked for the nap, and laid out those pieces. You wouldn't purposely, like, distract yourself, kind of the way that I'm doing. And of course, you know, that's not to speak for everyone or anyone, but I just know, like, my brain, I couldn't produce at like this level, if that makes any sense. I know I'm rambling a little bit. Okay, so what we're doing with this, just to kind of get back on track, I'm going to sew along this line and fold that out. I'm going to iron this because hot garbage right here. Do the same thing, and then see how that's going to, like, inset that pattern block so that we can put this on the back of our coat. So we are really chunking along with this. Luckily, and this is the, like, learn your limits so you know what you can get away with. Luckily, this is straight enough here that I'm going to sew this and then iron the whole thing. I don't need to press this piece first, but, you know. We're going to slap a couple pins in these, and then I'll have to get out the iron. So it is inevitable. It's just one of those things, even though I didn't want to. And does anyone else have that kind of, like, executive dysfunction where it's like, I know that's the next step, and it's not like I don't want to iron, I just don't want to have to get out the iron. And this is also my own fault, because obviously if all I did was sew, that I would just make myself an iron station and be done with it. But no, I'm bit of a variety streamer, which is great. It keeps my brain very happy. Right? I don't want to do the mini steps. Yeah, I'll do the work. I just don't want to do the like, it's not even the prep. I don't even know, right? The mini steps. I love that. But yeah, like sometimes it's like, oh no, that's where I was defeated in this quest, was having to fetch the actual iron. I'll do all the work. This is why showering is a mess. Oh my gosh, showering with ADHD is like the worst. I hate it. I hate it so much. Okay, I am wrangling a sewing machine. Okay, so let's get a fancier view. Yeah, look at that. Gotta plug things back in. Okay, so we're gonna plug in the foot pedal so that we can get zoom in. Today I am using my mom's Pfaff. This is the machine I actually learned to sew on, and I love it so much. My Elna, my machine, needs to go into the shop. So we're talking about how this project, this coat for Little Sprout, has just been a lot because I've had to switch machines halfway through, which is kind of like switching calligraphy pens halfway through an essay. Like, you know what you're doing, but it's going to be slightly... Or winding a new bobbin, Quilting Koala says, just that mini step. It's like, oh no, I wanted to sew, but I'm out of thread. Okay, I guess I'm out of, like, will to do things, you know? It's like, alright, I guess I'll just perish. Like, this is it. R.I.P. me, right? Like, I could do incredible, amazing things with these two hands of mine, but you need me to do this simple task? Psh, no. Why? Yes, all the mini steps and the sensory experience. True facts. Okay, so this is 1/4" seam allowance, which, if you remember, on the garment itself, we're doing a 3/8 inch or a centimeter, but this quilt block is using a 1/4" seam allowance. Because of course it is. Because quilting is different than garment making. Erin also says, RIP to the projects I didn't finish because I ran out of bobbin thread. I wish I didn't relate. Like, in that, like, I empathize so hard that it's like, oh no, I know those feels. Alright, so we're just gonna sew this up. Uh-oh, did you just decide to migrate? You'll be fine, that's in the seam allowance. And then we'll get out the iron, and then we can cut out some other pieces. Well, that's really shifting. Uh-oh. We'll see. I might have to unpick this. That's also the funny thing, too. Like, I definitely have big days where, like, just the amount of technical knowledge I feel like I possess is amazing. And then I'll sew something, like, so wrong that I'm like, who let me in here? Who said, yes, use this machinery and create something? Who? What? Why was I allowed in? But then, yeah, then you have a good day and you're like, ah, yes, I am the master of my domain. I know what I'm doing. And then it, you know, it all works out. Right? Okay, I'm trying not to stretch anything. I'm trying not to have anything pull. This is really just, we're going for, like, setting this in nice and gently, like cradling this block. Hopefully it'll be fine. It'll be fine. So, I mean, it's really cool too when you, like, open it like a book and it's like, ta-da, quilt block. Like, wow. I think I have to unpick this. It shifted, which happens. So here at the bottom, it had too much, and then here at the top, it's like, oh no, when that opens, there's not going to be any seam allowance there. What the nonsense? So we're going to be responsible, and we're going to unpick it, which stinks, but, you know, it's one of those where it's like, especially in this particular case, it's like, I either unpick it now, or I, like, have to fuss with it, and then maybe still have to unpick it later. And it goes to show, like, I had that pinned, and it still slipped. Like, things just happen. Things just happen. I don't know why that slipped like that, but it did. And old me definitely would have stubborned. Definitely would have been like, that'll come out in the seam allowance, it'll be fine. And then I would have been frustrated with myself. So we're growing. We're having a character growth. I think character growth is going to be my next emoji because, or emote here, because I try to make my channel emotes the ones that like things that I say a lot, which is why we have the big brain one. So I think the next one's going to be like character growth. That or words are hard because good gravy. Started today not being able to English, which would be fine if I spoke any other language fluently, but I don't speak anything else fluently. I have studied other languages, but I don't speak anything else fluently. So. Okay, there we go. Well, you know what? We've redeemed it. I do. Yeah, my channel emotes are out of my own, which, you know, like however you do yours, like you, the royal you, totally valid. I've seen some really cool people that I'm like, man, if you had commission slots open, I'd be so down. But no, I just, because I like to keep myself way too busy, like way too freaking busy. And I'm a bit of a control freak. I do it all, for better or for worse, honestly. All right, let's center that. I mean, it's something I enjoy, so like you know, I'm not complaining. So, but yes, we had one stream night, just kind of like a community night, right after I made affiliate, where we were just like throwing out ridiculous ideas. And that's actually, it's funny that you brought up the tauntaun earlier, Aaron, because that was what inspired the raid icon, the like we ride, because I ended up like making my own life drawing, like you know, like open studio. I was like posing for myself, which was hilarious, and everyone was just having a really silly art school time of it. But yeah, thanks for sharing my emotes. I have fun with them. One of my favorite things, and I don't know if I can switch a camera around well enough to like show it. Yeah, I can. Okay, so welcome to my bus. This is the ceiling. Little Sprout. Oh, there we go. Little Sprout drew me those emotes when I made affiliate. And they're my favorite. They make me so happy. You know, I tried to convert some of them. They're a little complicated. Like, you know, even I'm like, what? I only get 28 pixels? Nonsense. But I love so much. So I keep them on my ceiling because they make me so happy. So those are my emotes to be, my like inspirational emotes. But there's like a goat selling like t-shirts, our dog Delta with pom-poms, and Macchiato, our cat, and then 2 other cats high-fiving because heck yeah. So those make me very, very happy. Oh, look at all the wires. So many wires. It's a fun aesthetic to mix and match, like vintage bus, Star Wars nerd, Twitch streaming cottagecore nonsense. I like the rainbow cat. I definitely want to make Little Sprout her own emote. I've been trying to workshop that one. I like the rainbow cat too, right? And Ink Rabbit says, I forgot about the Delta one. I really tried to make. So Delta's our pup. She's a Jabrarian Chepsky. She is huge. I like big animals. I like little small animals, and I like big animals. It's that scale thing. Like obviously, like normal size is cool too. We all animals are cool. But yeah, she's like an 8-year-old Jabrarian Chepsky. She's our rescue. She's awesome. Yes, that's true. We decided that Star Wars is cottagecore. You're right. Totally lost my train of thought because I got excited about Star Wars. It's a problem. But yeah, so Little Sprout drew Delta with pom-poms just cheering for me, which is just awesome because like Delta is like 100% energy. She would totally be my cheerleader. She likes to come and sleep in the bus, especially now that it's cold. She'll just hang out with me. But yeah, often I'll just, you know, be talking to myself, and then I'll just be talking to a large dog under my table. So, you know. Ink Rabbit says, I will try to doodle some ideas for Little Sprout. Right? My hype emote, yeah. It's just Delta being like, whoa! And then she's like, I'm gonna take a nap. She's a very good dog. She's a working dog. She helps us with the goats. I love ranch dogs. Like, all dogs are best dogs, but like ranch dogs are like best dogs. Also, all dogs are puppies. I don't care how old they are. It's fact. Also, you know, not that you needed any more excuses to join our super cool Discord, but yeah, Evie, we have a pets channel because I love all y'all pets. Like Aaron E. Dobbins, their dog is named Evie, and they're cute. Okay, I did it this time. Let's get out the iron. Oops, I can't close that. Okay, let's see. I gotta move a couple things around, so I'm gonna transition awkwardly here. The only type of transition I know. There's no smooth transition here. I am only awkward. There is only Zool. Okay, so I'm gonna grab the iron so y'all can just look at this block for a second in all its goose glory. Evie tries to herd me to the food dish sometimes. Yeah, she's smart. She's a smart working dog, right? Ranch dog, best dog. Go Evie. Everything's rattling around today. Stop. There we go. Gotta get the ironing board. It's, oh, oops. Totally normal sounds. You'd also think I wouldn't be able to lose anything, only having the, 100 square foot of space, but nope. There we go. Okay. Also, thank you for all the Discord messages and everything too. I appreciate all the tips and the pointers and the shares and the love. I am caught in my own cables. I swear I know what I'm doing. All right, E. Dobbins says she's a 9-pound Chihuahua Dachshund mix with very little fur. She would make a good ratter, though. Yep, right. Barn cat dog. Cat dog. Cat dog. We have a friend who has a I know dogs. Yorkie. There we go. A Yorkie, and he's very, very small. Rudy is very, very small dog. And when Little Sprout was even littler, my friend would come over with Rudy, and we'd do art and stuff together. And Rudy would just chill on the table in his little cat bed, and Little Sprout refused to acknowledge that he was in fact a dog. And she's like, best I can do is a kitty doggy. That's not in her 3-year-old babble, not dog, kitty doggy. So he's been kitty doggy ever since, but it's a very accurate description. He's got the fluffy kitty ears, but I just also love the not dog. Mother, I don't know what you've shown me on this planet, but it does not prove that that is a dog, not dog. But they haven't seen each other much, of course, because of social distancing and everything, but Rudy gives good Christmas presents, so Little Sprout got some presents from Kitty Doggy, which, I mean, is totally my friend's excuse to just be super extra awesome Tia and spoil her. It's it's from the dog. I'm I love you. I love seeing how I'm shoving the sewing machine gently, so that's why I'm making weird faces. I love how my friends have adapted to being aunts and uncles and just all of that, and just the way that they share their love is very cute. Okay, so I'm gonna iron real quick and then we'll cut out 2 more pieces. And it's funny because this is gonna take just as long as quilting one whole sleeve. Hey, She Heaps, thank you so much for the follow. Thanks for being here. We're ironing. Hopefully you are having a wonderful, wonderful evening, or you know what, time zones being what they are, whatever time of day it is. Let me know how your day is going. I can't speak today, but if you'd like to tell us about yourself in chat, feel free to. If you'd like to lurk, also feel free to. We like to just get excited about what everybody's doing, and thanks for dropping that follow. I appreciate it. All right, so I'm going to, just because this is so bulky already, I'm going to iron my seams. I'm going to iron them towards the corduroy. Inside the block, we iron them open, but it was one of those where, like, this is probably going to lay better when I go to quilt it. So that's kind of all you can do. It's just kind of attempt to make it slightly easier for your future self. It doesn't always work out. Spoiler alert. I'm really good at kind of making problems for future Catherine, but, you know. Evie is also a kitty doggy. Excellent. Which, you know, like, obviously we're talking about your dog, but it also kind of works for the Pokemon too. So, alright, so I'm ironing my corduroy from the back. We talked a little bit briefly about how it just has that, you know, that raised edge, that wale, that kind of velvety bit. And so I'm really only trying to iron it from the back just so that it doesn't smoosh down. Now, if I have to cheat it and iron it from the front, I will. Like, but... Hey, so She Heap says, hey, I'm not on Twitch much anymore, but I've never seen a fellow quilter on here. Well, I am very, very happy to be in the company of a fellow quilter as well. So thanks for coming out. Yeah, you know what? If you do stream, let me know. Also, feel free to !Discord. Join our Discord, post when you're live. You know, what have you. Also, share your work too. Like, we love to get excited about everyone's work. It makes me really happy. It keeps me going too. So, but yeah, I'm glad that whatever brought you to Twitch today, you know, brought you this direction, because it is fun to see quilters on Twitch, right? Like, there's a decent little community. I'm still very, very new. I've only been streaming since October, like the end of October. So I'm still kind of getting myself into all of it. But I've seen a couple other quilters, so it's nice to see that be a thing. She Heap says, I used to stream quite a bit. I streamed over the holiday break, but it was hand sewing the binding of the quilt she made for her husband. That's cool. Also, thank you. Also, congrats on your slightly new channel. I appreciate that. I will have to check that out. I know that sometimes streaming schedules and life and everything get crazy, so if you are coming back to streaming, I hope to see you. If that's not in the cards, well, I hope to see your work wherever we can. That's super cool. Also, yay binding, because I love to bind, in the way that, like, sometimes I hate it, but it also is, like, also ink rabbit redeem stretch, so I'm gonna multitask here. Thank you for your channel point redemption. Binding is fun because then you're done. Like, it's such a, like, tangible progress marker that it's like, that's good stuff. What size quilt were you making? So She Heap says, I started teaching myself to quilt during the pandemic. And they're obsessed. Well, haha, welcome. My mom taught me how to quilt and sew. She's actually here on the channel. She goes by Quilting Koala, so if you ever see her, lovingly reminding me to, like, check my fabrics or check my seams. Oops, excuse me. Gotta remember how to breathe. Goodness. That's my mom. She taught me how to quilt and sew. I'm actually using her machine today because mine decided to not want to work right now, which is awesome that I can do that, and I'm very, very grateful. Of course, like, I'm like, oh no, I'm sad for my machine, but I'm also like really, really heckin' grateful that I've got, like, a village. She Heap says, lucky, my mom quilts as well, but I learned without her. We live hours away from another. Oh, that's hard. But I'm glad, like, that you now have something that, like, you can do together apart, you know? Like, so jealous that you have a quilty village. Yeah, it's one of those where, like, so I, like, grew up a military brat, and so, like, for most of my life, it's just been, like, me, my brother, my mom and dad. So, like, in the best ways, it's nice when our hobbies, you know, overlap, because it was just us. Now, as an adult, you know, like, it's nice to kind of spread that. You know, I've got some art friends. I don't have very many quilter friends, like, IRL, which is interesting, working on it. But now with Twitch, I'm like, ooh, it doesn't matter where you are. Like, we can just work on stuff together. So that's why, like, especially in the Discord, I really love to see other people's work, because, you know, we make our own village. We make our own nerdy little web. So exactly, welcome to the virtual sewing circle. That's right, Erin, you said it. You said it. We're all just, you know, sewing and chatting and hanging out. My mom and I have a lot of common hobbies. It's so nice. I wish we were closer. Yeah, that's always hard when you have to be away from family that is good family. Obviously, if y'all are out there with family that you need distance from, I respect that. But yeah, it's hard when you want to be closer and can't. But yeah, I'm stoked about this. I need to chat with more quilters. Yeah, so it was like awkward ironing board lift right there. I'm glad you're here. I really am. I am a bit of a variety streamer, so your mom has a floor loom, Erin. That's cool. So like, I'm a bit of a variety streamer. So I won't always be quilting. But I do love sewing. Fiber arts is kind of the thing that my heart always comes back to. I like to do like everything from like fine arts fiber sculpture all the way to, quilting, clothing, cross stitch. But then, other cosplay. But then, other times I'll be like, what we're going to do? We're going to we're going to make weird things because I love to make things. Yes, to answer your question, I was working on my largest quilt yet. It's kind of a full size-ish. Nice. I made it a custom size to fit my husband's 6'2" frame. Very nice. If you're comfortable, I would love to see pictures. That's really cool. That's a big quilt. It all sounds amazing. I have lots of interest and love watching others make stuff. I do too, right? Like, it's fun. I think too, just like, I also game because it's Twitch, and we have Star Wars Saturdays. They're Star Wars themed right now. Thank you, Erin. You've been like the best mod today, and you're not even my mod, but honorary mod. You know what? I have no problem, but I think I have my Nightbot set to our, like I said, baby channel. So you're welcome to post links in the Discord if you're comfortable joining Discord. I don't think it takes them just for spam. This is me learning, so. There's in the best and worst ways, there's like so much to learn about Twitch, so trying to fit it all in. But yeah, you're welcome to join our Discord, and then we can love all of your projects. We have a sewing channel, we have a art channel. They all have like kind of silly names because I can, so like So What and Arts and Chats. But yeah, you're welcome to join our Discord because it's fun stuff. Okay, so we've got that. I've got everything just kind of sitting funny right now because I've got the iron and the sewing machine, so I'm trying not to be awkward, but like, it's my middle name, so. Okay, I'm gonna move things around. Okay, so if we bring out our lining, I can take another measurement. So I'm gonna flop this one down and then kind of see where we're working. And I will kind of zoom out. There we go. Best cameras, or camera cinematography there. Okay, so we're centering this, and then we're going to cut a strip for this top part. So remembering that this is the back of the neck. These are the arms. I'm pretty sure they're called arm size, right? It's one of those things where I'm like, I hope I'm saying that right, but I don't know. Sometimes I have to question the very nature of my reality. Cool, thank you, Erin. I knew that someone in chat would know in the best way, and that's why I love you guys, is because, especially like with nerdy stuff and with technical stuff, like I don't gatekeep here. Like I figure if you know enough to get us pointed in the right direction, we'll figure it out. I don't have the RAM anymore to memorize everything, so thank you. You're welcome to post it in the So What, SEWWHAT, So What. Thanks for asking. I like that Discord allows us to talk about myriad things and organize it. So thanks for asking on which channel to plop that into. Appreciate that. Okay, I'm gonna count for a second. Big braining. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 16 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 16 by 6 is what we're gonna do. 16 by 6 and a half. 16 by 6 and a half. Okay, so we're gonna also make sure my nap is facing the right way and do a 16 by 6 and a half inch piece. Let's see. I'm kind of getting to the like weird end of this. I'm trying to be efficient. Big ruler time. Okay, so again, we're gonna use our rotary cutter because it's good stuff. And we're gonna cut a 16 by 6 and a half. All right, perfect. Looks like you got that in the Discord. Thank you. Oh, and you just said just posted to Discord. Perfect. Perfect. I can't wait to see that. Okay, 16. We need another ruler. I just had one. Here we go. Nice. We're gonna... Oh, I can fit that for sure. Okay, so I'm gonna double ruler it here for a second just to get my measurement. But I'm pretty sure, because this is a 12.5-inch square. Let's turn it to the 12. And then we'll do a 4-inch. So from the selvage, because... Okay, cool, I can get that. So I'm stacking the rulers just because I only had this much left, and I wanted to make sure that I could fit this on here. Because the last thing I want to do is cut out a piece that I can't use. So... Erin says, wow, I am so impressed by quilters. And then She Heap says, I need a better surface to do my fabric cutting. I use carpeted floor and my back is always killing. And yes, Erin is a wearables person. I totally get that. Which also, if anyone has any suggestions, I am totally in the market for a new chair. So if anybody if anyone has any suggestions, the chair that I'm sitting in is like my childhood kitchen chair, and it's adorable. It's very, very, very cute. But it's not so bueno for 6-hour streams. So if anyone has I should make a post in my Discord. I should do things. If anyone has gaming chair, office chair suggestions, I'd love to hear them. But yes, speaking of backs, I totally feel for that. My budget, I'd love to keep it under 200 right now. I found one at Staples that was the floor model, and it was exactly 100, and that just made my budget heart so happy. But they only had the floor model left, and it had been not kindly taken care of. It was but She Heap says, I thrifted my chair for like $10. Nice, very cute, very old and wooden, not so cozy, right? I'm getting totally caught back up. So She Heap says, E.E. Dobbins is in sewing clothing because I am so jealous. Yes, Erin does. E.E. Dobbins mostly does clothing. They are a fiber artist as well. Also very, very big into psychology and very smart. Good people on this stream. And then She Heap says, my New Year's resolution is to make my own clothing. Well. I'm glad you're here then. It is also one of my New Year's resolutions. I have a bunch of corduroy, and I don't know where it came from in the best ways. And obviously especially quilters, we have fabric cords. So whether it transmutated from whatever, or just it traded in the existence of the universe, I have corduroy and I'm very excited about it. And I'm going to make some clothes. And then I'm getting back into cosplay because it's fun. And my kid is in a very fun place with it right now. And we got plans. So I am very excited because if your New Year's resolution, She Heaps, is to make clothing, then that, in the best ways, helps me because it's also one of my New Year's resolutions. And then we can inspire each other. Right? No, I know there's so many cool gaming chairs out there that are I was gonna have a word and then I'd just chef's kiss, but yeah. No, I mean big picture. It not to be it doesn't need to be anything fancy. It needs to not kill my back. But I'm not totally in that market. A task chair. That just sounds fancy. You can sit in a bunch. Oh, you know what? I think even though I didn't recognize the name, I can picture it. Is it the cool one where you can sit cross-legged and you can just it's got different panels in the best way? My home office chair isn't terrible, and I think it was around 225. I totally there were numbers. Okay. I mean, I can roll with that. The same company makes it. Okay, well, we were connecting on. I love when that happens where you're I wasn't picturing the thing that you were talking exactly about, but that company makes it, so you were on the right wavelength, even though it is something totally different. Oh, that makes me happy. Okay, so 6.5. I'm also thinking 6.5. 6.5. Go, Catherine Brain, go. Okay. It's like a T shape. That's cool. I'm just gonna use a scissor. So because I have this all lined up, but not on the right side of my body, I'm just gonna mark that with a scissor. Keep going and then flip this around because You don't want to cut towards yourself. You don't want to cut over yourself, but it always means that I have my fabric facing the wrong direction. Always. Always, always, always. Which is like the one thing I'm consistently good at is being slightly to the left of where I need to be. Anyone else feel like that? 6. Why is this not? Okay. Okay, fingers. Oh, okay. Fingers up. Okay, and then we keep going. So this needs to be 16 by 6.5. So that's 12 and a half. And then 4 more. I guess an extra ½ inch, but it's enough. And I'm gonna do that. That wasn't the best, but there we go. Okay, and lock it. All right, so that should be good if we did our math correctly. Yeah, it's getting there. So we pick that piece up. Oh yeah, it looks decent. So I'm just gonna lay it out just to double check. But no, I am very excited to see your work in the Discord. I didn't mean to get wholly distracted there, but there were numbers. So, whereabouts am I from? I am in Southern California. I am a little bit north of Los Angeles. What about yourself? Did that work? Come on. There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna follow the nap. Okay, gotta flip this. And then we'll try and line it up. So what I'm trying to do is essentially build this, you know, up so that I can cut it back out again. And then we're gonna quilt this, which is gonna be really fun. So I'm just kind of trying to keep it, you know, vaguely in the right place here. And then building back in for that seam allowance. Oh, so She Heap says, nice. I just moved from California, born and raised in the East San Francisco Bay Area, and was in Orange County for like 8 years. Moved to Washington State a year ago. All right. That's super cool. You have rain up there. Although if you were in NorCal, you had rain there too. So in that way, not that big of a jump. I'm definitely from the desert, so like anytime it rains, I get very excited about it. That, and it sounds really cool on the bus roof. So like I think even if I was like used to the rain, I'd probably still geek out about it. But also I was mentioned the military brat thing. I grew up, the longest we stayed anywhere while I was a kid was in Scotland, and so I still freak out over the rain because it just reminds me of that. So, all right, I'm gonna zip this on. She Heap says, haha, yeah, used to the gray, but it is a lot of gray and rain. I love it. I don't miss the sun. Right? It's funny because, like, I mean, obviously, you know, life, you figure out, you adapt to wherever you are, but it's hot here. This is the time of year where we actually, like right now, we actually have a little bit of winter, and it's exciting because as soon as it gets to be summer, it can be up to 120 here. So it gets very hot. And in those days, I miss Scotland with my entire fiber of my being, every fiber. I am one fiber with every fiber. But yeah, it's hard because I love it here. But yeah, it's a different, you know, it's different. It is. Luckily, they're so different that I think my brain just compartmentalizes as like, this is different. You can't be that upset because it's different. I'm like, yeah, that's fair, brain. That's fair. She Heap says, I really didn't enjoy the heat in Southern California. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. I've got the sewing machine really awkwardly placed right now because I'm kind of doing this and then smooshing it to the side so I can get back to cutting. So this is not ergonomic. Like 2 out of 10 would not recommend. But I'm just in the best way trying to get through the seam so I can move on. So I apologize for the, I don't know, top of my head angle here. We're chunking. We're chunking through. Okay, Wunderbar. because now I gotta iron again. So turn that off, slide to the left, iron back on, and pretend like this is the ultimate setup, right? Fake it till you make it or whatever. And then ta-da, we've got this kind of, oh, this is looking really cute. I love the way this, you ever have those moments where you're like, I'm so glad this is facing the right way up. I'm glad it's facing the right way up. I'm sure there was a little bit of expertise in there, you know, like 20% and then 80% luck. So, you know. Okey pokey. So we're going to iron up on this one. So I'm just kind of, you know, adjusting this. I don't like to iron my corduroy for too long because, you know, it's like slightly more practical velvet. That's about it. So you don't want to like iron it too much without a velvet presser, but I don't have my velvet presser out, which they're really cool. If you've never seen a velvet presser, it's like, you know how it's like, imagine trying to iron Velcro together. It's you kind of press the fibers down into a thing and then iron it and it works out. Like, okay, so velvet, and I feel like I have to explain better because that was just some big words. So velvet, you've got all your fibers and they stick up and they're nice. So when you iron, you don't want to and smoosh them down because then they'll just melt. So when you iron velvet, you need to have like equal velvet and like you jam it together and then you iron so they stay up and they stay nice and you can iron the backing fabric. But yeah, unless you're trying to melt the velvet because you can do really cool things when you try to melt velvet. But yes, spiky is right. So catching up in chat, She Heap says, I gave you a follow on Instagram. Did you make those little cat dolls? Yes, I did. I was just on Pinterest pinning the heck out of some hand-sewn dolls so badly. I want to make one. Well, maybe that'll be... Okay, so I've actually been meaning to put that pattern up just for free for a download because I love making them so much. So I'm going to put that on my homework list tonight to upload that pattern because I want to share it. And I, you know, like, I need the kick in the pants, obviously. So I'm going to write myself a note, like, literally right now, to put that up tonight. Because they're so fun. Like, so fun. And, like, it's, thank you. They're so fun to use, like, little buttons and lace. And there's, like, little mushroom glass lampwork beads that were just so perfect. And, yeah, I had a lot of fun. I made them originally... Okay, so like I made them originally because there was that cut and sew panel from the 90s called Pretty Kitty, which a cut and sew panel, if any lurkers or anyone in chat is unfamiliar with, it's pretty much just like a big piece of cloth and then it's got like a doll essentially or whatever printed on it. You cut it out, you sew it, and ta-da, doll, right? So there was one, and thank you, Erin, for being super technical about the thing I was trying to explain so badly. So Pretty Kitty in the 90s was this cut and sew panel, and I had one of the dolls my mom made me. Actually, she's in here. I'm gonna go get it. I'm a visual person, so like in the middle of stories, I'm just gonna get up because I can. And she's not that far away. So this is Pretty Kitty. Let me switch to face cam because I'm gonna get distracted for a second here. This is Pretty Kitty. She came with, not only on the panel were her clothes, was her, but, oh yes, Spoonflower has the best cut and sew options. So this is Pretty Kitty, and so the panel was her in all her, like, she's cute. She's like a Victorian doll. She's got little bloomers. But also her clothes. So all her clothes were pre-printed, and then you sewed them. Like, I got fancy and put lace because I'm extra. I can't help it. But... like it was fun because like it was like all inclusive. You got the doll, you got the outfits. I think she had a quilt too that you could make her. So I found the panel on eBay because I was geeking out about how much I just loved Pretty Kitty, and so I found the panel again for really cheap on eBay and then made one for my daughter. So now we have like matching Pretty Kitty dolls. But then, because this is like normally how our misadventures go, we wanted to make dolls for our Pretty Kitties. So that's where the little kitten dolls came from. So they were like scale, and by scale I mean like smaller than her, they were scaled to the Pretty Kitty doll. So that was like super fun to make the little pattern for, because it was just a very rustic, very they used to call this style very primitive, but very rustic, very very folk, very, you know, very cottage core. Yeah, isn't Pretty Kitty Pretty Kitty? I love Pretty Kitty. She's so cute, and like I said, the Victorian underwear just sell it for me. But yeah, so this is Pretty Kitty. So that's where the little kitten dolls came from, and they were a lot of fun. I don't have one in here with me because we were playing with them. You can just chill there. But then, right, I love cottagecore too. It was fun to make them, and then a fellow streamer, King's Creations, he was having a charity stream where we were auctioning off, well, we were raffling off things to help a family that was displaced during the holidays, make their Christmas special, pay their bills, all that kind of fun stuff. So I donated four. I ended up donating 4 kitten dolls. So I was just making them left and right, and they're just a blast. And so yeah, I'm definitely gonna put up the pattern because it's just fun. And then, like, I don't know, the way I see it is, like, if I've got either, like, a fun pattern to go with or just, like, that right spark, then it's just, like, I don't know, half the thinking's done, and it's just way easy, and then you can just crank these guys out. Like, I think it's here. Like I said, the good news is everything's kind of within reach, so I'm just looking for the right drawer here. Yeah, here it is. So, like, I just make my own little patterns on, like here's the paw. So, like, high five, whoop. You know, it's just fun to make for me. So I'll scan that tonight, and be a good social media person and do the things I keep telling myself I'm gonna do. And then if you feel like making it, go have fun. Let me totally get caught up now. So She Heap says, because we're talking about hand sewn dolls. Okay, I am so stubborn when I make mistakes. I just leave it. It gives it character, unless it's a huge mistake, and then I'll fix that. No, I totally, like, you know, finished, not perfect. Like, I'm not a machine. I'm doing my best. So yeah, unless it's like a catastrophic flaw, at this point, it's like, it's meant to be there. I get that. Yeah, so then She Heaps, right, so then Erin, thank you. You can iron face to face with some of your scrap corduroy. To protect the pile. Very smart. To protect the pile. And then I got wildly distracted by cats. Then She Heaps says, I wish I started sewing when I was a kid. I would have been all over this. Very cute, very cottagecore. OMG, says Erin, there's an RGB cut and sew on Spoonflower. Spoonflower is great. If you're unfamiliar, Spoonflower is a print-on-demand fabric service where you can upload your own designs, or you can shop from, like, a bunch of artist designs and have it printed. It's amazing, especially if you need, like, just a little bit of something. It's funny because we're just going to talk about, like, pandemic quilting now. She Heap says, I have a little black cat, so I need to make a little black cat doll. I can't wait to see it. When we were making all of the masks for, like, our community, Little Sprout was so patient, because, like, it took me and her, for Oma, Quilting Koala, like, we went into, like, full production mode, and so it was hard, because, like, you know, everything was changing, everything was scary, everything was, like, a lot. And so after we finished, like, after we hit, like, a good stopping point with the masks, like, we still make them, but, like, we did, like, 300, and then took a little break, and then did batches. After we finished that big push, Little Sprout got a cuddle quilt, and so we used Spoonflower's fill-a-yard option, which is really cool because you can put 6-inch squares, I'm pretty sure it's 6-inch squares, to fill up a whole yard. So you can get, like, I'm just gonna make up a number, you can get like 36 different little squares of fabric on a yard, which is great for a quilt because then you just cut them up, sew them back together, or not, just use it as a cheater quilt. But it was great because it just being able to, like, hit all her little interests and look for things like, you know, sushi and badgers and axolotls, all sorts of stuff was really fun, and get all that, like, really, really unique fabric without having to buy yardage. You know, because sometimes yardage is fun, and sometimes you just need a 6-inch square with, like, sushi on it. So yeah, no, if you haven't tried it out, like, it's funny, that totally sounded like an ad for them. Notice me, Spoonflower, I'm just kidding. But no, it's something that I've used a lot and trust, and they're out of Raleigh, North Carolina, actually. So, like, Erin, they're in your neck of the woods. But it's nice to just have, like, you know, people that just have these, like, small businesses that are growing that just, like, really care, and the quality is really nice. So, oh yeah, don't forget the koalas. That's right. We had to. Well, you had yardage of koalas, but also don't forget the koalas. Are they great employer? That's also good to know too. I always love it when it's like I like a company for their product and then I find out they're a great company and it's like, ah, yes. Yes. I mean, I try to look that stuff up, but like especially if it's just yes, E. Dobbins streams. Really good stuff. Like if you ever just want really excellent like okay, so like you obviously plug yourself, write about yourself. I'll do like my side of how I interpret and perceive you. Obviously, you're welcome to do your own intro. But yeah, like Erin will often be doing her PhD homework and just ask really good questions and like kind of like the awesome like really co-work vibes, which I love, like especially if I'm working on something. Like she has like rotating questions that go through, and so like the whole community and her chat is just kind of going off on these questions, and then like we'll get sucked into her homework for a bit and then we'll come out of that and then go into these questions. And you were doing a bunch of Reddit stuff, which was really fun. I was totally lurking. Like I said, sometimes I'm a good chatter and sometimes I'm a total lurker. So no, it's good. Very smart, very intellectual, but not gatekeepy, which is always nice. I love it when it's like the best coffee house vibe. You know what I mean? Like just really good conversation. I can just lurk if I want. And I can just get involved if I want. So yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. I'm gonna drink some water too, because that's true. We don't usually talk about your homework, but I like to like watch what you're doing, if that makes sense, like in a like non-creepy way, because it's cool, even if I don't understand it. So you are just doing homework, but it's still neat, especially like I miss academia every once in a while. And so just to be like homework adjacent, I know that sounds really nerdy, but it's good. It's comforting. So She Heap says, I've been so antisocial through the pandemic. I need to be on Twitch more. I always enjoy chatting with people on here. Yeah, it's something else, man. Like it really, I like, I'm really late to the party, obviously. It was actually, thank you for the redemption on the hydrate. I'll drink some more water. I'm definitely like super late to the party. It was actually my little brother who got me on Twitch because I was doing YouTube, and I still love my YouTube. Obviously, it's hard to find balance, and that's something is 2022 goals is to put equal effort into those. But She Heap says, I was living my best life when I used to stream on Twitch. Well, also, Erin says ADHD problems. No kidding. Miss Rich as well. And Erin says, I depend on my chat to keep my computer instead of wandering away. It's true in the best ways. It's like, you're working, like if you're working on something and it's like, I hit a snag. Well, I'll talk it out with you guys instead of, just like being like, that's enough. And then just, wandering. I totally feel that. She Heap says, I was doing YouTube as well, not streaming, but I used to make a lot of videos. Again, share your links because I want to like lovingly stalk everybody and just be excited about your work. And that's cool. There's such different beasts. I still think, Erin, that you put it the best way when you said that like Twitch is like the sketchbook. That's just changing my life. Okay, I was low ironing that for a second. I'm gonna not to be like, I'm gonna get back to work, but I'm gonna get back to work. But yeah, it's hard. They're different. They're different animals, So yeah, any knowledge you want to share, or we can work through it together, that balance of Twitch and YouTube. Because like I was saying earlier in the chat, like I upload my VODs, which is video on demand, for anyone that's unclear with the acronyms. I like to try and clarify, to a VOD channel, and then I do like what I call my cinematic videos, which are the ones that I'm like filming full YouTube that aren't just like time-lapse footage or just VODs. And then I've been really trying to get into shorts because I really enjoy them. So I made a separate shorts channel. And in like the best ways, it's just a lot. But like I feel like I need that. Just those different pushes, those different like ways to excite my brain. Oh, cool. Okay, so She Heap says, I was much more illustration focused when streaming/uploading to YouTube, but getting a corporate design job sucked all the creative energy out of me and I can't draw anymore. Kind of why I switched to hobbies like sewing and quilting. I totally get that. It's so hard because, everyone's like, oh, what do you do for work? And like when you, like, I love hated graphic design, so I totally get that. It's like, I don't want to go home and do my own work anymore. It was like the worst when I was doing social media. because I couldn't promote my own stuff because I'm like, no, I just did 12 hours of somebody else's social media. I don't want to look at Instagram, but I love it. So I totally get that. Which is where, yeah, the kind of the fun of the variety streamer, kind of just do whatever is fun energy. But yeah, I totally understand that. It's a lot, right? I know I'm like the worst at my own graphic design because it's that old joke about how like the landscaper has the worst yard on the block because he doesn't want to take his work home with him. Yeah, yep. I don't want to do it, but it's good. And like you can't. I mean, obviously you can complain about anything you want. Like it's life, and even if it's like first world problems, it's still a problem. But like it's hard when you have a job in a creative field because shouldn't we be happy that we're doing what we quote unquote love? And it's like, yes, but it's different. I'm trying to find a piece where, okay, so I know you guys are slightly sideways, but look at the geese. I'm trying to find a piece of corduroy that's wide with the whales going this way. So that's kind of what I'm shuffling off camera. So my apologies for the shuffle. Erin says Twitch versus PhD homework is a fun balance. Yeah, right? You make it fun too. She Heap says, pre-corporate life in my Twitch glory days, I had an aesthetic / style to my art, and then I started designing for other companies and I lost touch with myself completely. Oh, aesthetic balance is so hard. I still feel like I'm battling aesthetics always. Erin says, I was pretty sure I didn't want to be a professional artist after finishing my BFA. Yeah, it's hard. I mean, we joke a lot on this channel that I'm like happy that I can use my art degree, but my formal training, my formal education is in animation. I got my BFA in animation with a minor in Japanese language and traditional culture. So, and now I sit in a school bus and sew goose coats. Life is weird and I love it. But yeah, life is weird. So She Heap says, OMG geese, I have a cute, wholesome little goose head hanging about my living room TV. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, my daughter loves geese. And it's funny because, like, obviously you can't control what your kids get into, right? But, like, I don't like geese. And it's more just and like, welcome to my channel. This is apparently what happens when I get a new subscriber. I have a chart, and I need to just draw this out, but I have a chart of, like, the acceptability of poultry in my life is proportionate directly to how little they look like dinosaurs. And so the more they look like dinosaurs, the less my brain is there. Like, obviously I love dinosaurs, talking about dinosaurs, but there's something about seeing dinosaurs, like, IRL that's just too much for me. Like, if you look at a turkey feet, like, you cannot deny that dinosaurs roamed this earth. Like, just... like, hashtag weird hills I'm gonna die on. I prefer ducks too, okay? So, like, we raise chickens, and chickens are fine. Roosters, start pushing it. Ducks are great. But you get into goose, swan, and turkey territory, and, they're off the chart. So, of course, and I'll totally get back into chat. I'm gonna do my goose right here. Of course, my beloved daughter is like, Mommy, I love geese. And I'm like, of course you do. She's like, can we get geese? And I'm like, we can do ducks. I will compromise. I want ducks. I really want ducks. We will compromise on a white Peking duck that we will name Goose. And that is as far as I will ever draw that line. I'm not going to raise dinosaurs. Like, I've seen Jurassic Park. Like, it's bad enough that I, like, love Westworld and love to pretend I'm a cowboy. I'm not crossing into Jurassic Park territory here. Like, I love robots and cowboys. Right? I like to look at them from afar, too. So, of course, that's kind of our running joke, is I let her live her goose aesthetic. She also, like, a lot of it comes from just playing Untitled Goose Game. And so, like, I never want to be like, oh, it's just a phase, because I hate that. It, like, doesn't even matter what I'm talking about. I just hate the expression, it's a phase. If she gets into geese, that's her prerogative. I can't stop that. But, you know, on my farm, we'll do ducks. If she wants to grow up and have geese, that's not, I can't stop her. You know, like, you go get them, baby girl. But, you know, just kind of like, okay, so, like, Star Wars is, like, my, like, ride or die fandom, and Little Sprout does not like Star Wars. Which is fine, honestly, but we joke a lot. You know, especially on, like, Star Wars Saturdays. She made me, a pair of like paper Yoda ears. And so it's one of those, because I had made a set of these when I was a kid, and then Little Sprout made me a set. And it's like, I love that she gets me, even if like she doesn't get me. And so like, I feel she doesn't like Marvel either, right? And Grab It. I feel like that's just kind of funny. And like, she's super nerdy in her own right. So it's like, I'm not even mad about it, but it's kind of hilarious because it just really shows that you cannot like predict nor force, nor would I want to, what your kids are going to be into. And so mine likes geese and doesn't like Star Wars. But it's all good. So, you know, like I said, I'm letting her live her aesthetic and honoring it in the ways that I can. So I'm going to get caught back up in chat. Okay, so She Heap says, dude, I studied animation for a semester in college, LOL, but switched to illustration. All my friends went into the animation industry, and that will always be a big what if for me. I wish I had switched to illustration in college. Like, I love animation. It was really, really cool. But I ended up, like, I have a series of children's books that I illustrated, and I'm like, man, if I switched to illustration in college, I probably would have been way ahead on that. But life is weird. Life is weird. So I feel big, big, big what ifs. Also, Erin, yeah, no, I studied traditional Japanese culture and language, and then studied abroad, which was really cool. So I retain mild conversation abilities, and I definitely want to go travel more in Japan. But, you know, it's one of those, like, I can't mentally make travel plans right now, so that one's hard. So I love to dream about it, but, you know, life. So, okay, oh, Erin says, I can't 2D art, which is why I don't quilt. You know what? But you got the 3D, which is why you can garment make. And it's so interesting to me that, like, they're the same thing, but they're so not the same thing. Just like animation and illustration are so different. Sewing clothing and textiles is so different than, like, sewing quilting. But it's, like, I get it from the outside. They look very similar. I struggle with Marvel, says She Heaps. I want to like it so bad. Feel that too. Erin says to She Heaps, my dog wants to be friends with geese, but she's 9 pounds and can't be friends with geese. And then Ink Rabbit comes in with the there's no job security in animation. Yeah, which is hard too, because like that was definitely like a big consideration. Ink Rabbit and I, we co-parent Little Sprout. We went to school together. We are both animation nerds that now have different jobs, because life is weird. You never know where it's going to take you. And yeah, that is one of the hard things. I mean, now look at me. I sit in a school bus and I live stream, so which like wasn't a thing when I was in college. So like, not to be like, who knew? But yeah, job security is weird. Job security is, it's hard. It's very hard. She Heap says, I almost became a film major, but when researching jobs, I saw that they worked for 16-hour days, and I was like, nope. Animation felt a little better, but I realized I liked drawing more. I don't know what the heck I wanted to do with it, though, and now I'm somehow a graphic designer. Yeah, I totally get that. I did not study graphic design, and then spent a lot of time as a graphic designer, so, like, big samesies. Erin says, Little Sprout and Evie Kitty Doggy imagine their best goose-filled life, right? We're living our dreams here. Yeah, graphic design in the best ways is like, it's always been my safety net, even though, like, not to be like, I hate it, because, like, it's, you know, it's unfair to me to say, like, oh, I hate it, even though it's been, like, my, like, life, like, my bread and butter, and I've been able to survive with it. So it's not that I, like, hate it, I'm being dramatic, but it's more just, like, it's not what I picked, and so it's just kind of interesting that, like, it's been the thing that's been there, like, in the clutch, and it's like, why? But yeah, it's hard to do my own work graphic design wise. I'm always like asking my friends, and they're like, you know how to do this? And I'm like, yeah, but not for me. I know how to do it for the museum. I know how to do it for the city. I don't know. What are and then She Heap says the money is usually pretty good in graphic design, which is why I'm still doing it, but I'm so mentally dead from it, which I'm sad for, but I totally get. Quilting Koala says, I had to stop quilting for a while when I was taking clothing classes because there was too much to switch between the two, which, yeah, like, I totally get it from the outside. It's like sewing is sewing, but, like, it's not. But it's interesting. Erin says, I'm dysgraphic, so I can't make 2D things in my brain become 2D things outside my brain, like letters and drawings. I'm reading this like as it pops up. So, which is so interesting because like the proprioceptiveness involved in making 3D sometimes shatters my brain, and I'm like, I can draw good, but then I like try and make things three-dimensional, and it's hard. It's really hard, and it's really cool how different people's brains work, but it's also like, oh man, I know how this is done, I just don't know how to make my brain do it. So I feel it is hard. Art is hard. And then we make it harder, like just like this silly coat, like silly of course in like the way that I love it. It's a beautiful pattern for just a like lovely lined coat, but then I'm like, I'm gonna make it a quilt coat, and I'm gonna inset patchwork in it, and I'm gonna make it harder. But it's fun. Ink Rabbit says, I like playing with letters and doing ambergrams. You do have a 3D brain. You do. Which is, I mean, that's what's fun. And that's why, like, collaborating with your friends is fun. And, like, just, you know, being able to, like Ink Rabbit and I, like I said, we went to school. And, like, so in our, like, senior thesis, our, like, film project, for animation, we had to make, I was in, like, the character animation side. I think Ink Rabbit, did you do like character specialization? I don't totally remember, but you did 3D. And so like I remember trading homework so that like he could model my 3D backgrounds for my short, because I don't want to do perspective. And I was like, you know, doing concept art turnarounds and stuff for his 3D models, which is always fun. Like, yay, switch work. Like, it's hard for me to learn, and this is still something I absolutely struggle with. But, like, you don't have to be good at everything, and that's okay. Like, I wish I could tell my brain that all the time, but, you know. Okay, I knew that you focused on 3D modeling. I just couldn't remember, like, what your senior project was. Like, I just remember that mine was a 30-second animation, and it was about ice cream. So, like, Ink Rabbit modeled my ice cream shop so I could focus on the important things, like 2D animated ice skating, battling ice cream scoops. And then, okay, so your senior project was joining one of your characters. Okay. All right. And then She Heap says, do you ever feel like you're meant for something more? Because I swear I'm not in the right career. Does everyone feel like they'd rather be helping people in some way? I do know that feeling. I think, so like, you know, talking about backgrounds here, you know, like I have my degree in animation, but then I went to go get my master's in teaching, and then life was crazy. So that didn't happen. I wanted to be a teacher. I like grew up around the Scouts. I was a camp counselor. I miss summer camp. So like I always wanted to be an educator. And then like, but I still love being an artist, like a lot. And you know, art's good stuff for humanity. That's one of the things I'll always talk about is I love how like as people we survive, and then once we find what works, we make it pretty, and that's something that we do, and it's amazing. And I always think of that quote, which I should learn who to attribute it to, because I quote it all the time. But art should disturb the comforted and comfort the disturbed. Like art is very important. But yeah, like there's definitely the part of me that's like I still crave being an educator. And then like I'm a mom, and so like I have my iron. Shush, you scared me. I'm gonna turn that off. You know, I have that part where like I ran like children's classes, and I always want to like teach and nurture in that kind of respect. And it's like, well, how do you do it all? Like, and I definitely, I definitely pray at the altar of busy, and I definitely take on too much, and I don't know how to do it all. But it's a lot, and I do always feel like I can do more. I think one of my like passion projects that I'm pulling off the back burner, because like the last 2 years, a lot of it like doesn't count, because it does, we learned a lot, but like for me it just, I'm giving myself grace. But I started writing and wrote 2 books in a series of STEAM and STEM story and activity books, because like I realized I want to teach, I want to share, I want to like grow that level of learning, I want to be like, I want to create something that like helps inspire kids, but I can't be everywhere. Like I can't do it all. And so like I thought, well, cool, I'll use my animation background, I'll use my mom background, my like educator background, and if I can make something that can be where I like help me be in places that I can't be, and then these characters can help, like these characters can go on and help people and help kids. And like one of the big things and this is probably in a similar vein to what you're thinking, but like one of my goals is to like be the person I needed when I was younger. And so like just finding something that like, you know, and it's not that like one project's going to magically make that all go away or solve everything, but you know, I think these little things, like you can definitely find something, and if it hits well for a while, great. If it, you know, solves every problem, even better. Like for me, definitely like writing my kids' book really, really, really helped me feel that pull towards purpose. And so now I'm going to read the chat. Okay, so Ink Rabbit says, I feel that I'm working in aerospace and want to start writing again. Ink Rabbit says, so 3D animation to aerospace to writing, question mark. E.E. Dobbins says, it's interesting, she heaps. I am working on exactly what I thought I wanted. Health policy research, but I'm feeling a bit lost right now. She heaps says, do you feel comfortable saying what school you went to? I went to, you went to Fullerton. Okay, so you went to California State University, Fullerton. They have a really good animation program. I thought maybe you went there. It was my second choice. I went to Northridge. I kind of wish I had gone to Fullerton because their illustration program was nice. But yeah, it's kind of funny. Like SoCal is, in the best ways, not that big, and I kind of love it. Okay, so Aaron says, you have a range, Ink Rabbit. Aaron says, I'm hoping that having a working studio will make me feel right again. She heaps says, maybe it'll pass. Ink Rabbit says, in grade school, I had a teacher who was heavy on writing. I excelled in her class. In the military, I was writing blogs where a lot of my friends got into it and enjoyed reading. Today, I just do random ideas and what ifs. E.E. Dobbins says, totally possible, she heaps. The only thing we can guarantee is change. So then she heaps says, absolutely. She heaps says, I feel like all creatives are constantly pulled in all directions. I know I constantly am. Absolutely. Between being an artist and having ADHD, I feel like the only thing that is constant is the need to change. And Erin says, you don't have to change the whole world all at once to be valuable, she said to herself every day. Yeah, no, right? It's hard. And then she says, question for everyone. What were you doing when you felt your absolute best, like complete fulfillment? She says, I loved my time at CSOF. I was president of the Animation Illustration Club, the Pencil Mileage Club one year. I love that club. I felt complete fulfillment during my time there. And that's awesome. I don't know. Like complete fulfillment? That's a hard one for me. I'm not actually even sure if I'm there yet, but full honesty, even though I'm like super new to this, I think there's just something about like Twitch and YouTube that's really unlocked a lot for me. Like just like personality wise, I'm awkward. Like, shh, don't tell anybody. No, I'm just kidding. Like, y'all know. I'm awkward. I'm shy. I want to teach. I want to perform. I want to be out there, but it's hard to figure out how to do that. And so just being here and kind of doing this, like in a lot of ways, this creative improv thing where I'm forcing myself out of a lot of the like bad habits, like just giving up when things get rough, or, you know, not making studio time for myself, or not having a schedule, or not having a community. Like there's something really, really nice about this. And I do good work and, you know, connecting with people, and it's fulfilling on that social level. And then anytime I get to like teach anything and people are like, hey, I learned, and I'm like, yes. I love that. I love feeling like we motivate each other and we're just doing good stuff, because it's very easy for me to put like work for others ahead of my own work. It's really easy for me to just get like, I went through this phase where like I worked so hard being creative and I did so many things, but I had absolutely no way to prove it, because I would make a piece for a gallery show and then that piece would get shipped off to the gallery and then maybe a buyer would buy it and I'd never see it again. And then I did graphic design for the museum and then I did this for the city but like it was so disparate. And, you know, then I had my own work and then I did work with this volunteer group, but like you couldn't find it. Like if somebody said, hey, what do you do? I couldn't show you what I did because it was so scattered. And I, you know, used to kind of like lament the fact that I had like no body of proof. So then like as a creative, if I can't even show you what I do, then like, what am I? And not that like, I definitely also, you know, want to put the caveat that like your worth is not connected to your productivity. I want to say that. But it was more just like, I couldn't even prove that I was creative. Because it was just all over the place. And so like, even though I'm still all over the place and will probably always be all over the place, there's something really nice about, like, hey, it's just on Twitch now. It's just on YouTube. Like, hey, what are you? Oh, I'm a Twitch streamer. I'm a YouTuber. And it makes sense in a lot of ways. In that, like, weird, it's hard to still explain, like, what I do, but at least that, like, it's an umbrella over the chaos that I do. And so it makes sense. Before it was hard to be like, well, I do this and I do that. And, like writing the children's books, and self-publishing those. So it's like, when people would ask, like, what do you do? It's like, well, how much time do you got? At least now I can be like, hey, I'm this. And then if you've got follow-up questions, we can talk about stuff. It makes things make sense. So, like, obviously I want to turn this into more of a, like, real job, which, like, and I don't say that in any way other than, like, that's just personal goals of mine. It's already been amazing, just the support that I have gotten, and like I'm definitely not begging for it. It's more just like that's my goals, is to be able to support my daughter off of this, because it's awesome that I can like do this. Going back into chat, just so. Sheep says, yes, with graphic design, geez, I work hard and I constantly ask myself throughout the week, why am I working so hard? I do connect successful productivity to my worth, and I hate that I do that. I feel you. E. Dobbins says, I love mentoring. She helps doing research and making stuff with my hands. IDK, if I've ever felt completely fulfilled. I thought my PhD studies would be it, but I've had a lot of health issues in the past couple of years, new chronic illness diagnosis, and the pandemic. It's just been hard. Abso-freaking-lutely. Also, just like, Aaron, I know, like, we know that we're, like, I don't know, Mirrorverse or parallel universe people, but, like, chronic illness absolutely zaps everything, and it's so freaking hard. And that's something, again, I wish I didn't empathize with you on, because neither one of us should have to deal with that. No one should have to deal with that. But it's hard. Freaking sucks. Ink Rabbit says, that's hard in animation, working on a pre-production show. I didn't animate anything, but small editing, maybe a frame or two. But how do you explain that you fixed something from a finished project? Right? I mean, luckily, like, if you're just talking to, like, very casually, you can be like, hey, I worked on that. And if nobody asks a follow-up question, then you're golden. Like, I don't know. I'm awkward, so I'm like, just don't ask follow-up questions, but also do, because I want to teach. But yeah, no, it's hard. It's like, it's great to be part of something, but it's also hard to explain how you fit into that. So I sympathize and grab it. But yeah, no, like, life is tricky. And yeah, no, right? Aaron says, my dad is a Finnish carpenter, and I think he felt the same way. I can imagine. I'm just being awkward for a second. There we go. She says, E. Dobbins, that sounds really heavy. Seems like what you could be feeling. Sounds like. All right. E. Dobbins, that sounds really heavy. Seems like what that could. I promise I can read. Sorry, everybody. Okay. Oh, thanks, Ink Rabbit. I said I was going to be awkward for a second. He was like, for a second. Okay. Yeah, well, now I'm just proving your point, so you're welcome. It seems like it could be why you're feeling a disconnect with your PhD studies. Hard to feel passionate when your mental physical health is suffering. We're all in survival mode right now. For real. And add in a chronic illness on top of that, and it's even more scary. Hang in there. Hashtag dyslexic gang. Yeah. And it's worse, too, because I'm a speed reader, which is, like, the worst. When I can't function, it's so bad. It's like, what, big, why am I like this? Like, I love me, I love myself, but also sometimes just two things will be like, let's give her the ability to speed read, and then make her where she can't process anything, and jam those two together, and it's like just rocket shipping. Into the moon. Whoops. We crash hard. It's all good. I'm a great reader in my head, right? Okay, so that's like one of the things that's like super fun for me to practice is reading out loud. And I love that Little Sprout is a voracious reader when it comes to us reading to her. We've been reading, I think we can all be hard on ourselves. It's true too. And like, I do a lot of self-deprecating humor. Whether it's the best for me long term, I think it's good for me in the short term because, just that, like, well, if I'm laughing about it, then at least I'm talking about it. So it's just one of those things where, like, I know that I'm definitely very hard on myself in good and in bad. I can definitely get down on myself. That's for dang sure. But I think just with all of this, yeah, no, we can all be very, very hard on ourselves. We are our biggest critics. It's a lot. Yep, there we go. We are all our worst critics, says Increvit. E.E. Dobbins says, I sometimes wonder what made me think I should stream because there is so much quick reading, right? So much. That, or like, I know sometimes, especially for accessibility, there's like the text to speech. Sorry, I gotta turn my phone off. It's 7 o'clock already. Wow, that went fast. I have to call in for jury duty. That's why I have an alarm on. I am super lucky. Did you know that you can serve in 2 different types of jury duty in a 12-month period? So I'm not on any jury. I'm not breaking any rules here. I just have to report for more jury duty. So yay. Actually, it's one of those things where it's really cool, and I've always wanted to be on a jury, but they always call it the worst time. So that's just life, right? If you want this opportunity, hey, what if it came at a really inconvenient hour? Okay, so so the speech to text thing is really cool, but then like, I don't know, sometimes that voice is really sensorily off-putting to my brain. So like, I fully get it for accessibility. I would never like condemn anyone for using it, but like, I don't think I could put it on my own channel because I'd rather just read it. But then I'm like, I can't read. So which is worse, you know, something that like auditorily overstimulates me, or like my own inability to function. So She Heap says, I know I'm so hard on myself. I'm naturally a very isolated person, even though I can come across as being very social in person, and actually really love interacting with people. Classic introvert. I internalize a lot of things and very sensitive. Speaking our language. Absolutely. I get that. Ingravit says, the radio host I listened to last week was like, doesn't it... Oops, hold on. Scrolling. Doesn't it bother when people say you suck? No, because anything they say isn't worse than what I think about myself. And we have this feeling sometimes. It's... Yeah. And, She Heap says, ouch. And Aaron says, that may not actually be cool to you, but a great friend of mine who passed recently did jury decision-making research, and I've always thought that stuff is wildly interesting. It is cool. Like, that's the thing. I really want to sit on a jury. Just, you know, life is always just like, how about nothing? And then 12 opportunities all at once when you can't possibly pick them all. Which do you pick, you know? I think it's important. I mean, like, we live in a society. I think I normally get dismissed. I think that's also the thing. I always get dismissed. This is my 5th time. And it's just like, pick me. But no, I get it. I get it. So it's just kind of a running thing where I'm like, but I want it. And they're like, but we don't want you. And I'm like, oh. But no, your friend sounded really cool. Like, also, you know, rest in peace. I you know, like I always kind of say, like, geek's gonna geek. I love it when people have a fixation, a hyperfixation, a specialty. It's always really interesting, even if it's not something I've ever would have focused or picked myself. It's cool to like, yeah, to hear somebody else geek about it. So mad respect there. Rude, right? Like, they don't love me. She Heap says, I think when someone insults you and is something you already negatively think about yourself, it was like a moment of, shit, that was right, about myself. You know, I suck, is like validating those thoughts. And it is a bad situation. It's a bad cycle. Like, you know, just those nerves hit. Like, it is hard. It is hard to like balance your insecurities with like your own self-deprecating humor, but then like when the world like picks on it, you're like, ouch, rude, no, don't. I get to joke about that, not you, you know. So I totally get that. And you know, like, if that's how, like, going back to the radio host thing, if that's how they process it, like, I mean, Twitch gives you a fraction of it, but, you know, especially at like my level, I'm so little, but like, you know, you have to have a thick skin because people are going to come on here and they're going to say things. And like, my first troll got me, like, man, that, like, I tried not to think about it, but like, man, it's hard. It's hard stuff when people come in just to be mean. And it's like, yeah, I've got my own stuff that I can joke about and my own self-deprecating humor, but it's like, yeah, when somebody else comes in here and says stuff, I'm like, excuse you. Excuse? Yeah, right? It's like, I know that the internet's free to say anything you want, but like, did you have to be mean? Like, why? Okay. Yeah, that's hard. I'm sad that you got like mean comments, because like no one deserves that. Like, obviously if you're making mean videos and you're being a jerk, well then you get it dished back. But like, if you're just like making things and being a cool person, like, come on, bro, don't be rude. And Grabbit says, I think I'm better about it now, but I'm also like, that's all you got, because I could be a big jerk. Like my old crew is like, we're not making fun of you. Oh, if we're not making fun of you, it means we don't like you. That's hard too, because I kind of get that. There's a line. Like, I think everyone's really trying to be better about just boundaries, and like there's like, there's like razzing your friend, and then there's like picking on, like, yes, knowing enough to joke about a person, to good naturedly tease them. Like, I love it when my friends call me out, because I'm like, yay, guess who's like back on their BS, like, call me out. But like, a friend knows where not to jab. When you're in kind of a toxic work culture, when they're just like, yeah, we make fun of everyone, that's how we are, it's like, but you don't have to be there, especially when they're not even that creative, because like, I know your old crew. But I get it. It is a fine line, and everyone has to be comfortable with it. And I think that's just, it's really hard, because you don't want to fall into that, and like, you don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. But like, when it is the whole culture, that's awful. And it's like, we could be more creative about this. We don't have to be just jerks to be fun. We can have a good time and be nice. E. Dobbins says there's actually a type of therapy where you agree with people about their negative self-talk until they start arguing on their behalf. Right? Heap says, I hate when people insult me because I can't fight back. Even if I'm hurting, I still don't want to hurt them. Right? It's like the good guy always kind of loses. I'm like trying to make us win. Loses in that situation, because like, it's not fun to just jab back out. Like, I feel like I'm kind of spiny in that respect, where it's like, well, okay, so then Ingrabbit says, but it was all in fun, and there were people who knew when to shut it down. And that's good. That is good. But yeah, like, I'd said something, and Aaron called me mama bear, and like, not to disagree, because it was totally true. But like, I feel like, and you're gonna hear this twice, Aaron, now, but like, I feel like I'm definitely like mama llama, where like, I'm just kind of goofy, kind of silly looking, but like, you kind of keep poking and poking and poking, and that's when like, I'll kick. But I also feel bad about that too, because it's like, I take a lot, and then it's like, I can be too prickly if I like lash back out, and it's like, but you got me like 6 times. I can't just take it forever. So it's like, I don't like lashing out either, because yeah, I don't want to hurt people either. Like, just because they were mean to me doesn't mean I want to be mean back. But okay, well, at least you knew there was a line between fun and toxic. And I'm sorry, She Heaps, that you've had toxic work culture, because it's just not good for anybody. Like, nobody benefits from a toxic work culture. Like, not when it's like verbal abuse, you know what I mean? Like, so. I know how to put pins in a tomato. Yeah, well, to get un-PG, I remember that old expression that like, saying having tact is to tell somebody to go to heck and have them look forward to the trip. Like, I don't want to be like, I don't like being mean, but yeah, if you're gonna come for me, I'll at least be classy about my response. I don't like to hurt feelings. But right? Yeah, no, I feel you, She Heaps. I'm sure that's why I'm more isolated these days. I got sick of the jabs. I'd rather have my inner peace, right? Definitely. No, I think a lot of things are changing, and people are realizing how much, like, sometimes you don't realize how much you put up with until you get a break from it. And then it's like, oh my goodness. And it's okay to learn and be like, hey, maybe I didn't like the person I was when I was around these people. And if I'm not near them, then I feel better. And I act better, and I just am better. And that's totally valid. That's character growth. And then also sometimes too, just you get that inner peace because you're not surrounded by it, and it's fatiguing. Like, certain people can be really fatiguing. So I'm glad that, you're finding that. But yeah. And it's true too, ADHD people experience more negative feedback than neurotypical people. I know that that's a big part of my social discomfort. Yeah. Like, it's not easy to be any human, and then it's like, hey, would you like to be different. And then handle things in a different way. And then people are just like, they didn't mean it, or they were just joking. And it's like, yeah, well, tell that to my brain. You know, my brain doesn't know that. Okay, so look, now we have, look at that. It's fuzzy because I got things everywhere, but it's a whole piece. We're in one piece, so. And I'm glad I'm turning back my iron because it got cold. I don't know what temperature it is, but the temperature dropped. Oh, it's 55, which, okay, like for California, that's cold. So it's California cold. I'm going to iron and not look at chat because I don't want to burn myself. And then I'll get caught up. But feel free to keep chatting. I'll look when it's safe. I'll be smart for 2.5 seconds. Okay. It's nice and warm. Yeah, no, that's one thing y'all can always make fun of me for. Like, I grew up when it was cold, and then I moved to California. I was actually born in California, and then we moved around a lot. But it's 55 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's not cold. But my boss, Arthur, here, we've added insulation, but he's not thick. And so it's like being in a tin can. Sometimes it's about the equivalent of being in a poorly insulated tent. So when it's cold, and the sun went down. So I got a little bit of the shivers. So it's nice to have this iron on. Also, apparently it's weird accent night, and that happens occasionally. So this is who I am. Okay, I am ironing really quickly from the top, just on a low iron, just to make sure that it's good. I do have a space heater. I did this awful thing called cleaning up, and I moved it, and so it's not within reach. Right? Like, I am chaotic, and mostly to my detriment, but I'm working on it. I have a lot of things I want to get better at, and, you know. And grab it. Yeah, no, like, one time I was really cold, and it's because I had left my fan on. I was airing out the bus. It had gotten stuffy, and I wanted to air out, and then it got cold, and I was like, why is it so cold in here? And then it's because I had my fan on. It's cool. We're all human. I can do really creative things, and then I can also dork things up, so, just in case, you know, I ever get, like, an ego, I just have to remember that I thought it was cold because I had my fan on. But I'm also really glad to see y'all chatting about healthier work environments and balances and everything too. I'm not ignoring the chat. I'm just hyper focused on this iron for a second. I'm gonna try that scrap trick because there's a well, I am going to jump on that last one. She keeps, my therapist once told me that people who suffer with anxiety often think that they're diagnosed with other things, but sometimes it's just anxiety. I wish I was diagnosed with something else so I could stop wondering why I feel so weird. Yeah, like, as someone who didn't get their formal diagnosis until they were 30, I feel that. I very much feel that. But they're, like, I don't want to say, oh, there's still hope, because I don't want you to feel a diagnosis made a huge difference for me. So I'm not even going to, like, pretend that it wasn't life-changing. It's more so that I hope you don't always feel weird, because I feel that. But also, like, if that truly, if you truly think it's more than that, there is still hope to, like, get a diagnosis later, and it very often happens later. So I feel that on many levels is what I'm trying to empathize with, but I realize that came out really awkwardly. So all awkward aside, I feel you. I get that. But I missed a bunch. But Increvit says, yeah, we all went our different ways career-wise, but I still keep in touch, harder to with family and COVID now. Right. Anxiety can also be a reaction to many things, and you can simply be both, right? It's a lot. It's hard. I mean, and that's the thing too, like, we've done a lot as far as, like, you know, just getting mental health to a better place and being able to talk about these things just as a society. And we're still exploring and explaining it. So, like, I don't want to say, even if it was just anxiety, like your reaction, your brain, so full of things that can, react differently. And, none of it is any less if it doesn't come with another label. But I get it. And we're still exploring so much, like, yeah. The cool part is, okay, anxiety can also be a reaction. Okay, so Ink Rabbit says, I started to do some digging when I felt I was too jaded about a lot of things, so reading into some stuff led me around a rabbit hole when I ended up Googling narcissist and there's quite a few things that pop up. Erin says, the cool part is that a lot of tools don't require diagnosis to access. R/ADHD women is great. The part I actually laughed out loud about work, just confirming that you're just a jerk. I'm only censoring just to keep it mildly PG-13 here. Narcs are among the most charming people you will ever meet, and assholes are not charming. That's somebody did their PhD to write that, and that kind of cracks me up. Okay, so we have the inset in the That's why, okay, so she says, I think it's more than just anxiety. Like, why have I always felt isolated? Not to get on my back. No, it's a safe place here. But I know a lot of it is genetics, and a lot of my family members suffer from anxiety, and also a bit of PTSD. But I just feel different, and I need to get back into therapy. No, and first off, Ink Rabbit, it's all good. I'll do my censoring on the fly. It's fine. Like, I'm reading out what I choose. It's for my comfort level. Clinically, that is the difference, Ink Rabbit. But going back to She Heaps, like, that's the thing. Like, if you don't feel like any sort of medical, psychiatric, et cetera, is working or is enough, like, I fully, you need to push for what feels right. And if you feel like you need more, then get more. So I get that. I respect that you are listening, to your body and your mind. So I'm only laughing because of Ink Rabbit confirming that he's not charming. But no, like, just if you feel like it's more, then yeah, like, we're very, very pro therapy here. And yeah, I hope that you can have the access that you need, because, you have to be, and you are your own biggest advocate, which is hard, because sometimes it's like, can I just have the answers? Can I just have somebody tell me? But I get it. So, like, I really hope that you are able to have access to what you need. Okay, I'm lining this up. What I'm doing is taking this back piece and laying it halfway through, and then opening it, and then we'll trim, and then we'll make our quilt sandwich, and then we'll quilt it. But I might stop here for the night. Not that I want to, but we did talk about, streaming boundaries and everything. Normally I do about 2 to 6, and it is 7:15. Not that the clock rules all, just more of a, I don't want to, if people were keeping to my schedule, and then they have stuff they need to do, I don't want to keep anybody, from their stuff. And also, I will be streaming tomorrow, not on the Goose Coat, though. Tomorrow, Saturdays, today's Friday, right? Yeah. Saturdays are Catherine's Unapologetic Nerd Hour. Not that crafting isn't nerdy. It absolutely is. But Saturdays are when I do my, like, gaming, my Lego building, my Star Wars, and, just my nerd stuff. So that's what we do on Saturdays. That'll be at 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. And then I'll be back on Thursday. So, but I will read, I'll read some more chat. And then also, as always, we love to shout out love to streamers big and small, but especially small. So if anyone has any friends that are online that you want to raid, I'll check my friends list, but I also love to hear community suggestions, because we've found some really cool people from some raids. So just something to start thinking about as we wrap this up. I figure I'll go for another, 10 minutes or so. But, I like to know when things are transitioning, so I figure I'll do the same and let everyone kind of have that, 10-minute notice. Definitely my, parenting and neuro untypicality is just not yanking the transitions out and just transitioning smoothly. So, E. Dobbins says, therapy is like hiring an expert to support your emotional processing. And that stuff is hard. I tell people all the time that you could hire experts. I tell people all the time that you hire experts to do things that you could probably just figure out all the time. It's true. It's true. Plumbers, electricians, etc. And that's something we've definitely talked about here too. Is like the need to figure it out and the want to figure it out myself, and then also the this is why there are experts. So. Good time. I need to cook for little Sprout. Well, enjoy dinner. I kind of want to ask what you're having because I need to figure out dinner for myself here too. But I also kind of don't want to know in case it's like better. No, like in the healthy competition way. It's definitely one of those things where I need to eat better. I'm doing better. But there's always room for improvement and all of that. So I'm gonna cut out this piece. Before we go, can we see the flower quilting? Yeah. Let me finish. What I'm going to do is I'm cutting out the batting, but I'll also show off the thingies. Okay, so Kid Kazma is doing art and chat, and Miss Optimistic is a nurse who just started gaming, playing Valorant. All right, I will look up both of those. Ink Rabbit is having salmon, rice, and veggies. Always a treat. And She Heaps says, I'm going to go do a bit of journaling and a bit of cursive practice tonight. Cozy vibes. Oh, I love that. I love that a lot. I love journaling. It's funny. Actually, I take that back. I love journaling in the way where I love like planners and like personal growth journals, but I can't keep like a diary because I'm still like super anxious and afraid of writing down thoughts, if that makes sense. So I have some like I love goal planners. I'm like addicted to goal planners. I have some really cute ones, but I can't keep a diary to like. It's just one of those anxiety things for me. Doing journal prompts. That's cool. All forms of creative expression are cool, and my anxiety notwithstanding, I support that. Okay, so what I'm doing really quickly is I'm cutting out the batting, which, goes in between. It's one of our 3 layers of our quilt. And I'm going to make our sandwich. And then I'll baste that, and then when we come back, I'll quilt this. So, quilt sandwich. I'm just making sure I can keep my pieces together so I don't like lose anything between streams. Do the backwards writing for the diary. Ink Rabbit says, was it Da Vinci that did that? He wrote backwards so that people couldn't casually just read what he wrote. You're really good at that, Ink Rabbit. For me, that's like, oh no, it's one more step and it's hard. Okay, so there's our quilt sandwich on that. I love how this came out. Like just the patchwork inset into the corduroy. All the corduroy is facing the right way. Like, ooh, I did it. Cool. Okay, so She Heap says, I don't like writing what I did that day. I like to get deep. I like that too. Like, that's nice. That's good stuff. Okay, so honoring Ink Rabbit's request. Okay, so yes, She Heaps says, OMG, are you making a coat? I thought you've been making a quilt. I've been dying to make my own quilty clothes, but I'm scared. Yes. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, this is a quilt coat, but it's also, yes, it's a quilted coat with a patchwork inset. So I know like a lot of times the word quilt can just be like used for a lot of things. So this is a quilted coat. So what I'm showing right now, what Ink Rabbit wanted to see again, because he's got Little Sprout, is the flower quilting on the front. So yes, in the best ways, the answer to that question is yes. It is a quilted coat, but it is essentially each piece is its own miniature quilt, and then it will be bound. So yes to the answer. Okay, so we'll just kind of do here's the quilting. I'm gonna do some awkward camera panning here. So I quilted this with flowers on the front of the coat. So here's one side. And then here's the other side. I'm glad we're actually getting a little bit of contrast. Oh, Little Sprout says, wow, so pretty. She Heaps says, I'm so jealous. This is me trying to smash the I want to do clothes and I like doing quilts together by just, shoving it all into one project and being like, sink or swim. So yeah, there's the front. Let's just do a quick tour de coat here. Here's the front, and then the sleeves are this on the outside, and it cuffs up to be this peekaboo blue. So there's 2 of those, so they're all nice and quilted. And then the cuff, the back, which y'all just saw, ta-da! And then last but certainly not least, because it's my favorite part, somewhere around here, Cool, it's gone. Welcome to I have no object permanence because I have ADHD. There's a hood, and it's very cute. Okay, so pattern-wise, I am using a children's coat pattern by... Let me grab the pattern, because I don't want to get their name wrong. Where's the hood? Like, at least y'all saw me make it earlier today, so I don't feel like I'm completely losing it. Okay, so the pattern I'm using, I bought off of Etsy, and it is by Twig and Tail. Tail, like tail as old as time. Twig plus tail. I found this one on Etsy. It's a super cute pattern. The pattern is supposed to be just a coat, so like an outer and then a lining, so like a boiled wool or a thrifted sweater. But yes, the piecing is a creative diversion. Thank you, Erin. You're the best. Thank you. Okay, so going back in chat. Yay! Pushing ourselves. And Grabbit says, so happy you pushed yourself. It looks great. Sheep says, are you following a pattern or just winging it? Yes. Have a pattern, but then yeah, it has a hood. It's got a pixie hood. I made it today. I tried it on. I wore it, but it's... Oh, here it is. Cool. Okay. And the hood. There we go. So here's the hood, and remember this is for my 5-year-old, so it doesn't fit me perfect, but it's a pixie hood, so it's got like really gnome vibes. Erin says I'm invested in the narrative. Sheep says I'm scared of patterns. I've never used one. Yeah, it's interesting because I love patterns and I hate patterns. I need the accountability, but I'm scared of the structure. It's a journey. I get that. So in the original pattern, you sewed your outers. So like, say I was doing it with the corduroy, you would have sewed your outers together and your inners together and then pieced them, or like, you know, flipped one in. This top edge is going to be bound. So like traditional quilt binding, which I think this was right before you came in, but I'm going to do it again because it's fun. We're going to mix in some of the colors from the patchwork to really bring in this collection. So like, then it'll have like yellow binding. So like, just like you were doing on your quilt, it's going to have quilt binding on all the edges. So around the face, down the hood, pretty much every seam, instead of having it be a proper lining and a proper outer and then matched, it's going to be quilt bound. So I love the yellow too, right? This collection is so cute. It's funny because normally I'm not the kind of person that uses like one entire collection. It's a little bit of a like, don't tell me what to do, I'll curate my own thing. And then it's also sometimes it's hard for me to get like the whole collection. But because this was for a client, aka Little Sprout, she picked out the collection. I bought the fat quarter bundle. We went from there. So it's got some really cute coordinates in all of this. And then what of course started this whole thing was this fabric. And it's in 3 colorways. I should fold my fabric. I'm a disaster right now. But it's in this like maroon, bubblegum, and this deep teal was what started it. She says I'm the same way. I am so picky about my fabrics and colors, right? I think that's why sometimes it's fun to like live in somebody else's aesthetic, because she was like, yes, I like all of that. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess that's what we're doing. And it's turning out really cute. I didn't have a chance to overthink it because she just knew what she wanted. And I love that. And that's something I would love to just learn for myself, is that confidence. But yeah, there's these gorgeous stripes. There's these flowers. This is that same color. This is the same fabric that's on the sleeves and in the cuff, but in the pink colorway instead of the blue and the white colorway. So it's a cute collection. It's called Goose Creek Garden by Poppy Cotton, and it's just really sweet. So I think all together it's really gonna come together really cute. I love this hood. So like it's got that like peekaboo blue on the inside, and then when it's bound, it's gonna be really cute. But yeah, it's been a lot of work. So again, thank you all for being here during all of this, because like I said, I think we've officially hit the over 24-hour mark. Obviously not like in this stream. I've been doing this for a couple weeks now, but like there's some hours invested in this. So Sheep says, thanks for sharing. Of course, thanks for being here. Erin says, I'm glad that Little Sprout client is pleased with the progress. Sheep says, oh, the goose fabric is so cute. I know, it's so cute. It was... We also made her a school cone, a German school day for her first day of kindergarten out of this fabric, and that one's on my YouTube, actually, that video. But yeah, it's just such charming fabric, and I'm really glad she loves it right now. And she really likes blues and pinks, And then like my favorite color is yellow, and I think kind of by association she likes that it works in. She likes green. It's a great collection. Like a lot of things that we color code for Little Sprout are like kind of this minty, tealy blue. So it's nice that like it matches like her backpack and it matches all these things. But then she can have her pink, she can have her geese, she can have all the things that she's into right now. And I really like being able to honor her aesthetic. Like yeah, it won't be her thing forever, or maybe it will be. Who knows? But for now, it's what she's into, and I just like being able to make that happen. So, but yeah, it's got some. So like, big picture, what we have left. Well, obviously we need to quilt the whole back of this. I don't think I'll do flowers. That was really fun for the front. I really like how these turned out. Like, I'm gonna show it again because it's pretty. But the back already has the patchwork, so it might just get. There's a technique called echo quilting where you take this and then you just kind of like rings of echolocation or sonar or whatever, you would just like do square, 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 square. And it's obviously more interesting when you have a shape that's not just a square. I echo quilted a jar quilt for my mom a couple weeks ago. I don't know what is time. So we might do something like that, or we might do an offset grid. We'll see. Or I might feel wild and might pull out some of the diagonals from this or the triangles from this. We'll see. Time will tell. But then once the back is quilted, then it's assembly time, which will be really fun because then that's when we actually like we got to put together the hood today because I just could not resist. I'm gonna wear it again. It just makes me happy. Yeah, big quilted goose. Erin says, "Hear me out, big quilted goose." That'd be really cute to do like a line of geese or just big goose. Oh, I'll have to think about it. You're gonna make me think about it. That's like the best worst part. Nope. You say JK, but my brain heard. Yay. And Sheheap says, learning so many things, which really that just gives me like big just happy purpose vibes. So like that's what we're here. We're here to. I like to say that I'm about halfway on the path of learning a lot of different things. So I'm definitely not an expert, but if I know enough to read the map and point us out some ways, and if I don't know something, I can probably, I probably know somebody that's farther along in the journey. So I'm just really happy to be on this journey and to have y'all jump in wherever we happen to be. So, yeah, I might put a goose. I might. Ugh. Goose would be cute. We'll see. So yeah, that's where we're going to be with this is we'll quilt the back and then we start assembling. And then we start the mile